All right. Should be live here at Coletco. All right, everybody, welcome to Coletco. Let's see what I got going over here. Oh, it's not fiction. All right. Falling. All righty. Okay, where are we at? Welcome everybody to Coletco. Taking care of a couple things. Hey, Ed, there is a way you can go in and cancel those doubles. I just took care of a couple of them. All right. I got 2 price guns, Craig, 1 for each of you. You're seeing double. Looks like Jake is working on some Coletco merch. Oh yeah, Jake's working on some Coletco merch. We need it. I'm wearing a Coletco shirt right now, coming soon. Okay, let's see here. Let me get everything rolling. Let me actually, Chrome is being a booger again. All right, that'll be good enough. Let me put this right over here. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Right. Dun, 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 dun. The ace of spades. Are the Danzig's OG? I didn't even know we had Danzig, John. Give me a second. We'll figure that out, okay? Oh, price gun down, price gun down. Okay. Neck, back, knuckles. Whew. Okay. Oh boy, there's stuff everywhere. The first thing I gotta do is just start selling it. That's what I gotta do. I grab stuff, I gotta start selling it. Right. Auction number 1. Metallica Load. Metallica Load Remastered is a double LP sealed. That is a 2 LP sealed Metallica Load Remastered, a $25 start. $25 start. That's up for bid in slot number A. Slot number A. Slot number B is Rush Signals. Rush is an 82 US Club, a Carrollton press. Rush, an 82 US Club Carrollton press. That means CRC, Columbia Record Club. This is VG Plus EX subdivisions in the concert halls This is a $20 start on Rush. It does have a little bit of a ding up there. VG Plus, EX vinyl, VG jacket. $20 start on Rush. Here we go, here we go. We have a classic album, Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Rumors is OG, EX or better vinyl with the original lyric insert. And Rumors is going to go up for a $1 start. And here we go again. You say you want your freedom. Next over here in D is going to be a CD lot. This is Pearl Jam, Peter Gabriel, Indigo Girls, SRC, Hanson, Sunvolt, and Friends. That's 2, 4, 6, 7 CDs, a $10 start. $10 start on those CDs. And here we go again. You say you want your freedom, but who am I to bring you down? You know the you da deep da da da. Missing this to yourself. Like a lonely man, like a heartbeat down to down. Still I'm the memory of what you care and what you long. Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when you're playing. They say women, they will come and they will go. Rain to wash them, have you, you'll know. You'll know. All right, give me a second. I'm cleaning up over here. Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you. Okay, so A is sealed. A is sealed. It's a $25 start. B is an OG club. It's EX. It's a $15 start, a $20 start, excuse me, 25 and 20. And of course, there's definitely bids coming in on those others I see there. So that's good news. I love it when bids come in. That's good for everybody. Yep. All right. Let's put those right there. All righty. So we got me still moving some stuff around over here. Bonus crate. Okay, that's empty crate. That's good to know. There's a random JSA card I need to look up, see what that goes to. There's sleeves. That's autographs I hadn't got to. Okay. That goes there. This goes up here. Okay. Awesome. We can put these over here. Do we have top loaders? Do we have top loaders? We just got some in for today. Yes. Yes, we just got some in for today. Okay. We got a lot of stuff to tag. We got a ton of new vinyl tonight. Holy crap. Ton of new vinyl. You lay those right there for right now. All right, let's do some final calls on some auctions. Okay, so Metallica is a sealed load. Sealed load, this is a $25 bid with Al Cox. That's going once, going twice. And we have Rush Signals. This is with Rock Shoal right now at 20. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is with Lee 3455 at 11. And the CDs are at 13 with Autumn Bets. Okay? I only got one of the 2 packs I claimed last week. You need to leave April alone when she's packing orders. They will add another pack. They will add another pack in your order this week or whenever your next order goes out. The most important question I can ask you right now, because if you're asking me, if you're telling me, it's not going to do any good. My first question is, have you asked Ed? Jason Lee said he only got 1 pack of top loaders. Ed said he's only invoiced for 1. But we can add a second one to your invoice. He said he's only invoiced for 1. Okay. Ed's already got it. He's adding it to your invoice for this week before I accidentally sell out. Okay? He said you was only billed and charged for 1 on your invoice. Rush is at 20, CDs are at 13. But if you've let Ed know, he'll take care of it at some point. He's actually taking care of it right now. If you let me know, it's probably not going to get done. But if you've let him know, he'll take care of it. Asking me about missing items, you might as well go tell your dog. Hey, dog, I'm missing a pack of top loaders. And your dog's going to probably be like, well, go tell Chad. And then I'm going to tell you to go tell Ed. And then we're just going to give you the runaround here all night, okay? And I know a lot of people don't like getting the runaround. But some people get the runaround. All right, when I come back, I'm in some auctions. Let me go grab that first crate of new stuff over here. All right? Okay. Fun. Okay. Okay. All right, Rush is sold to Rock Shoal for $20. Thank you, Rock Shoal. That's sold to you for $20. Appreciate that. Enjoy subdivisions. This lot of CDs is sold to Autumn Bets for $13. Thank you, Autumn. Those are sold to you for $13. Appreciate it. That's done. Okay, that means make sure we hadn't done anything over here. So we started Rumors at $1. It's at 16. We started Metallica at 25. It's at 28. Next auction over here is this amazing Beatles compilation. It's called The Beatles Love Songs. Comes in this faux leather cover, gold foiling. It's a gatefold jacket. Very cool picture of the Beatles inside of the gatefold. This copy is extremely nice, and it does include the lyric book, The Beatles Love Songs. Both inner sleeves are included. This is going to go up in B for a $1 start. $1 start, okay? $1 start on the Beatles Love Songs. Good luck on that one. Slot number D is about to happen right now. And slot number D is Count Basie and his orchestra. The best of the roulette years. This is on dark green vinyl. Count Basie is a 2025 dark green mono. And we have got that tagged for a $25 start. $25 start on that one. All right, make sure I hadn't missed anything here. Let me pull up this morning's video. And let's go over here. And this. And Coletco, which we're live. And let me find a whole lot of records. And new post. Okay. And toadies. And newly priced metal. No bids. And new arrivals. Okay. All right, Mark Weiss, you get Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Thank you. That's so to you for $16. Thank you, Mark Weiss. That's so to you for $16. Metallica 31, Beatles 22. Count Basie's a $25 start over there in D. Let's put up another auction for slot C, and that is AC/DC High Voltage. This is a 1976 specialty press, a Porky Prime Cut, EX condition, and this is the U.S. original. Cover is still in shrink with the Atlantic inner sleeve. $35 start on AC/DC. All right, we have sold over here. ZZ Top, Gojira, Lamb of God, Slipknot, Ace of Spades, LA Gun, ZZ Top, Flotsam and Jetsam, Stone Temple Pilots, 3 Days Grace, Municipal Waste, Soulfly, Devil Driver, Opeth, Testament Thrower, Morbid Angel, Flotsam and Jetsam, Death Angel, Accept, Halo Effect, Camelot, Flotsam and Jetsam, and Napalm Death. Wow. Okay, here we go. So we have Deicide, Scars of the Crucifix. Deicide is $38.99. Entombed, Clandestine, $38.99 for Entombed. Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. This is $38.99. It's sold to Slammin' Alvin. Thank you, Slammin' Alvin. That's sold to you for $38.99. Lamb of God is sold. Lamb of God is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. for $29.99. Nobody bid on Count Basie. That is now a $25 buy it now. Dark green mono, sealed, record store day. Count Basie, $25. The Metallica's at $33. The Beatles is at $25. AC/DC is a $35 start. Also, we have Volbeat, Servant of the Mind. Volbeat is $59.99. That's a double LP. I still have that available, and I still have Sepultura, Sepulquatra. And Sepulquatra by Sepultura is a double LP. That is $44.99. To my knowledge, I don't think there was a claim for that. There wasn't, so that's still available. And then Behemoth, Grom, Dust Gray Marble Vinyl, that's $59.99. And then Avenged Sevenfold, that's on red vinyl. Avenged Sevenfold is $34.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction over here in D. And D is going to be another $1 start, a classic from Eric Clapton. 461 Ocean Boulevard. I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. Clapton. Very, very nice copy. It's been stored in a MoFi sleeve. It's a gatefold jacket. It has the has an Atco inner sleeve, or an Atlantic Atco. And this is a $1 start in D. That's Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. Right Out of the Cellar, that's with the lenticular cover that changes colors. That is on red and black splatter for $49.99. And then Candlemass. And Candlemass is still available. That is $33.99. $33.99 for Candlemass. Epicus, Dumicus, Metallicus. Also Gojira, The Link Alive. That's sold to Daryl Johnson for $44.99. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. And then another Behemoth. This one is called the Apathy, and that is on silver vinyl, $44.99. A and B are sold. Metallica is sold to Ken Granger for $33, and the Beatles Love Songs is sold to D.K. Evans, and this is sold to D.K. Evans for $25. Okay, we have AC/DC. Kathy has that for $35. And then Eric Clapton's at $3 with Mark Diskin. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Simple Minds. This is called New Go Dream. Simple Minds New Go Dream, 81, 82, 83, 84. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus. This is Simple Minds, and it does have the original inner sleeve. That's going to go up in B for a $1 start. Also over here, we have Dio, the very beast of Dio. And the very beast of Dio is a double LP on Dragon's Fire colored vinyl. And that is $46.99. Also, we have Soulfly. This is called Archangel. And Soulfly is $38.99. Soulfly is sold to Dustin Riviera. Now, Dustin, I think there is... So he put Soulfly Archangel. So we'll give just Dustin Soulfly sold for $38.99. Clapton is an OG pressing. It's no condition notes, really nice, and VG Plus or better cover. It's at $7 right now. AC/DC is sold to Kathy Hodges, and this is sold to Kathy Hodges for $35, okay? Thank you, Kathy. That is sold to you. And let's put that away. Just took me 30 minutes to try to get the sale through the new website, and it's still not working right. I guess you don't want my money. We have not had any technical difficulties on anybody checking out on the website since it's been live. So let me know what's going on, and I'll see if we can look into it. Eric Clapton is at 7 with Mark Diskin, and Marion Corbetti has Simple Minds for $1. That's a final call for $1. A lot of people still on the toilet. They're not paying attention to what's going on the auction block. But I will go ahead and put this up right now. This is happening at this moment. This is Angel. It's called On Earth as It Is in Heaven. And Angel is a 1977 Japanese. This is near mint, 1977 Japanese. It is near mint, has this double obi, and that's going to go up in slot number A for a $35 start. $35 start on that, okay? Moving on over here, we have Devil Driver dealing with Devons. Devil Driver is $33.99. This is $33.99. This is sold to Dustin Riviera. Thank you, Dustin. That's sold to you for $33.99. Appreciate that. And then there might have been another Devil Driver. Nope, that's still available. And over here, we got Camelot the Awakening. Camelot the Awakening is $38.99. And this is sold to Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. That's sold to you for $38.99. There's no condition notes on B. There's no condition notes on D. Those are good to go. A is a near mint Japanese pressing. A is a near mint Japanese pressing. Going up in C is another AC/DC. This is a 1978 USOG of AC/DC Powerage. VG Plus jacket, VG Plus vinyl, solid copy, a $25 start on that. Vin 7-fold is still available, yes. It's a double LP red vinyl, $34.99. Over here we have Seven Dust. That is on mint colored vinyl, Truth Killer. Seven Dust is $34.99. And this one is still available. Seven Dust, $34.99. Also, Death Angel Relentless Retribution. Death Angel is $44.99. I have this still available as well. And we have this sold to Brett Mywelin. Thank you, Brett Mywelin, on the Death Angel, $44.99. Tyler Frederman. Tyler Frederman sold on the Avenged Sevenfold for $34.99. And we have Soulfly again, and this is Soulfly 3. And that one's a double LP, $39.99 on Soulfly. Destruction, Sentence of Death, that's on bone-colored vinyl. Destruction is $36.99. That's on bone-colored vinyl. Also, we had Soulfly Chama, or Chama, C-H-A-M-A. That one's on yellow-orange Corona vinyl. That one's $38.99. Diamond Head Live and Electric, the UK tour, 2022 Diamond Head, $44.99 on Diamond Head. Next was Death Breath, Stinking Up the Night, $29.99 on Death Breath. And then Testament, Titans of Creation. And this is sold to Tony Swanson, sold for $44.99. Also, we have Hate, Awakening of the Liar. Hate was $34.99. That one's still available. And then Entombed is $36.99. Also, Devo, this was a new release that comes out today on limited haunted striptease colored vinyl. Devo is $59.99. And then LA Guns, live from the Guild Theater. This is new for today. One sold to Todd Kilgore for $46.99 on LA Guns. And I still got 2 copies left. We sold several Flotsam and Jetsams. This is Doomsday for the Deceiver. Flotsam and Jetsam is a picture disc $44.99. One sold to Hessen Session for $44.99. And then we have another one sold to Kelly Cook for $44.99. And we have another one sold to Jason Wilski for $44.99. Goofy Foot gets Devo. This is sold to Goofy Foot for $59.99. D is sold to John Griffin, which is Eric Clapton. This is 32862, John Griffin. Sold Eric Clapton, $11 to John Griffin. Stephen Douglas just bidded on the AC/DC Powerage. And Stephen Douglas, this is sold to you for $25, okay? That is sold to Stephen Douglas for $25. Appreciate that. Angel over there was a Japanese pressing. We started that at $35. It's now at $40. We started Simple Minds at $1. It's now at $25. And let's go ahead and put up another auction in slot number C. And this is Johnny Cash at San Quentin, a classic album. It is on the original Columbia 2i label. A Boy Named Sue. Vinyl is EX or better. Has a correct original Columbia inner sleeve. And Johnny Cash is a $15 start. $15 start on Johnny Cash. Slot number D is going to go up for bid right now. We'll do another $1 start in D, and that is Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. Me and Bobby McGee, Piece of My Heart, Down on Me, Try a Little Bit Harder, Summertime. This was a huge seller back in the day. This is a nice vintage copy, no condition notes, and listen to this, just a $1 start on Janis Joplin. Okay, so over here, I have ZZ Top, Lamb of God. Let me see. I'm still missing a few things. They're coming up in the next crate. Stone Temple Pilots, 3 Days of Grace, Soulfly, Opeth, Testament, both are Morbid Angel, Flotsam, Accept, Halo, and Napalm. Okay, that's all in the next crate. So here's what's left here. We still got LA Guns. We got Entombed, Hate, Death Breath, Diamond Head, Soulfly, Destruction, Soulfly, Seven Dust, Devil Driver, Dio, Behemoth, Candlemass, Rat, Behemoth, Sepultura, Volbeat, Entombed, and Deicide, okay? And those are still available. I got one more crate, and then we're going to go through the new stuff, and then I'll do no bids from last night. I mean, there are 2, 4, 6, 8 crates of new vinyl for tonight. Wow. And the Rolling Stones pre-orders in. Looks like we got top loaders. Did we get some light boxes in, Ed? Maybe, yeah, well, it looks like, no, those are Kiss boxes. I still got to kind of get those sorted. So it looks like no more new light boxes for this week except for what came in. Zeppelin. Our distributor told us they're having trouble getting those switches again. The switches that change the lights, they're having I think, we're depleting the online inventory, I think, for those little switches. So they're having a hard time getting them. They like bought thousands of them, I think, and between the selling to us and other people, I think they are pretty much out of those switches. So I think that's the holdup. I think that's the holdup on that, okay? Any Hatchet Ed crates? To my knowledge, no Hatchet Ed crates unless he's back there working on one right now. That's a good thing, though. Ed's back there. It sounds like they're listening to Dave Brubeck back there. I can't tell, though. Go up here. Right. Let me put my... Getting pots. They're sweaty. Time stands still. Okay. Whoa. I just got stacks of stuff everywhere I'm going to try to sell tonight, okay? How many new crates from John? How about Wasp, Cheat-Trick, Quite Right? Oh, they're going to be made. Don't worry. I just submitted 5 new designs. I got one really cool I come up with. I'm going to try to have one made that looks like the Yellow Submarine. I think that'd look really cool. I'm working on that one right now. All right, here we go. All these are done. And we got Angel sold to Pat Smith, 347 for $59. Thank you on that, Pat Smith. And then Simple Minds New Gold Dream. This is sold to John Marksky. David Dwayne, I'm glad you got the website working. Thanks everybody that's pre-ordered Bill Ward. I need some more help. We're getting there, man. I checked it earlier and it took a big jump in sales. And I was like, holy moly. By the way, John Marksky got Simple Dreams sold to John Marksky for $27. Johnny Cash is sold to Rhino Rand for $15. A classic live album by Johnny Cash. And then Janis Joplin is sold to Michael Snared for $20. Thank you, Michael Snared. That is sold to you, all right? Right now, there's only one no bid, and that's Count Basie and his orchestra, the best of roulette years on dark green vinyl, and that's $25. If you're just hopping on, the show's really just getting warmed up. I didn't start till almost 6:30, and we've been live for a half hour. The first 15 minutes, I was cleaning everything up around me. They had so much stuff piled up around me, I couldn't hardly walk, but that's a good thing, but also a bad thing. Fred Carnell, this is LA Guns. LA Guns is called Live from the Guild Theater. LA Guns Live from the Guild Theater, $46.99. $46.99 on LA Guns Live from the Guild Theater. Website's been working fine. Jake's done an amazing job. I mean, I've seen nothing but like positive comments like, wow, this is absolutely incredible, Chad. You have knocked our socks off. So thanks everybody on that. Jake, can you text me your email address? I'm going to forward you a list of Lightbox inventory. I need your, I don't think I've ever sent Jake an email. Okay, our Twitch comments not coming through. Okay. Other artists as well. Right now, music related. I mean, I don't want to book like, you heading out, Ed? Yeah. All right, thank you. See you next time. Mostly I'm working on music people. Fred Carnell gets Count Basie sold for $20. But, you know, I don't want to book like Stone Cold Steve Austin and, you know, us get 1,000 items sale and it takes me 3 years to sell them. I don't think that would be the case, but, you know, I don't want to overstep our boundaries. I don't want to try to do too much at once on crazy signings. Mostly music people for right now, and then we'll work on the other stuff, okay? All right, here is a tough-to-get Japanese pressing. This is a 1978 Japanese pressing of Jethro Tull Heavy Horses. Now, it took me a while. I'm a Jethro Tull collector. It took me a while to track this thing down. Finally got one, and this is the first time I think I've ever put one up for sale. It's near mint. It's a $75 start. Japanese Jethro Tull Heavy Horses. All right, now this is a pretty unique lot that John brought me. Take a look at this. This is going to look cool on the top cam. This is the complete country music time life collection. To my knowledge, this is all of them. I went through them. I can't think of any others, but I didn't have a track list. But man, look at this here. It's going to look really cool on the top cam. These are going to go up for bid in slot number B, okay? So look at here. We got Dolly Parton, Ronnie Millsap, Buck Owens, Chet Atkins, Lynn Anderson, Marty Robbins. We've got, Jim Reeves, Charlie Rich, Eddie Arnold, Charlie Pride, Elvis Presley, Mel Tillis, Waylon Jennings, Johnny Cash, Bob Wills, Barbara Mandrell, the Statler Brothers, Tammy Wynette. Wow. That is the complete country music time life. I've always seen these individually, and some of them I don't see too often, like the Tammy Wynette, and honestly, I don't see the Johnny Cash one too often either. So that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 country music time life collections. That is going to go up for a $45 start in B, okay? $45 start in B. And then Jethro Tull is a $75 start, David. Not a $35, a $75 start. I think you misheard me. Over here, I have in slot number C, this is Fleetwood Mac for a $1 start. This is their self-titled with the new lineup. This is self-titled with the new lineup. This is the self-titled Fleetwood Mac album. You can take me to paradise. In fact, you can be cold as ice. I'm over my head. That's the insert for Rumors, but there is the lyric insert. Oh, man. I'm over my head. Over. $1 start on Fleetwood Mac. That's up for bid in C. And then over here in D, I have another $1 start. The Rolling Stones Some Girls. I never mean the beast of burden. It has got the censored cover, but it's a really clean copy from 1976. Some Girls is a $1 start. Okay? All right, have fun on that. Let me get Jake's email here. I'm going to forward this. Okay. And let's go over here and back to this crate. Bolt thrower is $38.99, and this is sold to Tony Swanson for $38.99. Thank you on that one. Black Sabbath, we sold our soul for rock and roll. Black Sabbath is $49.99. Demeux Bigorre Eonian, that's a Coke bottle clear vinyl, $38.99 for Demeux Bigorre. And then we have Social Distortion, Born to Kill. I actually need to check a waiting list on that. Or did I already do that? I'll have to, let me think on that. I'll say that's still available. $29.99. Napalm Death, $38.99. This is sold to Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane. That's sold to you for $38.99. And then Mastodon is called Emperor of Sand. Mastodon is $49.99. That is Emperors of Sand. Chad, he didn't answer my question. Go ahead and send that question one more time. Ghost Meliora, that is the deluxe edition, $38.99. So over here, the Jethro Tulls at $85 with David Johnson. The Country Music Time Life collection is at $60. Now, these auctions, these classic albums over here, these OG classic albums have a bid for $1 and $1. $1 and $1. Okay, there we go. $1 and $10. Just want to make sure everybody knows what's going on. Can you please, for the love of God, tell me how many crates John priced? Sure. John priced, are you ready? John Robb, drum roll please. 5 vintage crates, John Robb. 5 vintage crates. Mastodon is sold to Jason Lee. That's sold to Jason Lee for $49.99. This is Carcass, Desanting the Inscaliburius. That is Carcass, $38.99. Eva Under Fire, Villainous, $29.99. And we have Generation X, $33.99 on red vinyl. Angela Lewis is out on C. She said she would pay $1, but there's no way she's paying more than $5. Sean Bailey has Fleetwood Mac at $5. The Rolling Stones is at $12. And we have Pain Rebirth. Pain is $38.99. Folks, this is still available. Also over here, Morbid Angels, Gateways to Annihilation. And Morbid Angel is still available. $38.99. Black Sabbath, 7 star. Black Sabbath is $33.99. Condition on the country lot, they're all guaranteed to be EX or better. They're all guaranteed to be EX or better. David has Jethro Tull at 95. The country music lot is at 65. Tammy Wynette, Statler Brothers, Barbara and Mandrell, Bob Willis, Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Mel Tillis, Elvis Presley, Charlie Pride, Eddie Arnold. You get it, right? You get it. You get what I'm saying? Really cool set there. I've never seen them all together like that. We usually have them all split up. These are all sticker price. Susie Breedlove, you already bought a Black Sabbath last night, unless you want 2 of them. You already bought a Black Sabbath last night. 3 Days Grace is sold to John LeBeatty for $29.99. This is new vinyl from yesterday, a recap. We got 8 crates of new stuff we're about to go through tonight. Right now, this is a recap. Rocktober exclusive blue vinyl, the best of Stone Temple Pilots, sold to Willie Woodard for $44.99. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Judas Priest Rock-A-Rolla. Judas Priest, $33.99. Chad, my Twitch comments aren't making it through to your feed. Did y'all block me on accident or something? I don't know if I can have a way to tell. Did Tormented by Stain get sold last night? It did. Yes, it did. I sold it for $85. Huh, are you sure Oh, man. I'll ask Jake if there's a way he can go in and check that. Luckily, Jake's accessible tonight if he's available. He's doing a lot of stuff with the website right now. I mean, unless I accidentally, but I shouldn't have. Jake, is there a way to pull up blocked people on Restream? I didn't. I didn't mean to. If I did, obviously. Generation X is sold to Jared Inc. for $33.99. Thank you, Jared Inc. That's sold to you for $33.99. Rush Fly By Night Remaster. Rush is $38.99. And then we have Motorhead, the Ace of Spades. This is sold to John Farrell for $33.99. Thank you, John Farrell. And we have Opeth, remastered at Abbey Road. And this is on gold vinyl. And this is sold to Tim Rory. Opeth is $46.99. MC5, kick out the Jams, blankety blankers, $33.99 on that. And then ZZ Top DeGuelo is sold to Steve Feakin for $33.99. Put Todd Kilgore on a waiting list on ZZ Top DeGuelo. Please put Todd Kilgore on a wait list. Misfits Legacy of Brutality, $34.99. And Rush, Exit Stage Left, $49.99. Patrick Food gets the Rolling Stone Some Girls. Thank you, Patrick. That's sold to you for $16. We have confirmed, John, you are not blocked. You might want to look into your Twitch account. You are not blocked. You might want to look into your Twitch account. You didn't get over there. You didn't get over there and start an argument with somebody, did you? You didn't get over there and start some kind of argument with somebody, did you? All right, next auction. This is sweet here. This is sweet here. This is Batman. This is an 89. This is a US copy. It's the Batman soundtrack. It's in shrink wrap with a hop sticker, and that's going to go over in D for a $35 start. St. Vincent live in London. St. Vincent is $56.99. Dio live at Donington, lenticular cover, $49.99 on Dio. And Lincoln Park, Minutes to Midnight, $33.99. They're still bidding on Jethro Tull, which is now at $105. The Country Music Time Life collection is at $70. Fleetwood Mac's at $20. And Prince Batman soundtrack is at $35. We have Slipknot, the end so far. Slipknot is officially sold, hold on, to Kenny Cates Jr. for $39.99. Thank you, Kenny Cates. That's sold to you. Firehouse is $38.99, except The Rise of Chaos. That one was sold to William Warner for $44.99. Thank you on that one. Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness. That is sold to Tony Swanson for $38.99. And then Devil Driver, $33.99. And Devil Driver is sold to Dustin Riviera. Thank you, Dustin Riviera. That is sold to you. And we also have Testament Parabellum. That is sold to Tony Swanson for $44.99. And then the Halo Effect, $36.99. Tim Floyd, are you watching? These were not best offer, Tim Floyd. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and tag this to Tim Floyd for $36.99. And Tim, if you're watching, these are no more, no less. And I think I'd rather tag them than him possibly miss out on it over $6. Napalm Death is $38.99. Shane, there was two different Napalm Deaths. I've already tagged you for one. I'm going to go ahead and tag you for this one too. So does Shane Devers for $38.99. And Pearl Jam Dark Matter. Pearl Jam is $56.99. That's on Silver and Black Galaxy. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Pat Smith 347. This is sold to Pat Smith 347 for $20. The Country Music Time Life is moving to a final call. That's at $70 with Lee. And D. Kong has the Prince soundtrack, the Batman soundtrack at $35. Music, of course, by Prince. All right, next thing over here is this. I'm pretty sure this is a kind of a pricey record, so you might want to check Discogs and you might want to have your fingers ready to bid. This is Dream Theater live at the Marquee. I'm going to scan it in actually before I put it up just to make sure. I think this is a pretty pricey record. Of course, Patrick's got a recommended starter price, but I think, yeah, this is pretty pricey. So this is a Music on Vinyl press from 2016. And this is Music on Vinyl, yeah. And it should be on red. This is black, okay? So let's go over here. This is the black vinyl version. Still pretty dang pricey. The last one sold for $100, and the one before that sold for $80. Wow. So this sounds like about a $100 record all day. Near mint black vinyl, music on vinyl, live at the Marquee Dream Theater, a $35 start. D-Kong gets the Prince Batman soundtrack. That is sold to D-Kong for $35. That's shockingly just one bid on that, especially in Shrink with Hype. What a cool cover. That's sold to D-Kong for $35. And they're still bidding on Jethro Tull. Dream Theater is now up for a $35 start. And I'm going to go ahead and sell the Country Music Time Life collection. Now, whoever's watching the sale, this is going to start crate number 2 because I don't have enough room in crate number 1. So this is going to be the first thing in crate number 2, okay? And that is sold to Lee. The Country Music Time Life collection sold to Lee, 3455 for $70, all right? We got a bargain Dream Theater up for bid right now. And everybody from the video got what they wanted, except Todd Kilgore on the wait list for ZZ Top. And then there was a couple extra Soulflies. I'm actually going to go ahead and tag Dustin Riviera for a couple more. I mean, worst case, he can tell us which ones he don't want. I'm going to go ahead and get these on his invoice as well. Soulfly 3 sold to Dustin Riviera for $39.99. And Soulfly Chama sold to Dustin Riviera for $38.99, okay? Hey, look, Mega Blast is back on Twitch. Mega Blast is back on Twitch. He's here. All right. Now, there was 4 videos this morning and a whole lot of records. Yeah, I know. I went a little crazy. I had a lot of other stuff to do, but I ended up spending over an hour and a half making videos. But that's good because we just sold a whole crate of new price metal just from that one video. The next video was no bids, which had stuff like Marilyn Manson and some other high-end records. I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be doing that later. I'm going to go ahead and get into new stuff now. Maybe do a little bit of the new stuff and then jump over there to the no bids. We got new vintage crates from John. And, of course, we got a bazillion auctions to run. And when I say a bazillion, I mean a bajillion, okay? What did they do with all my Kiss records? Why is the Kiss stack half as tall as it was? Nobody touched the Kiss records. All right. Okay, so all of a sudden we got bids coming there. Kaiser, I'm going to leave it up to you on Jethro Tull. It's a final call to David Johnson for $110. Let's get some new auctions rolling. I'm going to stack this crate of new vinyl right here, probably in a lot of people's way. Luckily, the only 2 people left here on Friday right now is me and Patrick. It's me and Patrick left here tonight. I've got a Walmart exclusive Metallica green vinyl black album. Dyer's green colored vinyl. Shortest Straw. Very, very cool. That's on green vinyl, and that's Metallica, and that's going to go up for a $25 start in B. $25 start on B. David Johnson does get the Jethro Tull. Now, David, glad to have you back buying some Japanese. Tomorrow night should be another big night for Japanese, okay? But that is sold to David Johnson, and that is $110 sold to him. What's up with Nirvana? I'm about to start getting out some of the high-end stuff right now. I'm about to start doing that right now. That's either over here in Patrick's crate or it's over here in Kyle's crate. I'm about to confirm that right now. But first, I've got Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. And this is the 2013 they did on white vinyl. Very cool. The 2013 they did on white vinyl. And that is a $75 start. It is near mint. Near mint on that one, okay? All right. And I was knocking out some dollar start auctions to begin the show. We've done most of those, but I do have more over here. This is Bluey. Bluey is a 2016 Record Store Day picture disc Zoetrope from Bluey up here, the orchestral album. And this is a Zoetrope picture disc. And I actually have it tagged for a $35 start. It should sell for that and more. I'm going to go ahead and put it up for a $15 start. The Bluey Zoetrope picture disc. Bluey Zoetrope picture disc, okay? All right, there's that. Let me close out of a few things over here. And, okay, I still got no bids and the other metal crates to tag. I will do that in just a moment. Let's go ahead and get started with some of our new stuff for tonight, okay? Some of our new stuff for tonight. And some pre-orders, some new releases, okay? Rose Tattoo is in. The Rolling Stones is in. This should get interesting, okay? This should get interesting. Let's see what we got over here. So there's 3 new Rose Tattoo reissues that are coming out. I posted the first 2, and then Mr. Ed posted the last one. And we waited a little bit too late to get that one out. So I don't know if we have enough for everybody, but we're about to find out, okay? So there's 3 different, and Rose Tattoo. Let's look that up right now. Rose Tattoo. And this is called Scarred for Life. Rose Tattoo is $34.99. And this was posted back July 1st. And this is sold to Hendry Smink for $34.99. Danny Tardif gets a Rose Tattoo for $34.99. Rob Bobby gets a Rose Tattoo for $34.99. And Todd Kilgore gets a Rose Tattoo for $34.99. Now, I'll probably have to get those somewhere else. Scott Smith and Autumn Betts are still on the pre-order. Don't worry about writing their names down, but if anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? We'll try our best to get more of those in. They only made 750, and this had been long out of print, red and white swirled vinyl. So 2 more people left, Scott and then Autumn, who commented just 2 days ago. But our distributor was low on those. Our direct distributor, we'll try to get more somewhere else. They may cost us more, but we'll still do the same price of $34.99, hopefully. Jimmy Page is a final call. Jimmy Page in the Black Crow 75. Fred Carnell, this is the green vinyl, my favorite of the Metallicas. That's $26. And Dream Theater is a Music on Vinyl Black. That's at $60. And Bluey Zoetrope is at $23. Okay, Fred Carnell wants on the waiting list for Rose Tattoo, Scarred for Life. Scarred for Life. Next is a special request for Troy Robinson. This is Joe, how do you say this? Jodeci? Jodici? And that is a special request for Troy Robinson, $39.99. Thank you, Troy. That is sold to you, all right? Now, crate number 1's filled up, and we've already got a head start on crate number 2 because we already had sold that Country Music Time Life collection. I have a feeling we're going to be selling a bunch of stuff tonight. Okay? There's that right there. And then Parliament Funkadelic. Yep, we got those tonight. And then Dream Theater is sold to David Doyle for $60. Thank you on that, David Doyle. Let me start trying to find some of those higher end. I know there's some people just curious on Nirvana and Danzig. Let me look through his crate here. Okay, they're not in there. And there's Fear Factory. Somebody was asking about Fear Factory last night. I hadn't actually seen those yet. Let me see if they're in this crate. Hot Picks. Okay, they're probably in this crate then. Yeah, Danzig is a reissue. Danzig's a reissue. Danzig's a reissue, and Danzig's an unofficial, just for those that were curious. And then over here, let me find the Nirvana. I hadn't seen it yet. Patrick, do you have that back there? I hadn't actually seen it since I pulled it for auction. It looked like a German 90s press when I pulled it. That's why I pulled it for auction. But honestly, I hadn't seen it yet. Never mind, I just found it. Okay, I just found it. It's a 2001, okay? Nirvana is a 2001. There you go. So an older copy, not a 91, a 2001. It's a strong VG minus. I don't hear that grade too often. Strong VG minus. So this one's a lower grade record, just beware, okay? So VG minus, but strong. That means it could play back VG. That's what that means by that. But yeah, pretty desirable looking record. I mean, some have sold for over $140. So Nirvana is a $40 start. $40 start on that one. Pre-order for Manson Chapter 2. I will make a note of that, or they'll make a note of that and give it to Ed. All right, next was a waiting list, and that is on Puddle of Mud. Come Clean. That is sold to Jason Thomas. We can get more of these if anybody else wants one. Puddle of Mud is sold to Jason Thomas for $39.99. Nobody bid on the Jimmy Page Black Crows Live at the Greek. Of course, this got a reissue, I think, last year. Otherwise, this would be bid up well over $100. You can pick that up right now on white vinyl, a triple LP for $75. $75 on that. Next is going to go up in slot number A right behind that, and that is Funkadelic. And Funkadelic is near mint. This is a 1991. 1991 UK copy. I didn't know they were still making these in the early 90s. That's unusual, honestly. Cosmic Slop, a 91 UK. This is a gatefold jacket. Awesome artwork on those. And that's going to go up in A for a $35 start. $35 start. Metallica's green vinyl, it's at $35. Nirvana's at $50. And Tony Ortega has Bluey for $27. That's a final call, okay? First thing is Black Crows. That is sold to Seth, you're fired, for $65. Thank you on that. Seth, you're fired. All right, never mind on that. All right, moving on. So we got All Them Witches. This is sold to Bob Riger. It's on Casabel Chili colored vinyl. That's sold to Bob Riger for $33.99. And there's one left, and that is All Them Witches, House of Mirrors on Casabel Chili colored vinyl. Chili. $33.99 on that one. No Hatchet Ed crates. And then we had 3 people on a waiting list for Susie and the Banshees just landed. And this is sold to Fred Cardinale for $44.99. We have another one sold to Fred Cardinale for $44.99. And another one sold to Hiram Aponte. That was the last one, $44.99. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Tony Ortega gets Bluey for $27. Thank you on that one. Yeah, and Susie and the Banshees can be, we can get more of those. So just let us know if you want in on that. Next over here in slot number D is going to be a Japanese pressing. I don't get too often either. I got a couple over here I just don't see too often. Here is another one. This is Lynyrd Skynyrd, a near mint copy of Nothing Fancy with poster. Unusual. We had one of these about a week or two ago, and I'm surprised to get one again this quickly. It comes with a promotional Lynyrd Skynyrd poster too from Japan. Okay, very cool. Or I should say part of the Japanese release. It's part of the Japanese release. So that is in slot number D. The vinyl's near mint minus. Does have the insert with it. Very cool. Lynyrd Skynyrd, a $55 start. $55 start on that. Fred Cardinale says, I only need one Banshee. I've got you down for one Susie and the Banshees to my knowledge. Okay, this is Dio, the last in line, sold to Stephen Douglas. $38.99. These are always popular. A rare opportunity to get a metal album that is remastered, an audiophile treatment, right? So Dio, the last in line, $38.99. We Rock, Evil Eyes, Dio, Rhino Reserve, $38.99. B is sold to Mac McMahon. That was the green vinyl Walmart exclusive of And Justice for All. Thank you, Mac McMahon. That is sold to you. And we're about to sell the Nirvana for $50. Next auction, one Walmart exclusive down, another one up. The Black Album. The Black Album is on smoke-colored vinyl. The vinyl is near mint. This is actually, that one and this one are actually both from Deckelman's Metal Collection. So here's the Walmart exclusive Black Album. That's also going up for a $25 start. Next is Faith Coon-Simmons on Dead Kennedy's Frankenchrist. That was a wait list for Faith, $38.99. There are 1 extra copies. I have 1 extra copy of Dead Kennedy's Frankenchrist, which is $38.99. 1 extra on those. And then Chris Squire was a waiting list. These are $46.99. David Doyle was on a waiting list, sold to David Doyle for $46.99. And Chris Squire sold to John Farrell also for $46.99. Thank you on that. If anybody else wants a Chris Squire, let me know. Over here, Nirvana Nevermind is sold to Mr. Osmosis for $50. Thank you, Mr. Osmosis. That's sold to you for $50. Next thing over here, we have Lita Ford going up in slot number C. Lita Ford, this is a 1990 UK. This is her album Stiletto. As y'all know, for some reason, her catalog has never been reissued, nor is it in print. And Lita Ford is a $45 start. We have Blues in the Mississippi Night. This is sold to Jared Bates, $29.99. Thank you, Jared Bates. That's sold to you. He was on a waiting list. And we went ahead and ordered some extras. This is the Lomax Archive series, Blues in the Mississippi, and this is $29.99. Authentic field recordings from Alan Lomax, and those are available. 3. That sounds pretty cool. So Alan Lomax, as y'all know, if you've watched the new Bob Dylan movie, they actually show him in that new Bob Dylan movie. He did a lot of folk and blues recordings, a lot of archives, a lot of now historic and very important recordings. And we have 3 of those left, and this is $29.99. Here's a quote from Steve Jordan. I urge everyone that loves life and truth to listen to this recording. The landmark Alan Lomax recording, long out of print, now remastered and reissued long at last. So that should be some very cool, real Mississippi blues recordings there. $29.99. That sounds pretty remarkable. Over here, we have Funkadelic at $40. We got Metallica at $25, Lita Ford at $50, and the Japanese Lynyrd Skynyrd complete with posters at $57. Fred Carnell gets Blues in the Mississippi Night. That's sold for $29.99, and there's 2 copies left. And then here is a special request, a CD for Justin Deckelman, which is Stormkeep. Stormkeep is sold to Justin Deckelman for $24.99. Thank you, Justin Deckelman. That is sold to you. Man, we got some cool auctions tonight. I've got a ton of great bonus stuff over here too. I mean, holy cow. I mean, the first stuff I've ran in the hour, 80% of it's been unadvertised, quote, bonus stuff. Okay? And not much left in there. Somebody asked me about another Dio. Somebody said, Chad, can you still get Dio Holy Diver? I had it, but it's in your possession now. I can still get that, yes. I can still get that. If you want to go on a wait list, just say yes, wait list, which means Ed will order it for you. And if they're in stock, we'll have it in this week, okay? All right, crate number 1. John Farrell says he'll take a blues. That is $29.99. So to John Farrell, there's 1 left. So one of those left. 1 Dead Kennedy's left. There are a few Dios and then 1 All Them Witches, okay? All right. And let's put that right over here. Very, very cool. I thought that was cool. They mentioned the Alan Lomax in the Dylan movie. I don't know if his character makes like a speaking appearance on there, but that was an interesting film. I watched that on a few weeks ago on my way to buy the Kiss collection. And I really enjoyed it. I timed it perfectly, too. I started the movie right after we got up in the air, and literally the credits, everybody started standing up to get off the plane when the credits started. So I was like, holy man, that was perfect timing. All right. And then over here, Stephen Douglas on the wait list for Holy Diver. All right. Thank you, Stephen Douglas, and we'll make sure we get you one of those ordered. All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining us here tonight. It's going to be a great Friday night. Don't forget, we'll be here tomorrow, and if you're relatively new and you got an order started, $8 in limited shipping, okay? $8 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy, and we'll get the tag for you, okay? I'm going to grab a hydration pack back here. Got that. Make sure that gets on his invoice. I'm going to go ahead. TSO, I have it in my hand right now. Ooh, Gilmore. Oh, man. From the personal collection of Chad to a customer. Oh, gosh. Now I'm sick to my stomach. All right. Yes, my mic. How much is Tyler Childers? $575. Okay. I've got a deal. I've said this all week. I've got a deal cooking with somebody, but I hadn't closed the deal yet, but it's kind of spoken for, but if you're interested, let me know. All right. Okay. Let's do the final call. If it's orange, it's a final call. 43 Wayne Carr, 27 Metallica, Funkadelic's the 43, Lita Ford 55, and Rick Hall has the Japanese. So that's where we're at. All right, let me get caught up here in the comments first. Let me mix up my water here. Y'all can hear me, right? People don't realize I'm walking up front. When I say I got to go get something to drink, that means my mic is going to cut out. It never fails. Everybody's like, oh, no, I'm losing Chad. My feed is crashing. All right, let's go back over here. Did I miss anything? We got that waiting list, and I've got my water. Justin Deckelman said that was not the right version. Okay. That means they either sent us the wrong version or we ordered the wrong version. Let me take that back off the cart. I will make sure you're not tagged for that. I will make sure you're not tagged for that, and we'll look into that. I'll leave that on Ed's desk, okay? I'll leave that right over here. Sorry about that. We'll look into that, though. All right, and here is the next rose tattoo. So I told y'all, awesome rose tattoos coming in this week. 3 different ones, and here is another one. This one is $34.99 as well. This is Music on Vinyl, limited and numbered. $34.99, white and black swirl. White and black swirl, $34.99, okay? First, I'm going to go ahead and sell C and D. Lita Ford is sold to Dave Seretna for $55. Thank you on that one. Patrick, appreciate it. See you tomorrow.
All right, see you, Chad.
Appreciate it. Dave Seretna gets Lita Ford for $55. And over here, we have Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. This is sold to Rick Hall for $60, the Japanese press with poster. Thank you on that, Rick Hall. Let's put that one away. Now Funkadelics at $45 and Metallica's at $28. Our next auctions are going to go up for bid right now. And I'm going to do this. Let's put up another Japanese. This is Thin Lizzy Black Rose. Just guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that have been away. That's not on here, but still, the classic Thin Lizzy. And this is a beautiful 79 Japanese, near mint minus, a $55 start. $55 start on Thin Lizzy. And our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And that is going to be this. And this is Joan Jett, the Record Store Day Yellow Vinyl, the Joan Jett album. This is sealed. It is limited edition on yellow vinyl, and this is going to go up for a $50 start, okay? All right, first Rose Tattoo pre-order. The very first pre-order was Fred Cardinale. That was 8 weeks ago. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. That's sold to you for $34.99. Another one is sold to Brent Robley for $34.99. Rose Tattoo sold to Joshua Cross for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to Scott Smith for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to Jamie Butler for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to Matt Shiker for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to James Davidson for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to Rob Bobby for $34.99. That's Rob Bobby, by the way. A rose tattoo sold to Todd Kilgore for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to Richard Davis for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to Jason Lee for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to Tom Harris for $34.99. A rose tattoo sold to Kenny Case Jr. for $34.99. And I still have 6 copies of Rose Tattoo self-titled, limited and numbered for Music on Vinyl, $34.99, okay? I'm also going to go ahead and sell A and B. Funkadelic is sold to George Scherer for $45. Yes, you did get Nirvana, Mr. Osmosis. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Okay, that's done. And then lastly over here is Metallica, the Black Album. That is sold to Fred Cardinale for $28. Okay, let's put those away. And all of a sudden, poof, just like that, crate number 2 is full. All right. 8 crates of new stuff tonight. Well, one of them's full of Funkos, so really 7 crates of new vinyl. But this rate, we'll go through them fast, especially with the Stones coming up next, okay? We got another Rose Tattoo. Let me get my water shook up here. Another Rose Tattoo sold to Chad Snyder, and that's sold to Chad Snyder for $34.99. So what is C? That's a 79 near mint Japanese pressing of Thin Lizzy Black Rose. $55. D is the Record Store Day. D is the Record Store Day Yellow Vinyl, and that is a $50 start. A and B are going up for auction right now, and that is in A, Government Mule by a Thread. And Government Mule is now an out-of-print title. This is the 2009 orange vinyl, and Government Mule is a $55 start. $55 start on Government Mule. Government Mule. Next is in B, and that is Funkadelic, One Nation Under a Groove. And Funkadelic is the 1978 Los Angeles press. EX minus on the vinyl and EX minus on the EP. It does come with the bonus EP. This is a 78 Los Angeles pressing. That's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. Jeff Colgrove also on a Rose Tattoo. Thank you, Jeff. That's sold to you for $34.99. There's 4 left. 4 left. And there's another pre-order coming up for Rose Tattoo. Here is their other album, Assault and Battery. This one's also $34.99. The pre-order for this was Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. That's sold to you for $34.99. Scott Smith gets another Rose Tattoo for $34.99. Fred Carnell gets one for $34.99. Kenny Case Jr. gets a Rose Tattoo for $34.99. Brent Robley gets a Rose Tattoo for $34.99. And Hendry Smink gets a Rose Tattoo for $34.99. So that leaves this next one, Assault and Battery, $34.99. There's 4 of those left. 4 of those, okay? So 4 of those left and 4 of the other ones. If anybody wants to grab your extras, now's the time. And then in the first crate leftovers, we had Blues in the Mississippi for $29. Frankencross by Dead Kennedys, $38. Dio Last in Line is $38. And then All Them Witches is $33.99. Casa Bell Chili. All right, so awesome new vinyl so far. Let's go on to the next crate. Chad Snyder wants the second Rose Tattoo. So did Chad Snyder for $34.99, Assault and Battery. Now, there's another one that we did in the very first crate, and we actually didn't even have enough for the pre-order. So if anybody wants on that waiting list, just be sure and let us know, okay? All right, let's start trying to knock out the Rolling Stones. Now, here's how the Stones is going to work. I don't know if I have enough, but the rest are being scheduled for Monday. So it's one of those deals where I'm going to tag everything here, and then I'll make a list for everybody that needs one. When the rest comes in, you will be billed on Monday, okay? That way we can go ahead and get them out so you don't have to wait a whole nother week, okay? This took a while for us to get. And there's, of course, multiple deals. We got a box set as well. I'll do that one last. First, let's do the standard. And this is the new Rolling Stones album that came out last Friday. And that is called Foreign Tongues. And that is on green vinyl. That is the double LB green vinyl. These are $54.99. $54.99. We got one sold to Corey Lawson for $54.99. One sold to Cynthia Herdren for $54.99. One sold to Glenn Kesey for $54.99. This is the Rolling Stones. One sold to Blaine Zapnick for $54.99. One sold to Curtis Bartels for $54.99. One sold to Brent Robley for $54.99. One sold to Fred Carnell for $54.99. Let me pause there and let's put up new auctions in D. Joan Jett is sealed, a record store day, and this is numbered on yellow vinyl, and that is $50 on Joan Jett or best offer. Pat Smith picks up the Thin Lizzy for $55. Thank you on that. Pat Smith 347. That is sold to him. And let's put that away. And let's go ahead and put up 2 more auctions before I finish up the Stones pre-order. Funkadelic up for bid. It's EX minus on the LP, EX minus on the other deal. All right, and we're looking for Busta Rhymes, Prince, Run DMC, LL Cool J. Let's do LL Cool J and Lita Ford, okay? We've already done one Lita Ford. Here's the other one, Dancing on the Edge. And this is Lita Ford. It is Near Mint minus. And this is a $15 start. There's some writing on the back. KOPN, donated by Michael Polmater. So it's a radio station copy, KOPM or KOPN maybe, donated by Michael Polmater. So interesting. So the cover's like VG minus, the vinyl's Near Mint minus, and that is a $15 start. And then LL Cool J, I Need Love, sampled by Jay-Z, Nas, Kodak Black, Rick Ross. This is a promo of I Need Love by LL Cool J. That is Near Mint minus, and that's going to be a $15 start, okay? Fred Carnell gets Joan Jett, sold to Fred Carnell for $40. Thank you on that. All right, finishing up the Rolling Stones pre-order. Rolling Stones sold to Derek Cesaro for $54.99. Rolling Stones sold to Chris Kirkley for $54.99. Rolling Stones sold to Richard Davis for $54.99. Rolling Stones sold to Stacy Metternich for $54.99. Rolling Stone sold to Autumn Betts for $54.99. Rolling Stone sold to Scott Smith for $54.99. Rolling Stone sold to Clay Moore for $54.99. Rolling Stone sold to Chris Collins for $54.99. Rolling Stone sold to Clifford Umstead for $54.99. Rolling Stone sold to Sherry Darnell for $54.99. Rolling Stone sold to Angela Leckington for $54.99. Rolling Stone sold to Todd Kilgore for $54.99. But wait, there's more. All right, thanks everybody that pre-orders through us. We will eventually always get it in. Some things are a little weird. They may not come in exactly when I expect them to, but we always seem to get it. Just like this, the rest of them are due in. Like on Monday, and we're going to make sure everybody goes ahead and gets billed so we can get them out to you quickly so you can start rocking to the Stones. Here we go. Let's finish this up. Heath Norman gets one. Thank you, Heath. $54.99. Robert Barnett gets one, sold for $54.99. Hannah Reeder gets one, sold to Hannah for $54.99. One sold to Susie Breedlove. Thank you, Susie. Sold to you for $54.99. Danae DeLeo gets one. Thank you, Danae, $54.99. And Rob Fordham gets one. Thank you, Rob. That's sold to you for $54.99. All right, so Government Meals at $68. Funkadelics at $50. Wow, no one's been on Lita Ford for $15. And Mega Blast has LL Cool J at $20, and that's going once, and that's going twice. Hey, I do have enough for everybody. If you didn't hear your name called and you want one, let me know. Let me go get my backpack, which may have some waiting list, sticky notes. Let me make sure, and I don't think Ed actually flagged anybody for one. So there are more. I'm going to do the box sets in just a second. So lucky you, everybody did get one on the post, and there we have extras. So if you need the new Stones album on green, how many is Carol collect? All right, let's do this right here. I'm still pretty old school when it comes to sticky notes and the way I keep up with orders. It's a physical carbon copy I can hold. So if anybody needs one, let me know on the Stones. I'm going to flip through. I got tons of waiting lists for lights, which I'm going to try to figure out tonight live. I got Guns N' Roses, Gene Simmons, AC/DC, Kiss. These are all light boxes. Ace Frehley, tons. Posters I got to reorder for people. Little notes. I've already ordered that for them. This is basically my to-do list tonight, okay? Requests for light boxes, posts to make, pre-orders to make. I've already done that. To-do list. Let's see, Kiss, solo light, tons of requests for lights. We got most of them in. We're going to be able to tag some people with some lights. That's how much money I owe the government. Top loaders. Justin Deckelman, do you still need 2 packs? And David Dwayne, do you still need 4 packs? Okay. Maddox. Customer service. List of people to call. That's a long list. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay, so I don't have anybody else that wanted a Stones. I'm going to check my computer as well, but I think that's it. Sorry that took so long, but that's a big deal because some people have been waiting for this literally since last week. So don't want to miss anybody on the Stones, okay? Matt Lawson, I am going to go ahead and sell you Government Meal. And Tyson, yeah, I know I took down some more people's names. I got to find those, okay? I apologize. So I definitely will go ahead and tag you for one right now, Tyson. So Government Meal sold to Matt Lawson for $68. Tyson Morgan gets a Rolling Stones for $54.99. I know for sure there's more people. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else in the chat. Lita Ford is a U.S. original. The vinyl's near mint. The cover's VG mostly because of edge wear, and it's got writing. It was a radio station copy. So it's just got notations from a radio station. But there is writing, the radio station call symbols. Funkadelics at $60. That was a 78 Los Angeles OG EX minus, and it does have the bonus 45 and the inner sleeve. And Cool J is with Music Maestro at $35. And they're a new verified bidder over on our website. If you see that check mark next to your name, that means you've been a verified customer on our website. So now we really know who are legit registered buyers if they're watching on our website. And you can watch over there now, shopcollectco.com, okay? Lita Ford is not a promo. So that's what I have left on the Rolling Stones. And I know my laptop's back here somewhere because I was canceling some double waiting list me and Ed accidentally ordered. And so all that special ordering I did last night, they didn't know I was actually ordering it live, and then Ed came in this morning and ordered everything again. I was like, oh no, because some of that stuff was pretty niche. It was like cryptic death metal from Declan. I was like, oh no. So I had to go through and cancel some of that. Let me search my laptop right quick for Rolling Stones, and we should be back on here. Okay, I'm good to go. So Rolling Stones. That's for a bar stool, Let It Bleed box set. No. All right, so that waiting list is somewhere, Tyson, that you're on. Ed may have even already tried to order it again. Ella Langley, Flamin' Groovies, light boxes. Yeah, okay. So that's all fine and dandy. We'll just, if somebody needs one, we'll get them one, okay? All right. So where are we looking at? Pretty recent bids on everything. And we did a new auction on A. All right, so we got the main Stones album taken care of. Thanks on that. That was a big pre-order. Thanks, everybody. And now let's do the box set because there was a few people on that, and some people might want that one, okay? All right, and let me jump over here. And this is the Rolling Stones. This is the box. This is Rolling Stones Foreign Tongues box set, $119.99. This is on 2LP limited edition vinyl, yellow vinyl. It has a slip mat, a poster, a Blu-ray, and the Dolby Atmos CD, okay? And this is $119.99. One sold to Billy Savage, one sold to Cynthia Herdron for $119.99, and one sold to Autumn Betts for $119.99. And I've got two extras if anybody wants the Stones Foreign Tongues box set, okay? It's got some cool extras with that. $119.99. Rich T. Duke wants Firehouse. All right, let me go get that in just a second. And John Farrell got a Rolling Stones. John Farrell should have a Rolling Stones headed this way. Did I read your name on the pre-order? Did I call out your name? Do you need one? Or he may just be saying, I'm not for sure. We'll make sure he actually needs to be tagged for one. Okay, that's that right there. And we have somebody wanting Firehouse from one of those very first crates. Let me go grab that right quick. Should be right in here. Right here. Got it. All right, and this is sold to Rich T. Duke, Firehouse. Okay. Jamie Butler wants a Rolling Stones. This is sold to Jamie Butler for $54.99. Lita Ford is sold to Fred Cardinale for $21. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $21. Thank you, Fred. That is sold to you. LL Cool J is sold to Music Maestro. And who is Music Maestro? Okay, because I see that you're registered, but I'm not familiar with that handle. So this is sold to Music Maestro for $37. That is Tony Lewis, okay? They'll make a note of that. Music Maestro is now Tony Lewis. John Farrell needs a Rolling Stones Foreign Tongues. So to John Farrell, green vinyl, $54.99. Now there's 4 left and 2 box sets. We're chipping away at Funkadelic. Final call on that one. Moving on. Let's go ahead and put up 3 new auctions. Let's do, let's see here. Let's do Thelonious Monk. Let's do The Cult. And then I'll do something else over there in D. Thelonious Monk, Monk's Dream. This is a 1963 mono Columbia 2i, 63 mono Columbia 2i, EX condition. Very cool to see that in such a higher grade. Thelonious Monk, a $40 start. And then the Cult Electric. The Cult Electric is an 87. This is a US SRC pressing with inner sleeve. That is a $45 start. $45 start on that. And then in slot number D, I'm going to go ahead and put this up right here. And that is Busta Rhymes. Do the Bus-a-Bus. Do it like never before. Busta Rhymes is a 1998 promo, near mint minus, just a $5 start. $5 start on that, okay? What is your price on the CD of Foreign Tongues? I would have to check on that. I'm not for sure off the top of my head. Okay, let's grab this right here. Oh my, this is heavy. This is full of vinyl and Funkos. But man, we got a continuation of a really cool Funko series in from Universal Monsters, Frankenstein. Of course, they're doing now Frankenstein, Dracula, The Invisible Man, and Bride of Frankenstein. I had these on pre-order. I said, Ed, did you order these? He said, no, you ordered these a long time ago. These are $16.99. That is Frankenstein, Universal Monsters 2409, new Funko, $16.99, okay? I have those, and I have Dracula, okay? And I've got Dracula. So 2 classics there. I have them if you need them, okay? $16.99 for Frankenstein and Dracula. I don't think there was a pre-order for that. If somebody remembers me posting that months ago, because that was literally months and months ago when I ordered those. You just never know about Funko. Sometimes they're pushed back almost like a new vinyl, but there they are. If anybody needs one, guess what? They're still bidding on Funkadelic. They're still bidding on, or Monk just got a bid, and the Colt's a $45 start. Colt's a $45 start, okay? And I think we're good to go. And let me jump back over here. And all right, now what is this? Make sure this is the crate I want to go through right now. What was underneath? Oh, let me not do this one yet, okay? Not do this one yet. This was a split order of metal that came in. I think this has other new stuff in it right here, okay? All right. I have not sold any Stone Temple Pilots yet, and there was one more claim for a Rolling Stones. Jamie Butler on the Rolling Stones 2 LP, Foreign Tongues. Thank you, Jamie Butler. $54.99. Susie gets a Dracula for $16.99, and Pat Smith gets a Frankenstein for $16.99. Thank y'all on those. Those are sold and sold. All right. Done and done. All right. And here we go. George and Wayne have been battling over Funkadelic back and forth. I was waiting for one of the two to say out. George came back in. I was like, George has either lost connection or something's happened. And he's in. It's been up for 18 and a half minutes. It's up for 18 and a half minutes. Here we go. Next is Jamiroquai. This is a 30th anniversary on transparent yellow vinyl. This is Virtual Insanity. Jamiroquai, $36.99. And this is Evil Dead, The Underworld. Evil Dead. Now, these were really difficult to get a while back, so it looks like I got a restock of that one, and I got a restock of this one. This one is Annihilation of Civilization, and the other one is called The Underworld, and those are $33.99 each. So Jamiroquai and then 2 different Evil Deads. We can go ahead and sell Monk. It only got 1 bid. He's already had it for 3.5 minutes. That's sold to Brent Robley for $40. I find that highly unusual, but it is sold for $40 on that. And then more info on the Colt condition, and what is the condition of the Colt. Wow. All right, so this is the Colt Electric. This is a 1987 U.S. original SRC pressing. The vinyl is near mint, and it's a $45 start on the Colt Electric gatefold jacket. Mike Torrance gets the Busta Rhymes, and that is sold to Mike Torrance for $10. Thank you, Mike Torrance. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. They're still bidding on Funkadelic. It's now at $66. Now we got a bid in on the Colt. And our next auction is going to happen right now. And this is another Japanese record. We had this the other night. There was somebody highly interested. And they's like, you know what, Chad? I'll wait for whenever you get one with an Obi. And look what we have. UFO. This one is called High Level Cut. And this is a green vinyl, original with the Obi. $55 start on UFO. That is now up for bid, okay? Also, we have Gravedigger on limited edition green clear vinyl, The Last Supper. Gravedigger, $29.99. Fred Carnell gets a Jamiroquai, sold to Fred Carnell for $36.99. And the best of new order, wow, that's a pretty cool deal. The best of new order, $44.99. No pre-order for this. Sounds like a big release. The best of new order, $44.99. The 1995 album remastered. We have Luna Deluxe on Jamiroquai. That is sold at Luna Deluxe for $36.99. And over here we have Chat Pile, God's Country. Chat Pile is $34.99. We are sold out of Jamiroquai's. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. Amenities gets best of new order. If anybody else wants on a wait list for that, let me know. That is sold to Amenities for $44.99. The Cult is sold to Goofy Foot for $45. Thank you on that. That is sold to Goofy Foot for $45. Took a while for that to get a bid, and I'm just going to go ahead and sell it. That's sold for $45 to Goofy Foot. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and revisit this crate here. Hot picture stuff. A lot of the hot picture stuff hadn't actually went up yet. It's right over here in this crate. I'm flipping through it right now. We got a ton of it. We got a ton of it. A lot of it actually hasn't went up yet. I'm scrolling. I'm flipping right now. I have not sold anything by the Ramones. I have not sold any of the Metallicas. I haven't sold really anything by Prince, I don't think. So let's go ahead and put up, Stone Temple Pilots, which is Tiny Music, the MoFi pressing. And then let's see what's up with this Sly and the Family Stone, okay? So here we go with these. We have Sly and the Family Stone live at the Fillmore East. The 2015 Record Store Day, red and green vinyl. Very cool here, red and green vinyl. Sly and the Family Stone. That is a $40 start. And then this is the sealed 2025 MoFi Tiny Music. And that is a $75 start. $75 start on that. This is $34.99. Hey, hey, we're Bonda Al 9. Interesting. $34.99. Fred Carnell on the waiting list for best of new order. Fred Carnell on waiting list on best of new order. We have Thor, Recruits in the Wild Streets. Thor is on clear with outer red and black splatter. $38.99 on Thor. And we have who? We have Left to Die in Tia Mortis. Left to Die is $29.99. And this is Bobby Timmons. This is here, Bobby Timmons. Kevin Gray, Coherent Audio, all analog, pressed at RTI. $44.99. $44.99. Yeah, there's a couple more monks. First, UFO Japanese on green vinyls at 70. Funkadelics now at 73. Slides at 40. And Stone Temple Pilots is a $75 start. $75 start on that one, okay? Chad's getting hydrated. Sorry. Quick little hydration. We have BT price. Bobby Timmons is $44.99. This is all brand new vinyl and a lot of new releases. So we got a restock of Evil Dead, The Underworld for $33, and Evil Dead Annihilation of Civilization. Those are $33.99 each. Gravedigger, limited edition green vinyl, $29 on that. Chat Pile God's Country is $34. Whoops, I'm on the wrong camera. Sorry. So let me restart. Evil Dead was The Underworld, $33.99 on that one. Evil Dead Annihilation of Civilization, that's $33.99. Gravedigger, The Last Supper, limited edition green vinyl for $29. Chat Pile God's Country, $34. This is Hey Hey, we're Bonda Al 9, $34 on that one. Thor is $38. And then Left to Die is on Blood Red Vinyl. Blood Red Vinyl, $29.99. And then Bobby Timmons is sold to Danae DeLeo for $44.99. That means C is about to already be sold. And then D is about to be a buy now if no one places a live bid on that one, okay? And that is $40.75 for the sealed MoFi STP Tiny Music, okay? I'm going to go ahead and condense the leftover stone boxes and the leftover Rolling Stones right here. Thanks, everybody, on that. And Darren Johnson wants Chat Pile. So to Darren Johnson for $34.99, okay? Don't forget, new Funkos. I've got Frankenstein and Dracula $16.99 each. All right, let me go ahead and move this over here. And whenever I get through all the new stuff, I'll do one big condense and we'll show everything again. There's 2 more little half crates, and then there's like a whole crate of new metal, it looks like. But here is more new stuff here. Ed had ordered a ton of new metal to have it here for Thursday night. And of course, UPS, really bad about splitting up our orders. So let's say we're supposed to get 14 boxes. Well, they might only drop off 6 on Thursday, and then we get the other 8 the next day, which really messes up our flow to have stuff for certain nights. So as you know, though, it's not a guaranteed delivery, so we just never know when some of this stuff's actually going to come in, okay? All right, let's go ahead and sell Charles Owens Slime the Family Stone. That is sold to Charles Owens for $40. Somebody said, thank God for metal, I can't stand jazz. And then Danae said, thank God for jazz, I can't stand metal. That's the way the cookie crumbles in life. Next thing over here is this. Going up for bid right now is the following. This is Gil Scott-Heron, Pieces of a Man. Gil Scott-Heron is a 1974 repress on Flying Dutchman. This is EX condition, and this is Gil Scott-Heron, and this is a $90 start. Has one little scribble right there on his forehead. $90 start on Gil Scott-Heron. Okay, Halford, Made of Metal. That is on white vinyl, limited to 500. $44.99 on that one. Flotsam and Jetsam, Iron Tears and Metal Shock. Flotsam and Jetsam, $44.99. 2 Cult 85 Speed Metal Demos, finally on vinyl. Jason Newsted on bass, Ex Metallica plus bonus track, $44.99. Over here, Tiny Music is sold to JCB83 for $75. Thank you on that one. Next thing is this. Another auction happening pretty soon. Are we done? On UFO, green vinyl, Japanese, $76. So they've been bidding on Funkadelic for 27 minutes and 43 seconds. George Shares had the high bid. Final call on that for $77. Final call on that for $77. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, folks. And that's over here in D, and that's AC/DC, Who Made Who. This is the gold vinyl, AC/DC gold vinyl, 2024, 50th anniversary, and this is a $25 start. $25 start on that one. Next is Slayer, South of Heaven, $33.99 on Slayer. These are all new and sealed. Exhumed, Gore Metal. Exhumed is on slime green colored vinyl from Relapse. $33.99 on Exhumed. And then Accept, Metal Heart, a music on vinyl, $38.99. And then Halloween, Metal Jukebox. Limited edition red and orange splatter, $34.99 for Halloween. And Exciter, Heavy Metal Maniac. Exciter is $24.99. Also, Crocus Metal Rendezvous, a limited edition of 666 on blue vinyl, $44.99. Funkadelic, after a nearly half-hour battle, is sold to George Share for $77. $77. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. Gil Scott-Heron's a $90 start. No bid on that yet. AC/DC is a $25 start. Now it has a bid with Randy Willis. UFO is still getting bids. It's at $79. Somebody just said, Chad, could you please go ahead and keep the Funkadelic rolling? Sure thing. This is a 1975 US EX minus condition of Let's Take It to the Stage. Funkadelic is going to go in slot B for a $35 start. We have Plasmatics Metal Priestess. Plasmatics is $24.99. Also, Fear Factory Concrete. Fear Factory's on Gun Metal Gray Vinyl. Fear Factory, $44.99. Also, we have Metal Cross Soul Ripper. Metal Cross is $29.99. Warrant, The Speed of Metal on red vinyl, $44.99 on Warrant. And Annihilator Metal 2. This is a 2 LP colored vinyl, $44.99. Dismembered Death Metal Purple Marbled Vinyl, $33.99 on that one. And the Heavy Metal soundtrack from the cartoon, a double LP red vinyl, $44.99 on that. AC/DC is sold to Randy Willis for $25. Thank you, Randy. That's sold to you. Gil Scott-Heron is a buy it now for $90. Pieces of a Man. Pieces of a Man. Let's put that right here. Kyle says EX mostly just because of on track A1. Other than that, it's a really nice record. Just some EX superficials making it EX. That's on track A1. This is $90, okay? The actual median on this thing on Discogs is $90.97. Some have sold for as much as $183 in higher grade. Next thing over here is this. Heavy Metal with Soda Goofy Foot for $44.99. Appreciate that. Looks like UFO's about to sell to Fred for $79. I'll make that a going a once and a going a twice type deal. Man, where should I grab from next? Holy moly, there's so much stuff around me. Is this a crate of auctions too? I think that's a crate of auctions too. Is this a crate of auctions? Yeah, these are crates of, I think this is stuff Tanner got ready the other night I didn't get to. Yeah, man, all kinds of stuff. All right, let's put up some Clutch. I got a whole crate here of bonus stuff. Clutch is a 2016 US, a double LP black vinyl. And Clutch is a $35 start, full Fathom 5. And that's going to go up in C for a $35 start. Clutch, and then over here in D is a live Metallica unofficial. We've had these before. I remember when I used to get these, and then I knew that eventually they would all sell out. This is live at Hammersmith Odeon, Lagoon colored vinyl. It's near mint Metallica, a $35 start. Great concert, a well-known recording, Hammersmith Odeon 86. Fred Carnell gets UFO for $79. Thank you, Fred. That's so to you. And while I'm putting up new auctions, let's go ahead and put up something else for A. We'll replace UFO with Taylor Swift. This is a big one. This is a big Taylor here. Big Taylor. This is a 2020 US of Folklore, and this is the Betty's Garden edition. And this is edition number 4, Betty's Garden, out of 8 unique collectible covers. This was only available for pre-order 1 week back in July 23rd of 2020. And it has, let's see, it has these, is this from her concerts? I forgot what this was. It has these inserts over here. It has a postcard, and there's like confetti, and I think those came from like her shows. I know they did that one time for some of her stuff. It's like confetti from one of her concerts, maybe. But that's on this color vinyl here, purple, and that's a $280 start. $280 start on Taylor Swift, okay? I didn't mean to bid on D, all right? Let's retract the bid in D. So make sure if you're bidding, you put exclamation mark A, exclamation mark B, C, etc., and then your numerical value. So there's somebody new on YouTube, but to bid, you got to put exclamation mark, the letter, and then you can go from there, okay? Next question is, do you still have the Exciter from last night? If so, I'll take it, and the one in the crate. I still should have Exciter, yes, but I think what you're telling me is you want this Exciter and you want the other one from last night, right? So Armzarilla Tribe, I'll confirm that, but I think they're wanting both Exciters. Sepultura, this is live Rock in Rio, 180 gram numbered colored. That is $29.99. That's an official live from Sepultura. Husker Du Metal Circus. Husker Du is $24.99. Armzarilla Tribe does want Exciter. Sold for $24.99. Let me go see if that other one is still over here. Give me 1 second on that. Let me move this box of Funkos out of the way. And yeah, so we still been selling stuff from that huge order of metal from yesterday. Let me flip through here right quick. I'm pretty sure it is still available. And luckily all that's now just condensed into one. And I'm looking, uh-oh, we're near the back. I don't see it. Was that in, I wonder if that was new, or I wonder if that was something that we priced. That might have been something Tanner priced. Yeah, that's in a different crate. I'm pretty sure we still have it unless somebody bought it in the comments this morning. So that's coming up. That'll be coming up later, but I'll remember to tag you whenever I run across it. I still hadn't tagged the no bids from this morning, and I still hadn't tagged the metal video from this morning. Goofy Foot gets Husker Du for $24.99. Also, we have Metal Church, The Final Sermon, live in Japan. Metal Church is $33.99. Slayer, Rain in Blood, $36.99. Witchcraft, Black Metal. Witchcraft is $44.99. And I've got 2 of those available. Metal Church is the new music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. And Anthrax, $29.99. And Slayer, Seasons of the Abyss is 36. Okay, so quick rundown. Taylor doesn't have a bid yet, $280. Funkadelics at 50. Clutch is at 40, and Metallica, still nobody has placed an official bid. $35 start. Make sure you put exclamation mark D and then your numerical bid, okay? And that's up in D right there, okay? And here's what's left in here. I'm going to go right into the next crate. We got Slayer Anthrax is sold for $29.99. Thank you. That's sold to the Spirit of Vinyl. I've got Slayer, Metal Church, Witchcraft, Slayer, Metal Church, Sepultura, Dismembered, Annihilator, Warrant, Metal Cross, Fear Factory, Plasmatics, Crocus, Halloween Accept, Exhumed, Slayer, Flotsam Jetsam, and Rob Halford. The only thing really in jeopardy of being sold right now is Funkadelic, which is at 50 with Wayne Carr, okay? And I'm going to condense this crate right over here, and we're going to go right into another. Let's go right into this crate here. And I wonder if Patrick Lear's watching, because Patrick, you know what actually happened? I had already ordered a copy of Delight. I had already ordered a copy of Delight MoFi, but I've got 2 more on the way. But I'll talk about that if it's in this crate, and it should be. So let's get started right here with these. First thing I have is Stereolab, and this is Stereolab Ping. Stereolab is new and sealed, $29.99. And I'm glad to have these in stock. This is the ultimate listening experience when it comes down to Billy Squires' Don't Say No. This is all analog Kevin Gray by Intervention Records, $44.99, okay? Awesome. That is going to like blow your socks off. $44.99. I've got 3 of them in stock. Ivan R gets Stereolab. That is sold to Ivan R for $29.99, okay? What was the price on Accept? Metal Rendezvous by Accept from the last crate was $44.99. It's numbered on blue vinyl. Numbered on blue vinyl. What year was Dismembered? Dismembered is 2023. 2023 it looks like, okay? That's an awesome Billy Squire. Which Metal Church? Blessing in Disguise. All right, and then Echo and the Bunnymen, Ocean Rain. I need a price on this one. Hold on one second. Echo and the Bunnymen is it's $29.99. $29.99 for Echo and the Bunnymen. All right, there's that. And 3 of those Billy Squires are still available. Witch Annihilator. Chad, for the love of God, could you just go back through that other metal crate again? I completely missed everything. Okay, Taylor Swift is a no bid. This is a $280 buy it now. Taylor Swift is the 2020 Folklore, the Betty's Garden edition, and this is $280. This is $280. Did you have another Huskaroo? I did not, but if you want one, we can add you to a wait list. And there's still people asking about metal from the last crate. I'll have to go back and pull those in just a second. Funkadelics at 53, Clutch is at 45, and Metallica is at 50 with Thomas Shepard. Actually, that's what Patrick had that tagged as a starting bid. He actually had that tagged at $50. So there you go. Next is going to go in slot A. This is the Cult Love, and the Cult is Near Mint, an 85 US specialty press. And this is another chance at a Cult album. It does have the inner sleeve. That's OG, a $40 start on that one. Stereolab again, Emperor Tomato Ketchup. Stereolab is a double LP, $39.99 for Stereolab. Also, we have Lush, Chow, the best of Lush. And Lush is a double LP, $33.99. And Jellyfish, Spilt Milk. And that's a 30th anniversary. Jellyfish is $36.99. The Cramps, Songs the Lord Taught Us. Cramps is $33.99. And another Echo and the Bunnymen, Songs to Learn and Sing. Echo is $36.99. B and D are done. Funkadelic is sold to George Scher for $53. Thank you on that. Let's put that one away. That is done. Thank you, George Scher. And then Metallica is sold to Thomas Shepard for $50. And that is this right here. Thank you, Thomas Shepard. Now, guess what? Guess what? They're still bidding on Clutch, which has now hit 46. John Farrell, sold on Lush, sold to John Farrell for $33.99. Let's put Fred Cardinale on a waiting list. Fred Cardinal on a waiting list. And we have over here Tedeschi Trucks Band, Richie Blackmore. Let's put up a couple interesting ones here. This is Tedeschi Trucks Band featuring Trey Anastasio doing Layla. Very cool here. And this is on lavender purple vinyl, violet lavender with etching. That's a triple LP, $30 start. And we have Richie Blackmore, the guitar technique of Richie Blackmore. I've never seen this. It was only released in Japan. What a cool cover with the Obi that's near mint, a $35 start. Also in here was King's X Dogman. King's X is a music on vinyl press, $49.99 on that one. And then Def Leppard is an Abbey Road half-speed master, $46.99. Def Leppard Pyromania, and that is a half-speed master, $46.99. Also, Spin Doctors Pocket Full of Kryptonite, and this is the limited edition green and numbered, $38.99. Boskag Silk Degrees, also numbered on green vinyl. Lido, whoa, he said, one more time, ought to get it. One more time, ought to get it. Da, 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 da. One more for the road. Lido, whoa, whoa, whoa. Clutch is sold to Jason Lee, and that's sold to Jason Lee for $46. Thank you, Jason Lee. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. And that is done. Nick, these are sticker price, no more, no less. Sticker price, no more, no less. The Colt's about to be a bot now for $40. Tedeschi has a bid for $30, and Richie Blackmore has a bid for $35. Da, 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 da. One more for the road. Lido. Next is Government Mule. Government Mule is called Revolution Come, Revolution Go. It's near mint, a double LP, 2017, a $15 start. Is Richie Blackmore's lessons or a compilation? Is it? This is a compilation. This is a compilation. It's not Richie Blackmore teaching you how to play the guitar. It is Richie Blackmore playing the guitar, and then you listen to him, and then you're inspired to play the guitar. That's how that one's going to work. All right. Delight World Click. This is a MoFi copy. I can get these. I actually ordered a couple last night because Patrick Lear asked if I could get it, and I had forgot I had already ordered a single copy. So this is $59.99, sold to Patrick Lear, numbered on the back, 530, and there's two more that will be here next week if anybody else wants one, okay? Delight World Click, $59.99. Cyndi Lauper is also a MoFi copy, $34.99. And the Cramps Psychedelic Jungle, Goo Goo Muck, $33.99. Over here, Randy Willis gets the Def Leppard Half-Speed Master. Thank you, Randy. That is sold to you for $46.99. A and B are closed. Tedeschi Trucks Band is sold to Troy Robinson for $30. Thank you, Troy. That's sold to you. And then the Colt's a no bid, a $40 buy it now on the Colt Love. $40 buy it now on the Colt Love. All right, and there's already an offer for $32 on that. Fred Cardinal has government, no, nobody has Government Mule. It's a $15 start. Amenities, you're outbid on Richie Blackmore. And let's put up another auction. Someone just said, hey, Chad, whoa, whoa, whoa. How about the David Lee Roth? This is actually from the Deckelman Metal Collection. This is actually from the Deckelman Metal Collection. This is David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile. It's a beautiful near mint U.S. original copy. And it is got the original inner sleeve. And it's going to go up in slot B for a $25 start. $25 start. All right, so no other offers on the Colt. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to David Fike for $32. Thank you, David Fike. And White Zombie. Yep, I got that right here. White Zombie is going to go up for bid. This is called Psychoholic Halloween. I think we had one of these open last night. This is a red vinyl unofficial White Zombie Live in Las Vegas, sealed, and that's a $35 start. 35. Government Meals near mint, and so is David Lee Roth. Anybody else on anything in this crate? I had the Cramps for 33. I got Cyndi Lauper for 34. Boz Scaggs for 34. Spin Doctors for 38. King's X for 49. Echo and the Bunnymen for 29. The Cramps for 33. Jellyfish for 36. We have Stereolab Emperor Tomato Ketchup for 39. Echo and the Bunnymen for 29. Billy Squier Intervention Records, $44.99. Time for the next crate. One more for the road. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, Otis. Whoa. Hey, Otis is gonna get ya. Otis is gonna get ya. Da, 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 da. He will bite your butt right off. Otis. Come on now, Otis. He said, woof, 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 where's my treat? Woof, 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 where's my treat? Where is Otis's treat? Amenities has Richie Blackmore at 37. Fred Carnell is about to lose the auction unless he places another bid. Here we go. Do I have any more Walmart exclusives? Maybe. Maybe. I do have Destruction, though. Release from Agony, and this is a picture disc. Destruction is $36.99. Napalm Death, Utopia Banished. Napalm Death is $38.99. Morbid Angel, Heretic, $38.99 on Morbid Angel. Also, we have System of a Down, Mesmerize. System of a Down is $29.99. Also, Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. Stay away. $24.99. No excuses. And $24.99 for Alice in Chains. Also, Exhorder, The Law, limited edition, 1,000 red and black marble. Exhorder is $39.99. We have Pain. This is on gray vinyl, $38.99 for Pain, self-titled, $38.99. Also, Carcass, Reek of Putrefaction. Carcass is $38.99. All right, Greg Smith gets David Lee Roth. Eat 'em and Smile is so to Greg Smith for $25. Thank you on that, and I'm taking that off right now. Appreciate that. Sold. See you later. And White Zombie all of a sudden's at 38. Government Meal all of a sudden's at 20. And Fred Carnell has Richie Blackmore at 39. We got a few requests rolling in for some prints. I'm on it. I'm on it. Let me put these right over here. All right. And the first thing I have is this. I have Thelonious Monk. And we have Prince. That's called Thing. Where's that other one at? I hadn't seen that other one. Hold on one second. There's that. Let me flip through these and get eyes on all these. Some test pressings. I think there's some more Colts. There's Monk. Prince. Let's just do this one right here for right now. At least we'll have a Prince up. So I have Thelonious Monk Quartet with John Coltrane at Carnegie Hall. This is a 2017 60th anniversary mono. That is sealed for a $60 start. Sorry, wrong camera. There we go. Thelonious Monk with John Coltrane, Carnegie Hall, 2017 mono sealed, $60 start. That's now up for bid, okay? This Prince right here is on deck. Brian, make sure if you're bidding on Zombie, you put, there you go. He's trying. He's getting it in. All right, no more claims here so far. Let's keep going. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, White and Whiskey Brown Marble Vinyl, sweet. Pantera, $33.99. Chevelle, Wonder What's Next. Chevelle is $29.99. And then Malevolence, Self-Supremacy. Malevolence is on natural colored vinyl, $36.99. Metallica's Ride the Lightning, that's a remaster, $33.99. And Dismembered, or Dismember, it's got a pretty nasty crease right there in the jacket, just FYI. Dismember is $36.99, like an ever-flowing river, like an ever-flowing stream. It does have a crease, though, okay? Richie Blackmore is sold to Amenities for $40. Thank you, Amenities. That's sold to you for $40. Next is going to be Prince. a 2024 unofficial, and this is Prince live in Paris, 1987 on purple vinyl. That's a vintage, it's a new bootleg. The concert's from 87, and it's a $40 start on Prince, okay? $40 start on that. Next is Kyuss, Welcome to Sky Valley. Kyuss is $33.99. Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast. Iron Maiden, $54.99. That's interesting. I wonder why that's so much more than what they normally are. Huh, that's interesting. Might be colored vinyl. I didn't know those were even still available. Jonathan Bonham on Carcass. Jonathan Bonham is, I'm assuming you want this right here, the Reek. That is sold to Jonathan Bonham for $38.99. D and C have new bids. So does B. So B, Courtney Duncan. Thelonious Monk was actually a $60 start. So we have White Zombie at 50. No bid yet on this. 25, and Prince is at 40. Prince is in slot number D. We have $44.99 for Ton Lidsali, Enslaved Hordon's Lawn. Boy, there's a lot of more metal in the new arrival bins tonight. They were supposed to come in yesterday. $44.99 on whatever that I just read. I have no idea what I just read. Kyuss is sold to Aliens Among Us. That's sold to Kyuss for sold to Aliens Among Us for $33.99. And Destruction, Cracked Brain, and Destruction's a picture disc numbered 434, $36.99 on Destruction. And Halloween, The Walls of Jericho. Halloween is $44.99. Also have Alice in Chains Facelift. That's $38.99, okay? Doesn't look like anybody's going to bid on Monk and Coltrane, so that's a buy it now for $60. That's a buy it now for $60. They're still bidding on the White Zombie unofficial. They're still bidding on Government Mule, and now we got new bidders on Prince. Our next auction is going to go up in slot number B, and that is going to be right back here. I've got Betty Davis, and this is the 2020 Light in the Attic Near Mint Red Vinyl, and this is a $75 start. Betty Davis, They Say I'm Different. Of course, OGs of these are very difficult to get in high grade. This is a 2020 red vinyl from Light in the Attic, a $75 start. Next is Dressed in Black, Goth Divas from the Dark Side. Wow, what an interesting comp. $39.99. I see Lydia Lunch. I see Julie Driscoll. I see Juliette Greco, Damanda Gagalis, Danielle Dax. It's a double LP comp, $39.99 on that one. Fred Carnell offered $50 for the Monk. That is sold to Fred Carnell for $50. Thank you on that one. Ozzy Blizzard of Oz. Crazy. That's how it goes. $33.99. Thomas Shepard wants Dressed in Black. Anybody else wants one of those? So it looks like it's a female goth and alternative compilation. Yeah, interesting. Never seen that before. Cool pull there from Ed. That's something we need to get posted in the group and do a pre-order on. That is so to Thomas Shepard. Put down Fred Carnell on a waiting list. Paradise Lost, Lost in Paradise. Does have a ding down here in the corner. Paradise Lost is $34.99. And Overkill is a music on vinyl press. Overkill is $39. Music on vinyl. And then Behemoth Santanica. And Behemoth is $33.99. Over here, White Zombie is with Fred Carnell at $52. That's that sealed unofficial. No bid on Betty Davis yet. Fred also has Government up for $30. And Courtney Duncan has Prince for $48. So that's where we're at on those, going once, going twice. Muse, Black Holes and Revelations. Muse is $33.99. Mac McMahon wants a new remastered Blizzard. Mr. Crowley. That's sold to Mac McMahon for $33.99. And Destruction, Mad Butcher. Destruction's a picture disc, $36.99. And we have Mothica, Somewhere in Between. Mothica is on transparent red vinyl, $36.99 on Mothica. Overkill, Under the Influence. That's on yellow marble vinyl, a half-speed master, $33.99 on that one. All right, and before I swap out crates, I'm going to go ahead and sell A, B, and C. So White Zombie and Betty Davis and Government Mule just all ended. Let me tag those in just 1 second. First, let me swap out crates. That was crate number 4 already full tonight. And we still got 5 new vintage crates from John. 5 new vintage crates from John. I still hadn't tagged no bids from yesterday. And I still hadn't tagged the metal crates from yesterday. Of course, I'll do some of that later. We'll probably get into some of the new vintage stuff here in a minute. But holy cow. And there is as many auctions as we want tonight for sure. Holy moly, there's a lot. So Fred Cardinale got White Zombie for $52. Betty Davis is on red vinyl. I bought now for $80. And Government Mule is Fred Cardinale's for $30. Okay, and let's put all those away. They're still bidding on Prince, which has now hit $52. Evidently, I placed Morthica in the sold bin. All right, let me go look at that. That's probably, sounds like something my brain would do. I'm talking, I'm thinking. Over here's the 5 new vintage crates from John. And he's been pulling stuff. I did, thank you. He's been pulling stuff for some of these new collections. We didn't talk too much about the stuff we bought from North Carolina. But the stuff we bought from North Carolina has been a lot of this funk and soul and Prince and a lot of the black artists we've had. Just amazing stuff. It all came from a collection from North Carolina. Brian Campbell on Overkill, Under the Influence, $33. That's sold to Brian Campbell. Thank you on that one. All right. So next thing we have over here is this. I'm also going to put up well, wait a minute. We already got a Prince. How about we put up Samson, a Japanese pressing of Samson. Let's do another Funkadelic and let's do a Daft Punk. These sound very interesting, okay? We have Daft Punk Alive. This is a 2022 near mint minus copy. Daft Punk Alive is a $45 start. That's going to go up in slot number A. Funkadelic, Funkadelic is the 1975 blue Westbound label. The vinyl's not bad at EX. A VG cover just because a little bit of edge wear, and it does have a clip corner. $50 start though on Funkadelic, and a Japanese Samson, Before the Storm. This is an 83 Japanese heavy metal album from Samson, or Samson. No P, just Samson. Before the Storm, a $50 start. All right, next is Conjure on Self, Trans Petrol and Black Smoke vinyl, $38.99 on that one. We have Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. Judas Priest is $33.99. Also, Nails, You Will Never Be One of Us, $29.99 for Nails. Also, Killswitch Engage, The Consequence, Ancient Stone colored vinyl. Killswitch Engage is $44.99. And then I'll pause right here. Of Mice and Men, Tether. Of Mice and Men is $36.99. Hey, Chad, is Demolition Hammer from yesterday still available? If so, I'll take it for $30. Also, what status of Death Angel Relentless Retribution? If you give me about another half hour, I'll probably go through the no bids, which that's probably some stuff you're talking about in there. I'll go through those in just a second, okay? I still got to do that. We have not sold any other Samson. This is the first Samson here. Mac McMahon got Nails. That's sold to Mac McMahon for $29.99. And moving on, Gravedigger, the Gravedigger, self-titled essentially. White vinyl for $29. Overkill, I Hear Black. That's on orange marbled for $33. Hate, Morpheus or Morphosis. That's $34.99. Threshold Clone, $44.99. Crocus Big Rocks. Crocus is $44.99. Slipknot on yellow vinyls, $29. Destruction Live Without Sense is $38. We had Deftones, that's on red vinyl for $33. Motorhead Iron Fist on black and blue for $39. Diamond Head Live in London, yellow vinyl with CD, $44. And we have Rob Zombie Spook Show International Live. Rob Zombie's $59.99. Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan for $58. Thank you, Courtney. That is so to you. Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan for $58. Okay, next over here in D is going to go another auction. And this is another Prince. It's called Chameleon. Prince Chameleon is going to go up in D. This is an unofficial. It's near mint on red vinyl, a $70 start. Double LP Prince, unofficial, $70 start on that one. Okay, that was a loaded crate full of metal. I'm not going to go through that again in detail. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next one. I got to do a little bit of condensing here. I think some people are curious on the status on some of their offers, especially possibly before they buy anything else. I may need to go ahead and tag those no bids, which are really good records in there. And then we'll get started with some of the vintage stuff. So I still got Rob Zombie, Diamond Head, Motorhead, Deftones, Destruction, Slipknot, Crocus, Threshold, Hate, Overkill, Gravedigger. It's called The Gravedigger. White vinyl, $29.99. We have Of Mice and Men. Kill Switch Engage is sold to Jonathan Bonham for $44.99. Judas Priest, Conjure. The Mothica is sold to Michael Hamburger for $36.99. Destruction, Muse, Behemoth, Overkill, Paradise Lost, Alice in Chains, Halloween, Destruction, by Norse Music and Enslaved presents Ton Lidsala, Hordanus Lond, Iron Maiden, Dismember, Metallica, Malevolence, Chevelle, Pantera, Pain, Exhorter, Alice in Chains, System of a Down, Morbid Angel, Napalm Death, and Destruction. I will go get Annihilator in 1 second. First, we're going to go ahead and sell A and B. Funkadelic is sold to Mark Diskin for $50. Thank you, Mark Diskin. That is sold to you for $50. And then Daft Punk is a no bid, buy it now. Daft Punk is a no bid, buy it now, okay? And this is $45 on that. $45 on Daft Punk, all right? Let's do that right there, okay? Danae said, I will let you charge my invoice. Chad, I'll let you charge my invoice, $19.99, if you don't talk about metal for the rest of the night. And then someone said, Chad, you can charge my invoice $44.99 if you don't talk about jazz for the rest of the night. Wow. We got some metal hate and we got some jazz hate in the comments. I love it. Let's get an argument broke out. Let's get an argument broke out and let's let that happen, okay? First thing over here is this. Goofyfoot, the Cult is already sold. The Cult is already sold. What Pantera? Cowboys from Hell, $33.99 on Pantera. And then over here we have this and we have that. And let's close out A and B, okay? Samson's at $65 before the storm, okay? Chad, I'm literally being serious. I just cannot stand metal. It literally makes me mad to look at it. Whoa. Okay. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And this is the following. I have gone up for bid right now. I have, what should we do? Let's see what's going on with this Talking Heads unofficial. I need to move some more stuff out of my way over here. So this is Talking Heads live in the Big Country. And Talking Heads is near me, and it's on violet colored vinyl. I've never seen this before. This is a $35 start. $35 start on Talking Heads. That's now up for bid. Did I get everybody's questions out of here? Did you sell Taylor? Taylor is still available. And did I miss anything else? I got to find Annihilator. Okay, let me put these over here. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. So that was metal. Let me keep these separated here. That was pretty much all metal. And then somebody wanted to see Annihilator from the last crate. Last crate had a lot of killer stuff in it. Annihilator. Annihilator is right here. This is called Annihilator Metal 2. This is $44.99. Double LP colored vinyl. Double LP colored vinyl. Okay. All right. There's that. Here we go. Bum 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 da 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 do 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 bum 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 da 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 bottom da 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 da. Okay, and that crate can probably be condensed. That's tough. Let me just set that right there for right now. That's gonna be tough to separate those. All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining us tonight. Do I have an overhead view? I do have an overhead view. Let me lay down one more auction, and that's going to go up in slot number B right now. And this is Roy Gallagher, live in San Diego, 74. Roy Gallagher, live in San Diego, 74. A double LP black vinyl, very glossy cover, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on Roy Gallagher, live in San Diego, okay? All right, give me 1 second there. Let me step through this maze of crates I've created. Sky before you die. It's the last time you will. Look to the sky before you die. It's the last time you will. All right. So, here we go. Let me get caught up in the comments now, okay? Okay, first is Daft Punk is sold to John Kaiser for $35. $35 on that. And Roy Gallagher's at $22. And C has a new bid, C has a new bid, C has a new bid. And over here, Courtney Duncan gets Prince. Sold to Courtney Duncan for $99. All right. Thank you, Courtney Duncan. That's sold to you for $99. Appreciate that. I actually need to open up Facebook here. All right. Okay. And let's see. Right. Talking Heads is a no bid. Sorry, I had to take care of some stuff on my phone. Talking Heads is a no bid, $35. That is a violet purple vinyl unofficial live Talking Heads, $35. Roy Gallagher's at $32. What is C? One more time. This is Samson Before the Storm. Samson is a 1983 Japanese OG, near mint with Obi and insert. The high bid is $70. High bid on that is $70, okay? That is Samson. Okay, next auction over here is this. All right. First thing was Eradicate the Hate. And over here, John Robb says, Chad, I'm waiting for a John Vintage crate or I'm going to get mad and go to bed. Buddy, there's 5 John Vintage crates that we're going to be doing for the next 4 hours. If you go to bed now, it'll be the worst decision you made all day. Hopefully, it's Friday night and you have no plans tomorrow and you're going to stay up till 2 a.m. If not, then you need to consider coffee or energy drinks. This is called Louis Bonfry Jacaranda, and this is a 1973 jazz Latin funk soul album. This is near mint and shrink, a $65 start. $65 start on that. Okay, and then Talking Heads is sold to Fred Cardinal for $25. And then this is sold to Jeff Brindley for $70. This is sold. Samson is sold to Jeff Brindley for $70. Okay. Next auction is going to go up right over here. John Robb said, Chad, this is now a threat. I am threatening you to put up a vintage John crate. Next auction is going to go up in C. This is Samson, and this is called Shock Tactics. Samson is near mint. That is a $60 start. $60 start on Samson. That's another one over there in slot number C. Next auction is going to go up in slot number D, and that is this vintage Yardbirds unofficial. This is Yardbirds, the last hurrah on the Big Apple. Over here, a 1978 unofficial VG Plus condition. It has an early version of Dazed and Confused. Jimmy Page is playing guitar on this one. Jimmy Page is playing guitar on this one. A $40 start. Fred Carnell gets Roy Gallagher. That is sold to Fred Carnell. And thank you, that is sold for $32. And we're putting up new auctions. About to get this new crate started. Chad, I'm not joking. I need you to put up a vintage John crate right now. Okay, I've got one eye open. I've done nothing today but watch TV, and it's exhausted me. You have got to do me a favor and go ahead and put up that John crate right now. Dang. A lot of threats being issued in the comments. Lots of threats. I've had threats all weeks. Will there be any Michael Jackson tonight? Chad, I'm not joking. You have got to put up something by Michael Jackson tonight, or I'm going to literally have a complete conniption fit on you. Next thing over here is Prince. This is Minneapolis Genius, 94 East. Prince is near mint, record store day, 2 LP colored vinyl, $40 start on Prince. Okay, I'm looking for Marilyn Manson, Zach, Z-A-C, Warlock Doro, Bonfire, Motorhead, Ghost, and Mrs. Piss, Manson, Mayhem, and Watain, with all the F words. Mike Torrance, are you on the chat right now? Because somebody said they would take Manson for $375, but I got to make sure Mike Torrance is passing. Okay, first is Mayhem, As the World Burns, the complete recordings, 84 to 87. Mayhem is $40. Mayhem is $40. As the World Burns, complete recordings, 84 to 87. Next thing is Bestia Arcana. That was near mint for $75. Bestia Arcana. Mayhem. This one is the Bloody Rehearsal 89. That was near mint for $40. This was, I still don't know, Extinctionist by somebody. Extinctionist was sealed for $20. Morning Star, that was sealed for $25. Also, we have Werewolves. That was near mint for $30. Werewolves, near mint for $30. Deicide, that was sealed for $35. Blue Vinyl. Emperor was sealed for $30. Also, Demolition Hammer. I think this is what somebody asked about earlier. Demolition Hammer, $30. Demolition Hammer, $30. And let me see if I can find that over here. And that was, let me see right here. This is sold to Dustin Brandon for $30. Dustin Brandon got Demolition Hammer for $30. Yep. Okay, Joseph McCormick got Deicide. This is sold to Joseph McCormick for $35. Thank you on that one. Also, Messiah, that was near mint for $20. We had Hamar, that was near mint for $40. This was the Emperor die-cut shaped picture disc, $250. Watain, the Agony and Ecstasy of Watain, that was sealed for $25. Watain is sold to nobody. And then over here we have, this is pending. Let me set that over there for a second. And Children of Bodom picture disc, that one was $120. Are You Dead Yet? And Children of Bodom Blood Drunk, that one's $150. Excel, and that was on purple vinyl, $55 on Excel. We had Mayhem, Demonic Rights. Mayhem was sealed for $30. Motorhead is $50, and this is sold to Dennis Lynch for $40. Dennis Lynch gets Motorhead for $40. Exodus Fabulous Disasters. Exodus was $85. That's on blue vinyl. Also, Bonfire, 20 bucks, and that is officially sold to Sean Drake. Thank you, Sean Drake. That's sold to you for $20. Vader was sealed. Vader was sealed for $30. I still have that one. Doro and Warlock, that is $35. Sold to Sean Holford. Thank you on that, Sean. And then Zach Sabbath, Greatest Riffs. That's on black vinyl for $30. That is sold to Sean Drake for $30. That's what he meant by Zach, Z-A-C. Toxic Holocaust was sealed for $30. And then this was Demilich. And Demilich was near mint for $35. Let me pause right there. And Fred Cardinale gets the Prince for $40. Nobody bid on Bonfra. That's a $65 buy it now. Near mint minus. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in shrink, even with a hop sticker. $65 on that one. Let's put that right there. We got Samson sold to Jeff Brindley for $100. And the Yardbirds Vintage Bootleg was sold to Chris Gardner for $40. Thank you on that one, okay? Let's go back over here. And I'll take the first Mayhem in the crate. The first Mayhem in the crate is this one. That is sold to Spirit of Vinyl for $40. Thank you on that. Vinylly Warped gets Bonfa for $55. Thank you, Vinylly Warped. Okay, let's go through some more auctions. Let's put up some new auctions. We got Willie Dixon, Coheed and Cabria, UDO, and I also have Parliament. So let's start with Parliament in slot number A. Parliament is in slot number A. This is Chocolate City. This is EX Plus condition, a 2019 $25 start on Parliament, Chocolate City. It does have the original inner sleeve. This is a 2019 $25 start. I Am the Blues, Willie Dixon. This is a 70s Pittman repress. Also near mint, a $25 start. Coheed and Cabria, In Keepings of the Secrets of the Silent Earth. And how about In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth instead? That's near mint for $35. And UDO Live in Bulgaria 2020. UDO is near mint red vinyl $35. Do I still have the Gray Cat? I do. I still have that, yes. This one was Morgue. Morgue was near mint for $50. Ghost and Mrs. Piss. These are going to be sold together. These are sold together to Chris Smith for $75. That's sold to Chris Smith for $75. Also over here, Dio, The Last in Line. That was the 84 UK original. Very nice copy for $75. Exodus, which is fully signed. That was $295. That is JSA'd. And we have Marilyn Manson, Antichrist Superstar. This is sold to Jeremy Lucky for $375. This is sold to Jeremy Lucky. Marilyn Manson is sold $375. I'm also going to go ahead and sell Watain. Whoops. What just happened? I lost my chat. Uh-oh. I also am going to go ahead and sell this Watain right here. This is also sold to Jeremy Lucky for $20. No, not this one. It was, yes, it's that one, okay? That's sold to Jeremy Lucky for $20. So the only thing that didn't get claimed was Mike Torrance got out-offered on Marilyn Manson. He was aware of that. And Jeremy Lucky put Mayhem 20. The problem is there was 4 Mayhems in there, and neither one I would sell for, any of them I would sell for 20. So I'll just pass that comment. Parliament's at 27, Willie Dixon 25, Coheed has a Brie, and UDO is now for bid. I will sell you that. Yes. What are the auctions? The auctions are Parliament 2019, $27 right now. Willie Dixon's a 70s repress. That is $25 near mint minus. In slot number C is Coheed and Cabria. It's at $35. And UDO is in slot number D. And I forgot if I said 25 or 35 on that one. I either said 25 or 35. I'll figure that out in 1 second. All right, let's go through the first crate of new vintage stuff for tonight. Crate number 1 of 5. And John Robb said, thank God, Chad. I almost passed out on my couch with potato chips all over my shirt. I got drool running down my face. All I want to do is buy one near mint country record and shrink wrap. That's all I want. John Robb says, Chad, there's only one thing I want. I just want to buy one near mint country rap album and shrink wrap. Just a perfect, absolute specimen Reba McEntire album. If you've got it, buddy, I want to buy it. Just one beautiful, pristine Reba McEntire, perfect and shrink wrap with hop sticker. I know you've got them in this building. I know you've got thousands of them. I just want one perfect Reba McEntire in shrink wrap, just a pristine, perfect copy for my collection. That's all I'm asking for. If you can do that for me tonight, I'd greatly appreciate it. Just one perfect Reba McEntire in shrink wrap. I'm talking about it where it looks brand new, or even a sealed copy. I'll go ahead and open it. It'll be mint and pristine and shrink. That's all I'm asking for. One perfect, mint, pristine Reba McEntire in shrink wrap. Perfect. That's all I'm asking for. Here we go. Bum, bum, bum. Right. Here we go. Final call on A, B, C, and D. 27, 25, 36, and 25. Oh, perfect knee pops. Okay? Perfect neck pops. Rod Stewart, sing it again, Rod. Die cut whiskey glass, shaped cover. That is $24.99. That's a Rod Stewart compilation. Kenny Rogers, Love Will Turn You Around. Kenny Rogers is $9.99. John Mayall, The Diary of a Band. John Mayall's on this blue London Decca label, a UK edition, $29.99. Three Dog Night, Around the World with Three Dog Night, $29.99. And Moxie, Under the Lights. Moxie is $14.99. Okay, let's go ahead and sell A, B, and D. Parliament is sold to Wayne Carr for $27. Thank you, Wayne. That's sold to you. Willie Dixon is sold to Fred Cardinale for $25. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. That's sold to you for $25. And UDO is sold to Chris Gardner for $25. I knew it. I actually said $35 on that. Chris Gardner knew it. He slipped one by me. He slipped one by me. I knew I had said more than $25 on that. That's okay. Nobody else bid. That's my fault. Thelonious Monk is going to go up for bid, and Stone Temple Pilots. This is a 1991 U.S. limited edition Thelonious Monk, Monk's Blues. It is a sealed 91, $35 start on this. Thelonious Monk's Blues, sealed, $35 start. Next is Stone Temple Pilots, and this is the sealed Walmart exclusive on red splatter. I stand corrected. It is on colored vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots Core, a $25 start. Danae, I'll do $25 on John Mayall. If not, it's sold to the John Farrell. It is sold to the John Farrell. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Hold on one second. Let me get some more of these out of here. Hold on. Stand by. Hold on. Everybody calm down. Please calm down. Good gosh, please calm down. I've got Walk This Way. This is a 1986 12-inch single. This is near mint. Run DMC, Walk This Way. This is a $15 start. It's in slot number D. Danae said she'll take John Mayall. So did Danae for $25. Next is Poco, Under the Gun. Poco is $9.99. The Ellington Suites, Duke Ellington Piano and others. That is $9.99. And we have the Moody Blues 7th Sojourn. The Moody Blues has the insert with it, $14.99. Alabama, Roll On. That's $14.99. Also, Bad Company Straight Shooter, $26.99, featuring Shooting Star. It has the original on her sleeve. Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love Me Do, I think it was, and from there it didn't take him long. Got himself a guitar, used to play every night. Now he watches Coletco every night, and everything's all right, don't you know? Johnny came home, he said, Mama, I'm watching Coletco. He went upstairs and he watched Coletco every night. He bid on lots of records, used to collect them every day. Now he's in a rock and roll outfit, Okay, next thing in here is this. We have Douglas Phelan on Duke for $7, and then somebody claimed it at full price. Douglas, this is yours, but it will be $9.99. If not, it's sold to Jetstream. O'Doul gets Alabama for $14.99. B has a new bid. And how much is Bad Company? $26.99. $26.99. Marshall Tucker, Where We All Belong. Marshall Tucker's a double LP, $24.99. Run DMC is the 12-inch single. Yes, 12-inch single on Run DMC. Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush. Tales of the Unexpected, a white label promo. A white label promo, gold stamp promo, $19.99. We have over here, we have, so Duke Ellington is sold to Jetstream for $9.99. Marshall Tucker, I will do that one for $18, Mr. Vinely Warped. That has that great cowboy song on it. Okay, Tom Kelly gets Frank Marino for $15. That's sold to Tom Kelly. Coheed and Cabria is sold to Fred Cardinale for $28. And that is sold to Fred Cardinale for $28. Thank you on that. Monk is sealed, a 1991, a final chance at $35. Stone Temple Pilots is $28 with Jason Lee. Vinely Warp gets Marshall Tucker for $18. Thank you on that. Johnny was a schoolboy when he first watched Collect Co. He used to watch every night. He used to collect lots of metal records. His mom would find out and said, Johnny, don't be listening to that devil music. He said, Mama, you don't understand. That's what my friends listen to. She said, son, I heard KISS stands for Knights in Satan's Service. You're listening to that devil music, Johnny. You've got to stop it right now. He said, Mama, you can't make me. I'm a grown man. Don't you know? This is the Cult Love, an 85 USOG club. This is EX condition. This has the original on her sleeve. The Cult Love is a $40 start. This is the second copy tonight. This one's even nicer. $40 start on that one. $40 start. Fred Cardinale, you were second on Mahogany Rush. And we have Slade by Slade, $29.99. This is a German press. $29.99, a German press. Ted Nugent, State of Shock in shrink wrap. Holy moly, a beautiful copy. $14.99. Some say one of the greatest guitarists of all time. We have Night Ranger, Dawn Patrol. This is $26.99 for Night Ranger. And Blues Image. Nice, clean looking copy here of Blues Image. It's on the yellow Atco label. Nice, $29.99. Nobody bid on Run DMC. Walk This Way. This is a buy it now for $15 if anybody wants it. Run DMC, Walk This Way. All right, there's that. There's that right there. Huxley, just so you know, they did send you an invoice, Huxley. If you hadn't received it, let me know. But let me know when that invoice has been paid, okay? They have finally got around and they have got you taken care of on an invoice. It should be in your inbox. If it's not, then check your junk folder, okay? And then let me know before I tag you another record that you've seen it and paid it. Run DMC is sold to Shakedown for $12. Thank you, Shakedown. That's sold to you for $12. Tom Kelly, you were second. Ted Nugent, Weekend Warriors, $14.99 on Ted Nugent. And Gilda Radner, live from New York. It's Saturday night, $14.99. We have Thelonious Monk, sold to Douglas Phelan for $35. Fred Cardinale has Stone Temple Pilots for $29. We're about to sell it. Love already has a bid for $45, and 3 people offered $12 on Run DMC, but Shakedown was first. Shakedown was first. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is the 2009. I don't think I've ever seen this version. Just a single LP. Just a single LP. This is Dehumanizer. So, of course, now it's as a 2 LP, but I've never seen this version. The Rhino single LP, Black Sabbath Dehumanizer, an $80 start. The third album with Ronnie James Dio. The third album. Next over here is going to be in slot number D. This is a unofficial Danzig yellow marbled vinyl. Yellow vinyl, unofficial from Danzig. Yellow, red, and black marble vinyl. That's in shrink, and that's going to go over here for a $1 start. You heard me correctly, $1 start. Gilda is sold to Mr. FTF for $10. Fred, you've been outbid on STP. Johnny Cash, Ride This Train, a UK edition. Johnny Cash is $26.99. $26.99. Delbert McClinton, The Jealous Kind. Delbert McClinton is sealed, $14.99. Rod Stewart, Camouflage. Rod Stewart is $14.99. And we have Ted Nugent, Penetrator. Ted Nugent is $14.99. The Best of Firefall, $9.99. And Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. Rod Stewart is $14.99. Ted Nugent, State of Shock. This is sold to John Kaiser for $9. $9 on that one. Sorry, Chad, but did the Static X come in or no? I have not seen any Static X. I have not seen any Static X. Firefall 6. Firefall for 8. And then the Colt over here is sold to JCB for $45. Thank you on that. That is sold for $45 to JCB. And let's put this right in here. Whoops, sorry about the camera bump. That's done. And Black Sabbath is a final call. And that is in slot number C or A over there for Black Sabbath for an $80 start. I hadn't even brought over this other crate from Patrick. I think there's some more Clutch in here too. Yeah, here's Clutch Psychic Warfare, the 2015 US. Clutch Psychic Warfare is in slot number C in Shrink Near Mint, a $30 start. So we got 2 pending offers on Firefall or 2 pending counter offers on that and Ted Nugent. We have West Bruce and Lang, whatever turns you on, a quad press. A quad press on that for $24.99. Also, Rod Stewart Foolish Behavior. Rod Stewart Foolish Behavior is $14.99. $14.99 for Rod Stewart Foolish Behavior. And we have Uriah Heep Abominog, $19.99. Uriah Heep Abominog, okay? Moving on, I have Ted Nugent Scream Dream. Ted Nugent Scream Dream is $14.99. And hold it, here's Willie Mitchell, $19.99 on that one. First new thing over here is this. Stephen Metal wants Mayhem, Bloody Rehearsal from the last crate. All right, let me see if I can find that one. I think that is right here, right? This is Bloody Rehearsal, yep. This is sold to Stephen Metal for $30. Thank you, Stephen Metal. That's sold to you for $30. And so Firefall is going to be $8 to Danae. If she passes, then it's sold to Mark Weiss for $8, even though he's paid. Mark Weiss is now offering more for Firefall than what it was originally marked. So I countered Danae, then somebody made an offer, and then somebody's made an offer for higher, and now somebody's made an offer for higher. So let me go ahead and text John right now. I'm going to say, John, for the love of God, do everything you can, and we need all the Firefall albums we can get. The demand for Firefall has shot through the roof tonight. Next thing is Kenny Rogers, Love Will Turn You Around. Kenny Rogers is $9.99. Love Will Turn You Around. Exile, Mixed Emotions. Exile is $9.99. And we have Bellamy Brothers, Country Rap. Bellamy Brothers is $9.99. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath. It's an $80 buy it now. $80 buy it now on Black Sabbath. Stone Temple Pilots is sold to Jason Lee for $33. Clutch is a $30 start, and Graph Tracker has the Danzig at $22, which was a $1 start. We have over here, Firefall is sold to Danae DeLeo for $8. That's sold to Danae DeLeo for $8. All right, let me start revisiting or visiting this Patrick crate right over here. Looks like he's got some really cool stuff I didn't know about. There's some more prints. There's some more White Zombies. And there's all kinds of cool stuff in here. Fear Factories, Soul Jazz, Disturbed, Quincy Jones. Let's do Reservoir Dogs, and let's go ahead and do Living Color. It looks like a really nice copy, even though there's only one slot right now. We'll do, no, there is 2 slots. I have over here Reservoir Dogs, the 2013. This is Near Mint, the music on vinyl pressing. The soundtrack to Reservoir Dogs, a $30 start. And then Living Color Vivid is an 88 USOG Carrollton press. This is Near Mint in shrink with the original inner sleeve. And that is going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start on that one. Okay, first thing is John Kaiser. I will give you the Sabbath for $65. Thank you. That's so to you for 65. And now all you got to do is say yes to my counter offer on Ted Nugent. Doug Wants Exile for $6. That is so to Doug Wants for $6. And Joe Sontag on Bellamy Brothers. That's so to Joe Sontag for $9.99. Next in here is Golden Earring Switch. Golden Earring is $24.99. There is a piece of tape down the spine, $24.99. What was it? I said $9. You offered $7. I said $9. It's near mint and shrink. We got Bryan Adams, Into the Fire. I've had enough. Into the Fire. That's a Kiss song. Also over here, I have Argent Anthology. Hold Your Head Up. It's a white label promo. Nice. Hold Your Head Up. $19.99 on Argent Anthology. Waylon Jennings, Heartaches by the Number. Waylon Jennings is $19.99. Clutch did not get a bid. Clutch is a buy it now for $30. That's a 2015 US. And then Danzig over here started at $1. It's now a final call to Raw Vein for $24. We started it at $1. It's now at $24. Voodoo Lounger gets Clutch. That's sold to Brent for $30. Thank you on that one. Ted Nugent here is sold to John Kaiser for $9. And we have Goofy Foot second on Clutch. Randy Newman, Little Criminals, $14.99 for Randy Newman, Little Criminals. Next over here is this. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on 1 second. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a second. Stand by. This is it. Wow, this is going to be a great crate to go through next. Are all these tagged for auction? Here we go. There we go. Some of these aren't. This is, let me check the grade on it, though. That I sing in church. Yes, I was in my church choir. Do you hear what I hear? Do you hear what I hear? A star, a star. Ra-ta-ta. Oh, yeah, I did solos and everything. We have Def Leppard, On Through the Night. This is actually, this one went unchecked. This is a little low grade. Let me pass on this one. I'm going to pass on that, actually. Some of these didn't get filtered. Do you hear what I hear? Do you hear what I hear? A star, a star. Do-do-do-do-do. A-dun-dun-bron-da-dun-dun. Do you hear what I hear? Okay. This is Metallica. This is Damage in Japan, a 2LP unofficial, Nagoya 1986. It's a double LP, a $25 start. $25 start. Okay, next on that is this, and then that, and then B. And then Doug Wants gets Waylon for $12. Thank you, Doug Wants sold. Douglas Phelan gets Randy for $9. Thank you on that one. And over here on this. Living Color Vivid is in Shrink with Hype. It's an 88 Carrollton OG near mint in Shrink and Hype with the inner sleeve. A beautiful copy. Fred Cardinale got Reservoir Dogs. That's sold to Fred Cardinale for $30. And we have NB Living Color, and then C just got a put down, which is a $25 start. Okay. Next auction is going to be this right here. Funkadelic Uncle Jam Wants You. Funkadelic Uncle Jam Wants You. And Funkadelic is a VG copy, a 1979 Go Disc Press. Funkadelic Uncle Jam Wants You. A $25 start on that. $25 start on that. That is now up for bid. Okay. The church shut down. That is true. That is true. The church attendance plummeted, literally. Oh gosh, are you putting the blame of a church closing on my singing? Is that what we've got to the point tonight? Now we're tracking Lancaster United Methodist Church closing under the news of Chad being in the choir. Tom Kelly gets Argent. That's sold to Tom Kelly for $12. Next is Nazareth 2XS. Nazareth is $24.99. And Ted Nugent's Ambroy Dukes. Ted Nugent is $26.99. Ted Nugent, $26.99. Also, we have Bonnie Raitt, Sweet Forgiveness. Bonnie Raitt, $9.99. And Moxie 2. Moxie 2 is $14.99. Jason Lee got the Danzig Unofficial. That sold to Jason Lee for $25. Thank you on that one. It actually closed because you can't find any pastors that can do a rural circuit. In Tennessee, where I go to church, there's like pastors that do like 4 churches in one day, and the combined attendance on all 4 churches is probably like 150 people if you combined all 4. So they've for years been trying to convince these small little country churches to close and combine. And then there's a lot of problems in the Methodist church, and that all led to a lot of church closures. So yeah, church I grew up in is no longer active. We have Crisscross by Thelonious Monk. This is a 1963 Terre Haute press. 1963 Terre Haute press. This is just a $15 start. That is up for bid in slot number D. Also, we have Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits, $24.99. East West, the Butterfield Blues Band, East West is $29.99. Also, we have Marshall Tucker Band, Long Hard Ride. Marshall Tucker is $14.99. Uriah Heep, Head First. Uriah Heep is $19.99. Daytime Friends, Kenny Rogers is $9.99. And Fine Young Cannibals, a nice OG copy and shrink, $26.99. She drives me crazy. $26.99. Fine Young Cannibals. All right. Funkadelics at $25. That's now going once, and that's now going twice. Hey, if you're ever on a long road trip through the back roads of Tennessee and you don't want to brain rot on your phone, just count how many barns and churches you pass, okay? Just if you're on the back roads in Tennessee, if you're trying to do something to pass time, okay? See how many barns and churches you can spot. It will quickly get up into the hundreds, okay? Quickly get into the hundreds, especially barns. But I've always said, what's more in Tennessee? Is it barns or churches? Oh. Okay. Mortgage Guy Rob, same here. Church we grew up in, went defunct, then 10 years for 8 West, live insane. Sounds like our situation, Mortgage Guy Rob. I was also the church secretary and the treasurer, and I was in high school. Marshall Tucker, I was in charge of the money and paying all the bills too. Long Hard Ride is sold to Todd Kilgore for $14. I wore many hats. Marshall Tucker is sold to Todd Kilgore for $14.99. Okay, anybody else want to make an offer on anything? First, Funkadelic is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $25. This is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $25. That is done. And let's put this in here. And that is done. And we have a quick recap in here, but let me go ahead and add one more auction, okay? Let me go ahead and add one more auction. Next thing is Prince. We already sold the Batman soundtrack. Well, this is the single. This is the single, Prince Party Man. That is really cool with the Batman Batarang bat symbol cover. That is near mint a $10 start. $10 start on that one, okay? And then we have Fine Young Cannibals. I will do that for $20. Fine Young Cannibals for $20. Spirit of Vinyl. And here's what's left in here. Fine Young Cannibals, Kenny Rogers, Uriah Heep. I can't believe no one grabbed that one. It doesn't come through as often as others. $19.99. Butterfield Blues, Marshall Tucker in Shrink. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman been doing to me? Spirit of Vinyl is getting Fine Young Cannibals for $20. Thank you on that. Thelonious Monk Crisscross Thelonious Monk was a 1963 Terre Haute Columbia 2i EX. Actually, not a bad copy whatsoever. Not a bad copy whatsoever. I will do 15 for Uriah Heep. TC Connor, you can have it. If not, Adam Bernardi is next if he says yes. Then we still got Moxie, Bonnie Raitt, Ted Nugent, Nazareth. Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits was $24.99. A nice OG copy and shrink. Nazareth, Bryan Adams, Golden Earring, Kenny Rogers, Willie Mitchell. We have Uriah Heep sold to TC Connor for $15. We have Ted Nugent, Uriah Heep, Rod Stewart, Wes Bruce, and Lang. Jason Thomas gets Marshall Tucker for $20. Thank you on that one. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. Living Color is sold to Garrett for $40. And then Metallica is sold to Thomas Sherpitt for $30. Okay? And then over here, you're all set. Can I still get it for $20? Can you remind me of what you made an offer on? Can you remind me on what you made an offer on, please? And I will go back and revisit that. Boy, there's a lot of activity all of a sudden in this crate. Prince is David Polkey's at $21. This is an 89 near mint copy. $21 on David Polkey. $21 on David Polkey. All right. Okay, so Batman, did I tell the year? I think I did, yeah. Okay, so this is They Might Be Giants Flood, the Music on Vinyl test pressing. The Music on Vinyl test pressing, a $75 start. And then over here is Jailbreak Thin Lizzy. Jailbreak Thin Lizzy's a 2020 sealed, 180 gram. It's got the die cut cover. The boys are back in town. And listen to this. I'm going to start it for just $1. $1 on that one, okay? All right, so Slade. That's back here. That is sold to Huxley Miller for $20. Okay, thank you, Huxley Miller. Now, which Ted Nugent? All right, let me just do this. Hold on one second. I can tell there's a lot of new people watching. Ted Nugent, Ambroy Dukes is Tooth, Fang, and Claw. It is a promotional marked label. It's not a white label promo, but they didn't do white labels on this one. It's just stamped with the promo sticker. $26.99, okay? Todd Kilgore, you were actually third on Uriah Heep. Todd, you were third on Uriah Heep, okay? So TC Connor offered 10. Adam offered 14. I countered at 15. TC Connor took it. Adam was second, and then you came in claiming it at full price. If you was a little bit sooner, you could have got it. And then Willie Mitchell was also asked about. Eric Van Leuven, $19.99, Eric, on Willie Mitchell. $19.99 on that one, okay? All right, I'm scrolling. Batman, I'm still scrolling. We took care of Slade, and we're still going. And here we go. So here's what's left in here. Rod Stewart is a die-cut shaped whiskey glass covered vinyl, or a cover black vinyl, $24.99. That was a lot of unusual information. Kenny Rogers, $9.99. Eric Van Leuven got Willie Mitchell. Hold on one second. Let me swap out crates. This one has gotten full on us quickly here. Man, there's 4 more crates like this from John. He got into some really good looking stuff, it looks like, today. So very excited to see what's in the next ones. And we got plenty of great auctions still to run. So this is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $15. Now, somebody asked about Ted Nugent, and then Fred made an offer. So whoever asked about it, let me know. Fred has offered $19. They Might Be Giants is a $75 start. The Batman's at $33. Thin Lizzy started at $1. It's at $15. And Danae has Monk at $55. Okay, that's Crisscross, the legendary Thelonious Monk. Next in here was Three Dog Night Around the World. That's a live album, $29.99 on that. Ted Nugent is sold to Fred Cardinale for $19. Next is Moxie Under the Lights. Moxie's $14.99. Ralph, you were second on Ted. I've already agreed to sell it to Fred. We have Poco Under the Gun for $9.99. Moody Blue 7 Sojourn, $14.99. Bad Company Straight Shooter, $26.99. And Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, $26.99. Okay, $26.99. Fred, I've deleted your bid. Also, Blues Image is $29.99. Ted Nugent Weekend Warriors is $14.99. Johnny Cash is a UK, an orange CBS UK, very clean and nice. This is one of those records where he speaks and he sings. It's like, my name's Johnny Cash, and I'm going to tell you about the Western frontier, the building of the locomotive train that connected the east and west of America. And then he sings a song, Young Billy Jack was traveling down the railroad tracks. $26.99. Also, we have Delbert McClinton. That is The Jealous Kind. That is sealed for $14.99. Rod Stewart Camouflage, $14.99. Ted Nugent Penetrator, $14.99 in shrink wrap. Rod Stewart A Night on the Town is $14.99. We have West Bruce and Lang. That's a quad press, $24.99. Rod Stewart again. I think this one has a poster. A couple of these are pretty heavy. Yeah, that has the poster. Now Monk is at 60 with Voodoo. Danae, you're back out. High bids are 40, 60, and 17 right now. 40, 80, and 17. Tonight there's gonna be a jailbreak. Uriah Heep again, this time a Abominog there with a nice picture of, let's see, a nice picture of Satan on the cover. Ted Nugent Scream Dream. Ted Nugent, $14.99. First thing we have over here is Joe Sontag got Nugent Penetrator. Okay, that's sold to Joe Sontag for $14.99. Now, Todd Kilgore, let me know which other Ted Nugents you want, okay? So there is this Ted Nugent. Which ones are left? Boy, all of a sudden, there's a lot of Ted Nugent claims. So Joe Sontag just got Penetrator. And then Todd Kilgore, let me know if you want Scream Dream or Weekend Warriors. And then Chad Snyder, let me know which one you're after. Brent Robley, you do get Crisscross, okay? This is sold to you for $60. This is Monk, and that's sold to you for $60. All right, let's put that away. A lot of new bids still coming in. They Might Be Giants is at 80. Fred Cardinale, you've been outbid. Batman, this is Prince in slot A. It's a 12-inch single, Party Man. It's the Purple Party Mix, the Party Man Music Mix, Party Man. Fill You Up, and produced by Prince, written by Prince. It's a 12-inch single from that movie. The 89, is that the, that's the 80, is it, whoops, is that the 89? It's 89, isn't it? Yeah, 89 Batman movie. The 89 Batman movie, okay? A lot of Batman movies out there. That's the 89 one, which I don't think I've ever watched. Sorry, I don't think I've ever watched that one. I think I've only ever watched The Dark Knight. I think that's the only Batman movie I've ever watched. Okay. Chad Snyder said, I already did 5 minutes ago on the Scream Dream. Chad Snyder said, pass on Ted Nugent. I was after Scream Dream. Aha. Scream Dream is sold to Chad Snyder for $14.99. Okay? Todd Kilgore, you were second. Dawn Patrol info. This is Night Ranger. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol is $26.99, a U.S. original. Kenny Rogers, Love Will Turn You Around, $9.99. Let me put up another auction. Danae said, Chad, this is honestly making me upset. Will you please, for the love of all things good and holy, go to another crate? I have literally on my coffee table in front of me stacks of thousands of dollars bundled up in 20s. I plan on making a bank deposit and sending this cash to you on Monday. But I can't do it fast enough if you don't show me more jazz records. Okay, let's remain calm. Danae said she's about to wire me as much as $28,000 for more vinyl. Okay, here we go. We got Stone Sour, Music on Vinyl 2016, a $35 start. $35 start on that. Golden Earring Switch, $24. Literally, Chad, right now on my coffee table, there are stacks of $100 bills bundled up. I will be going to the bank on Monday, making a deposit, and then wiring you the money. You are not selling me vinyl fast enough. Brian Adams is $14.99. Nazareth 2XS is $24.99. Bonnie Raitt is $9.99. Moxie 2 is $14.99. There's 2 Moxies in here. And then we have Butterfield Blues for $29 and Kenny Rogers again for $9.99. All right. Batman is sold to Travis Woods for $40. Thank you, Travis. That's sold to you. Jailbreak is still getting bids. They Might Be Giants test pressing is sold to Autumn Betts. This is sold to Autumn Betts for $80. And over here, we have Stone Sour Music on Vinyl Press, $35 start. Chad, I don't think you take me serious enough sometimes. I'm literally here, and I'm literally right now peeling back straps, just counting off $100 bills, trying to figure out how to send this money to you for more vinyl. The Rolling Stones, Bridges to Babylon. This is a 1997 Euro 2LP VG Plus condition. It has both original glossy inner sleeves, an $80 start. $80 start on Rolling Stones. Chad, I just got on the feed. Do you mind going through this crate again? Chad, sorry, I just got back from the toilet. I got explosive diarrhea from Taco Bell. I've been on the toilet for 3 days. Can you please go back through this crate again? Wow. That's a lot of details we did not need to know. A lot of diarrhea out there. Taco Bell taking the toll on some people. Taco Bell taking the toll on some people. Holy moly. Heard somebody, like, they said, Chad, I don't know if you understand this or not, but man, buddy, I went over there and I ate a whole bowl of lettuce from Taco Bell. This one guy told me for lunch every day, he just goes to Taco Bell drive-thru, okay, and just gets a bowl of lettuce, shredded lettuce, and just eats it. No dressing or anything. That's what he eats for lunch. Had no idea what was going on. No idea what was going on with the lettuce and just kept eating it. All right, this is Dio live in Fresno, 83. And I was like, all you eat for lunch is a bowl of shredded lettuce from Taco Bell? No wonder you have stomach problems. Dio live in Fresno, double LP red vinyl. Dio, this is a $20 start. That is now up for bid, okay? All right, let's go back up the top. Have I missed anything else? Jared wants to know the price on both Moxies. Moxie 2 is $14.99. Moxie Under the Lights is $14.99. $14.99 on those. I don't think I could finish a bowl of shredded lettuce from Taco Bell, no matter how hungry I was. I don't know if I could chew that down without just like getting just disgusted. I mean, I love salads. Okay? Now, don't get me wrong, dude. I've gone out to eat before, people, and they're like, do you order a salad everywhere you go? I went to a Tennessee football game. We have a tradition of stopping at Cracker Barrel on our way to Knoxville. Okay? We stop at the Harriman Cracker Barrel every morning if it's a morning game, if it's a noon kickoff. We'll walk in Cracker Barrel at 8 o'clock in Harriman, Tennessee, and I'll order a garden salad or a house salad. That's what I do. And everybody's like, dude, why are you making them fix you a salad at 8 a.m. on a Saturday morning? And I'm like, look, it's on the menu. Okay? It's on the menu. Now, a bowl of shredded lettuce from Taco Bell, no dressing, and you're just grabbing it by the handfuls and putting it in your mouth. Ooh, a little weird, I think. I was like, dude, what are you, part rabbit? Okay, here we go. Next thing over here is this. Jared McLaughlin sold on Moxie for $10. Jared McLaughlin sold on Moxie for $10. Night Ranger sold for $20 to Whiskey Todd. Thank you, sir. All right, here we go. We got new bids on everything except the OG Stones. That's not easy to get, folks. OG Bridges to Babylon. Dio's at 23. We started Thin Lizzy for $1 13 minutes ago. 13 minutes ago, we started this for $1. It's now 31 times that price, $31. Stone Sour is at 37. Ben Jackson asked about Bad Company. Ben Jackson, where are you, Ben? Ben Jackson, Bad Company is $26.99. Ben Jackson, Bad Company is I don't see your comment, but it's $26.99 if you want it, or best offer, okay? Or best offer. Here we go. Code Blood, 19. These are buy it now, best offer. Code Blood, $19.99. RST Streve, I see you. Dio. Dio is live in Fresno, the 2LP Red Vinyl Record Store Day. It's an official release. It's at $32. Joe Ely. Joe Ely is $14.99. And then Ben Jackson wants Bad Company from the last crate. Soda Ben Jackson. Let's go get that out. And that means it's time to sing that song one more time. Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love Me Do, I think it was, and from there it didn't take him long. That's Soda Ben Jackson for $19. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, with his hit single, Let My Love Open the Door. Ooh, $14.99. Which Joe Ely is this? Down on the Drag. No Condition Notes, $14.99. Merle Haggard, Sing Me Back Home. This is a promotional punched cover from Capitol Records. $14.99. Capitol Rainbow label, No Condition Notes, $14.99. Stone Sour is Soda Armzarilla Tribe for $37. That's with Corey Taylor on vocals, also the singer in Slipknot. That's Soda Armzarilla Tribe for $37. And then the Rolling Stones is a no bid. That's a 97 euro VG Plus and Shrink for $80. VG Plus and Shrink for $80. Looks like we're ready for a couple more auctions, okay? Stones is now a best offer opportunity. Next is going to be Static X and White Zombie. More music on vinyl pressings going up in slot number A and slot number D. First, this is the 2012 music on vinyl. The 2012 music on vinyl of La Sixta Risto, Devil Music Volume 1, $35 start on that. And then Static X is Wisconsin Death Trip, the 2015. It's near mint, also a $35 start. Next new comment is O'Doul, got Merle Haggard for $10. Thank you, O'Doul. AB Music gets the Stones. That's sold to AB Music for $70. And Doug wants You Were Second on Merle. All right, moving on. We have the Platters, Encore of Broadway Golden Hits. The Platters is $9.99. Ravi Shankar, cool. I don't think I have this one. I have most of Ravi Shankar's records. $19.99. This was on Adventures in Sound, which was a subsidiary for Columbia. Of course, he heavily influenced George Harrison and the music of the Beatles. Ravi Shankar is $19.99. The Best of the Mamas and Papas, Monday, $19.99. Wow, this has got all of them. It's all on here. California Dreamin', Do You Want to Dance? $19.99. Danae, you can have Ravi, but it will be sticker. If you pass, it's sold to Spin Cycle. Next is George Harrison, Living in the Material World. George Harrison, Living in the Material World. Give me love, give me peace on earth. Speaking of George Harrison, this is it. That's an original U.S. press, $24.99. Danae DeLeo got Ravi Shankar for $19.99. Spin Cycle was second. Next over here is Kenny Rogers. They don't make them like they used to. $9.99. And Bob James, The Genie. Themes and Variations. $14.99 on Bob James. And the soundtrack to Lenny, a Dustin Hoffman movie. The music is Ralph Burns. It is sealed, $24.99. Fred Carnell, Monday. Soda Fred Carnell for $15. All right, so over here, White Zombie, a final chance at $35. Dio has a new bid for $46. And Jailbreaks at $35. Boy, that's been up for a long time. Almost 20 minutes now. We started it at $1. It's sealed and it's about to sell for 35. Bob James is sold to Danae DeLeo for 12 bucks. We have Jeff Beck wired. Jeff Beck is $19.99. We have A White Zombie 35. Dio Final Call 46 red vinyl. Thin Lizzy is a reissue sealed, and then Static X has one bid for 35. We have the Best of the Doobies Volume 2. Best of the Doobies $14.99. Peter Frampton Comes Alive. The Epic Live Double LP $29.99. I also want to remind everybody there's 3 more crates like this after this one. 3 more crates with plenty of auctions. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, It's Alive. That's a double LP live album, $29.99. Stanley, You Were Second on Mamas and Papas. Orleans Forever. Orleans is $9.99. White Zombie is the Music on Vinyl 2012. 2012. George Thorogood in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $19.99. That one's called Born to Be Bad. And Linda Ronstadt, What's New, $9.99. All right. This did hit 20 minutes, actually. On the button almost, $35. Now, if somebody asked me, Chad, why don't you start more auctions for $1? Well, because here's what happened. I started out at $1 to have some fun, and it was tagged for almost what it sold for. So for us, it's kind of like, well, we can put it up for $1 and y'all can bid on it for 20 minutes, or we can start it a little bit higher and just go ahead and get it done a lot faster. Because most of the stuff, we kind of know what it's going to sell for, but sometimes we're surprised. Sometimes it doesn't get a bid and it sells for a lot cheaper, and sometimes it sells for twice as what I thought it might sell for. So it kind of all levels out for us, but for me, it's how fast can we get them sold? Not necessarily maybe how much they're going to bring, because it's probably all going to level out on our end. So I'm just trying to move through them as fast as possible. So that's why sometimes you might see a little bit higher starts. If they don't get a bid after a couple minutes, I'll make them a best offer. That's always been my strategy. It's not so much maybe the final price, but how fast can we move through 250 auctions in one night? Here's a Funkadelic I don't think I've had in a long time. The Best of the Early Years, Volume 1. It is on Westbound, and shockingly, it's beautiful. It's a near mint minus copy. Funkadelic, The Best of the Early Years, Volume 1, a $35 start. White Zombie is a $35 start as well. Back over here, it's Greg Allman, Playing Up a Storm. Greg Allman is $24.99. Jeff Beck Group, Rough and Ready. Nice looking copy in shrink. Very nice. Original label, and it has the Corvette's price tag. Now, when I collect classic rock records, this is what I'm after. Just looks like it was just literally opened. Vinyl cover, price tag, $19.99 on Jeff Beck. Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams, $9.99 on Linda Ronstadt. And Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age. Dan Fogelberg is VG Plus. A Check Condition record got mixed in there. VG Plus on Dan Fogelberg, that's $9.99. Bay City Rollers, Greatest Hits. I Only Want to Be With You, $9.99. Rock and Roll Love Letters. Static X is sold to Fred Cardinal for $36. $36, thank you on that. Yes, White Zombie is a Music on Vinyl press. Now, this particular version is still in print, or that particular record. This is the 2012. I think I can still order these new. I don't know if there's much difference in mastering or anything, but that is $35. It does have one bid, and I'm about to sell it, folks. All right, one Thin Lizzy down. Here's another one. This is Thin Lizzy, and this is back in Chicago. 2023 pink vinyl, unofficial. Back in Chicago, live at the Riviera, 1976 classic. $25 start on that. $25 start. Linda Ronstadt is sold to Stephanie Hill for $9.99. Do you ever have Dr. Hook? All the time. If we have a Dr. Hook record, it will be in a crate just like this. It will be in what I call a John vintage crate, okay? If we have one, it will be in a crate just like this. They could literally pop up at any second. Peter Frampton is a USOG of Frampton Comes Alive. Just a hint of ringware. These are normally known for being really destroyed. $29.99. Dennis C. got Bay City Rollers. That's sold to Dennis over on Twitch for $9.99. Let me move Tyler Childers down. By the way, I'm still trying to work out a deal with somebody. Brent, if you're watching, I still got to reply to you on that. I hadn't forgot about you. I figured we'd do a deal before the end of the week, though. I wanted to move the ELO light box over here. One of the first things Jake's working on our website is he's working on putting Coletco merch, and he's working on putting all of our light box inventory. That way you can see at any time what light boxes we have, and you can add them to your order, okay? The website is going to be changing every day with products. So it's live right now where you can do the Bill Ward signing. You can get on there right now and do the pre-order for the Bill Ward. Please do that for us. And even if you don't like Black Sabbath, consider it a help to maybe get the next deal rolling already on the autograph signing. But either way, it's going to be where, like, if we have a T-shirt on there, if you want to buy a Coletco, T-shirt like this, it'll be where you can say, add to my order. And you don't have to, like, check out, right? You won't have to, like, pay for it. Some things you got to pay for, like the Bill Ward signing. Like, that's got to be paid up front. But most of the stuff on our website is going to be where you take an item on there and you just add it. But the only way you can do that is if you got to register and you're a verified customer, okay? And then we'll confirm your account, and then you can add stuff to your invoice. So that'll be really good. That means at the end of the week, if you've only got one thing on your invoice, you can get on there and add, okay, I'm going to add a light box and a T-shirt and a couple of these Led Zeppelin reissues because I've only got one thing. And that way you can add more stuff to your invoice before it closes, okay? Dio is sold to Fred Cardinal for $48. Update. White Zombie's now at 43. Funkadelics at 37. No bid yet on Thin Lizzy. So be checking on there. Of course, I will make posts as we add stuff, okay? All right, Patrick Fu got Peter Frampton. That's sold to Patrick Fu for $20. OMD, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, it's alive. Stephanie is a double LP, $29.99. ELO is $59.99. All the light boxes right now are uniform. They're $59.99. Patrick Johnson put D25. Patrick, make sure you put an exclamation mark. Patrick, make sure you put an exclamation mark in the letter D. Okay? Next, over here, we have Thomas Dolby, The Golden Age of Wireless. This has She Blinded Me with Science, $24.99. No need an Iron Maiden, but would like to see one as their stacked logo. Their stacked logo, you might have to send me a picture of that. I was going to do one with Eddie, okay? I was going to do one with Eddie, and but yeah, we got some cool ones coming up. Bear with me. The Nice Autumn to Spring. The Nice is $24.99. Jerry Rafferty, Can I Have My Money Back? Jerry Rafferty is $19.99. Greg Raleigh, Gringo. Greg Raleigh is $14.99. And Eye of the Zombie, John Fogerty, $19.99. We've got Foghat Tight Shoes, $14.99. Rare Earth Grand Slam, $19.99. Spirit Farther Along, Spirit is $19. And James Gang, Jesse Come Home, that's one we don't get as often. From James Gang, Jesse Come Home, $19.99. Next auction, another $1 start. This is a 2007 U.S. Tool Opiate. Near mint, a 2007, a $1 start. Okay? Nina Simone, I'll add that to my list. The Hammer CP on Foghat. This is sold to the Hammer CP, and that is sold for $14.99. Okay. Anybody else on anything in this crate? If not, we can roll right into another one. We have Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age, Cold Blood, Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, Joe Ely, Down on the Drag, The Platters Encore, Broadway Hits, George Harrison, Living in the Material World, Kenny Rogers, The Leany Soundtrack, Jeff Beck, The Doobie Brothers. We got Orleans, George Thorogood, Linda Ronstadt, Greg Allman, Jeff Beck, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Thomas Dolby, The Nice, Jerry Rafferty, Greg Raleigh, John Fogerty, Rare Earth, Spirit, and James Gang. Final call on A for 45. New bids coming in on B and D just happened. And Funkadelic is at 38 with amenities. All right, thanks for spending your Friday night with us. I can't believe it's already 10 o'clock, but I've only been streaming for 3.5 hours. I didn't start till 6:30 tonight. So I will try to take us to as late as I can go. I've been very exhausted this week. Very exhausted. I didn't go to bed till 11:30 this morning, and I usually set my alarm for 3:30. And that's why I ended up sleeping for an extra hour. Plus, I had to get here and talk to Ed and Tanner, and that may be even later. So I think I've been averaging 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day. And if I do end like at midnight tonight, don't be mad at me, okay? We're going to get through all the vintage stuff for sure, though. We have OMD sold to Stephanie for $29.99. And then we have George Harrison is living in the material world. That is $24.99. Give me love, give me peace on earth. White Zombie is sold to Ryan Eaton for $45. Thank you, Ryan Eaton. And then over here, Funkadelic is sold to Amenities for $38. Thank you, Amenities. You get Funkadelic for $38. We got Bill Kissholm in the chat. Oh, buddy. Bill Kissholm in the chat. All righty. Thank you on that, Amenities and Ryan Eaton. And thanks, everybody, for joining us tonight. Tool is near mint, a 2007, and Thin Lizzy's a final call, okay? If there's no other claims, is she blind me with science? It is. Matt Bushy, it is. Right here. She blinded me with science. It's on there. Classic 80s there. $24.99, okay? All right, let's go through another crate. That was a good one. I think John's got like 3 or 4 more over here stacked like that. Shout out to all of our record pricers, man. If you're kind of new here, you have no idea. You may, if you're in the business or just in retail in general, but the amount of time and work they put in to get all this stuff ready every single day. And then all the stuff behind the scenes, all the tagging and sorting and packing and shipping and finding stuff and doing this. We're going through thousands of items a night, lots of tagging, watching. Okay. We got A and C done. This is a check condition crate. Check condition crate. Oh, yeah. Matt Bushy getting the Thomas Dolby for $17. Oh, yeah. Sold to Matt Bushy for $17. Thank you on that. Mr. MFTF got Thin Lizzy. That's sold to Mr. MFTF for $27. And now we are closed for 3. We are now open for business on 3 new slots. This is the Motley Crue 40th anniversary remaster of Dr. Feelgood. And this is steel sealed. And that is going to go up in A for a $20 start. Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood, a $20 start. That is now up for bid. That's now up for bid. Next over here is who? Run DMC, My Adidas and Peter Piper. Run DMC is a 1986 original single. That is My Adidas and Peter Piper. EX Plus condition, a $15 start. $15 start on Run DMC. And we have Outcast Stankonia. Outcast Stankonia, a 2023 worldwide reissue, EX condition. Outcast, a 2023 EX Plus condition. Let's go ahead and get that rolling for a $25 start. $25 start on Outcast, okay? All right, cleanest living. Yeah, actually, we had somebody come in the store today and ask for a job. He might even be watching. He's bought from us before. I think he's a younger guy. I say younger. I'm 30 years old. I know he's younger than me, but he collects records. He buys records, and he basically came in and asked Tanner if we were hiring, and he said he had sold some of his own records on Discogs, and he collects records, and I think about 20 minutes later, he was hired. So I think somebody somebody heard me yesterday say how we needed somebody to come in every day and organize and just sort and price and clean. Because, sometimes we're done with these new arrivals by, sometimes we're done with them by when? Like 9 o'clock or something, if I start at 6 on time, or 5 o'clock even, or 5:30. So, yeah, it's like we need dozens of dozens. And, it's amazing. Because we typically have hundreds of people watching up until, midnight. That's a lot of stuff to put out new. Everybody's always wanting to see new stuff. Don't go through the old stuff, Chad. And of course, if I do, it's like half off or, discounted. But it's hard to put out hundreds and thousands of new records every day. That is a major commitment. This is the sealed 40th anniversary, 2022. Tool is sold to Rob Bobby for $41. Run DMC is an original single, EX Plus condition and shrink. Original single, EX Plus condition and shrink. Rob Bobby got Tool. Run DMC's at 18, and Outcast is at 25 of Holbrook. All right, moving on. I've got Van Halen. This is a U.S. original. It is in VG Plus condition with a VG jacket. It is OG, though, Van Halen. Running with the Devil. It has the original inner sleeve, which is also a little worn. Somebody really loved this copy, but it's not too bad. $1 start on Van Halen. The songs are My Adidas and Peter Piper. My Adidas and Peter Piper. Okay. This is a check condition crate, a buy it now best offer. Okay. Check condition crate, buy it now best offer. Bob Seger, 9 tonight. Bob Seger is VG, $12.99. John Mayall, USA Union. John Mayall, VG, $12.99. Mark, Don, and Mel, 69 to 71. VG, $14.99. Roy Gallagher, Take It Easy Baby. Roy Gallagher, VG Plus, $9.99. Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire, VG Plus, $17.99, a Columbia 2i. Nice. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Holbrook got Outcast. That's sold to Holbrook for $25. Thank you on that one. Motley Crue's now at 30. Van Halen's at 6. And Run DMC is at 25 with X-Wing. Next auction is going to be The Cult. And this is electric on blue vinyl. Electric on blue vinyl. This is now up for bid in D. It's in shrink wrap and it's near mint. And we're going to put this up for a $20 start. Blue vinyl, The Cult Electric. I think we had an OG copy earlier. We got Seeger sold to Huxley Miller for $7. Thank you. Roy Gallagher sold to Patrick Johnson for $9.99. Johnny Cash is VG Plus, $17.99. This is a new arrival check condition crate. Blue Oyster Cult, On Your Feet or On Your Knees. EX, $26.99. Leonard Skinner's Gold and Platinum, a double LP, VG, $14.99. Robert Plant, Now and Zen. Robert Plant, VG Plus, $14.99. Alan Parsons Project, Pyramid. That's VG for $9.99. Nazareth, Hair of the Dog. Nazareth is in VG condition, $14.99. And Black Oak, Arkansas, Ranch and Roll Live, VG Plus, $14.99. Now we're at 30, final call. New bid on Van Halen for 9. Run DMC's at 26. And The Cult is at 20. The Cult is at 20, okay? That's where we're at on that. Next thing is Kevin R. is on Leonard Skinner for $9.99. This is sold to Kevin R. for $9.99. Susie Breedlove said, everybody, I want you to smash the fire out of that like button. I want you to hit that like button like it owes you some money. Okay? You just got to obliterate that like button. Susie's like, listen, folks, I want y'all to hit the like button. Do it. Next thing over here, Plant 10, B10, Parsons 7, Zen 10, Naz 7. Holy crap. All right, so Whiskey Todd got Robert Plant sold for $10. Alan Parsons sold to Kevin Deuce for $7. And then we have Zen for $8. Did you mean Nazareth? Did you mean Nazareth? Is that what you meant by that? Also, Marshall Tucker, Carolina Dreams, VG, $12.99. Cat Stevens, Cat Scratch Fever, VG, $9.99. And The Tubes, and that is their self-titled album, VG Plus, $14.99. Let's go ahead and sell A and C then. Cyclo Dunn got Motley Crue for $30. Thank you. And Run DMC. Run DMC is sold to Mega Blast for $26. Do I still have Rat Lenticular out of the cellar? I do. New and sealed, $49.99. Run DMC is sold a Mega Blast for $26. My Adidas, all right? Go over here. Most of those 12-inch singles you see are destroyed. Most 12-inch singles are just rotten. I mean, it is just that we usually end up having to put a lot out in the dollar sale, because if we put them up for auction, they would be, if we put them up for auction, it'd be G plus, G, G, G plus, G. Motley Crue, Theater Pain, sealed, 40th anniversary remaster, Smoking in the Boys Room, Host Sweet Home, Motley Crue, a $20 start. Rob Bobby, you can have the tubes, but it will be $14.99. If you pass, then it's sold to Hallbrook. Jonathan Bonham does want Rat. Let me go pull that. Ben Jackson got Cat Scratch Fever, sold to Ben Jackson for $7. And over here, Van Halen is at 15 with Cyclone Doug. 15. That's a VG Plus OG. Rat is over here in this crate of new vinyl. Should be right here. I got it. Round and round. Noted don ding-on ding-a-dong. Ding-a-dong. This is sold for $49.99 to Jonathan Bonham, okay? Nazareth over here. Okay, so here's the deal, Huxley. You offered 8 and then somebody offered 10. I will do $10. So you got to say yes, so 10 on that one. If not, it goes to the other person. Rob Bobby does take the tubes at sticker price, which is VG Plus, $14.99. Pull the Great Cat. That one, I don't know where it is right now. You'll have to give me a little bit more time on that one. Not for sure where that one is at the moment. Next auction is Danzig. Danzig is going to go up in slot number C. This is the 2025 black vinyl sealed official pressing. That is going to go up for a $20 start in C. $20 start on that one. Huxley Miller does get Nazareth, sold for $10 to Huxley Miller. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. The Rolling Stones is VG Plus, $24.99. The best of the Doobie Brothers. This is VG Plus, $9.99. That is Whoa, China Grove. Da-da-da-da. Roll me over, Romeo. That's two different songs. Domino is by Van Morrison. Bruce Springsteen, The River. Springsteen is VG, $12.99. And we have Bob Seger, Live Bullet. VG, $12.99. Here I am on the road again. Over here, we have Motley Crue, Final Chance at 20, sealed. Van Halen, VG Plus 18, Danzig's at 23, and the Cult on blue vinyls at 26. All right, next thing over here is this. How about Slayer, South of Heaven, and Exhumed Gore Metal? I still got both of those. Yes, Tyler Childers is $575. $575. Autographed by Tyler Childers himself. $575 on that one. Chad, for later, can you get Pretty in Pink on pink vinyl verifiable? Got one a few weeks ago, but it was no. I don't think that's in print on pink, but I can check. Huxley Miller gets the Rolling Stones for $15, sold. Dennis C. got Bruce Springsteen for $10, sold. What year's the Crew? This is a 40th anniversary. This is a 40th anniversary. It's sealed. 40th anniversary sealed. Danzig is the official reissue from 2025. The official reissue from 2025. What was the next question? Exhumed Gore Metal and something else. Slayer, South of Heaven. I'll have to track those down. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second on that, okay? Exhumed Gore Metal and Slayer, South of Heaven. Okay, give me 1 second. Jeff Colgrove got Bob Seger. So did Jeff Colgrove for $10. Next is Nazareth. Raz Anama Naz. Nazareth is VG for $5. Elton John Caribou, VG Plus, $14.99. The bitch is back. We have Van Halen. O'Dual Rules, sold on Van Halen for $18. Thank you. That is so to you, and let's get that one off the table. Next is Danzig. This is sold to Rob Bobby for $23. Thank you, Rob Bobby. That is sold to you for $23. Next is The Cult on blue vinyl, sold to Aliens Among Us for $26. Appreciate that. David Casares is trying to bid on 3 things in one comment. The Motley Crue is a sealed 40th anniversary remaster. I know there's a MoFi sleeve there, but that's for you, okay? It's never been opened. David Casares has it at $21. Next is going to go up for bid right now. This is Black Murda. Black Murda is called the Psych Funk of Black Murda, a 2015 US EX condition, a $15 start. $15 start. Next is Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. It's all the same, only the names a change. This is a near mint 180 gram reissue, a $20 start. 'Cause I'm a cowboy. On a steel horse I ride, and I'm wanted, dead or alive. Next is The Cult. This is The Cult self-titled, a double LP sealed on ivory colored vinyl, a $35 start. Body Slam, Bootsy's Rubber Band. That's a 12-inch single, VG condition, $9.99. Alabama, Feels So Right. Feels So Good. Feels So Right. Alabama, $9.99. Also, ZZ Top, Tres Hombres. ZZ Top is VG Plus, $24.99. Junior Mance, Harlem Lullaby. Junior Mance is $9.99. Over here, we have Huxley Miller gets Nazareth, sold to Huxley for $9.99. Ralph Venturino gets Bootsy, sold to Ralph for $9.99. Who else loves the Lowe's commercial that uses the song Roll Out? I love seeing it during every commercial break on TV and the radio. It's literally driving me insane. The other day, I got so mad at seeing that Lowe's commercial, I punched a hole in my living room wall. Dang. Okay. Next thing over here is B. This is a 2015. 2015 on that. You said Nazareth was 5. Nazareth is VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. Next thing over here is Christine McVie. VG condition, $12.99. Beetle 65, Los Angeles. This is a stereo press, $24.99. The Beetle 65. Also, New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red, VG Plus $9.99. And Tom Petty, Long After Dark, VG $14.99. You got lucky, babe, when I found you. So Nazareth is $9.99. You can claim it or make an offer. I have put it back in the crate for lack of confusion. Next is the best of Bee Gees, EX $17.99. And we have the Big Chill soundtrack, more songs from the original motion picture soundtrack, EX $14.99. And it's signed on the back. Listen, now this is unusual. This is signed on the back by Alice Lloyd Library. And if you don't know her, go look that up. That's signed on the back by Alice Lloyd Library. That's EX $14.99. Motley Crue is sold to David Casares for $30. Bon Jovi is sold to David Casares for $25. The Cult is sold to Tim Rory for $35. Okay? And next thing over here is Huxley Miller offered $5 for Nazareth. I will do $8 on Nazareth. Big Chill is sold to Robert Vlodarchek for $10. Thank you on that. That's sold to Robert Vlodarchek. Next auction is Danzig, The Cult, and Funkadelic. Up in slot A. Up on slot A. She sent me if I bid again. This is Funkadelic by the way of the drum. It's a 1989 near mint, a $5 start on Funkadelic. This is Danzig 4. Danzig 4 is a 2025. This is sealed Danzig 4, a $20 start. Okay, that's the black vinyl. And then the Cult Sonic Temple is the double LP black vinyl, near mint, a $30 start. Nice. Yes, this is pre-disco. This is I Started a Joke, BGs. EX, $17.99. Huxley Miller gets Nazareth. That is sold to Huxley Miller for $8. Moving on. We have Rush. Wow, look how dark blue that cover is. Rush, All the World's a Stage. It's an early 80s press. VG, it's a reissue. $19.99. Very bold cover. Bold and beautiful. Pop Goes the Electric Sitar. Vincent Bale on his electric sitar. VG Plus condition. $34.99. Original Decca. And we have Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis. Iron Butterfly is VG Plus, $14.99. Inagata-Davida, honey. Okay, Funkadelics at 7. The Psych Funk Sound of the Black Murda is at 26, now 27. Danzig's at 20, and the Cult is near mint, a $30 start. Great check condition crate. Man, we're blasting through some vintage stuff tonight. I still got 2 more new arrival crates to go through as soon as I stretch and touch my toes. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Whew. Okay, let me touch the ceiling. Oh, wow. Whew. Oh, man. Okay. There we go. Sitar is sold to Mr. MFTF for $25. Anybody else on here? I've got Iron Butterfly Rush, Bee Gees, Tom Petty, New Riders, The Beatles, Christine McVie, Junior Mance, ZZ Top, Alabama, Elton John, Doobie Brothers, Marshall Tucker, Black Oak, Blue Oyster Cult, Johnny Cash, Mark Donnan Mail, a.k.a. Grand Funk, and John Mayall. Chad, do you consider autographs that are prints of an original genuine a signature fake? A copy of an autograph. It's not a fake, it's just a copy. It's not a forgery, it's just a, yeah, it's fake. You talking about if I take a copy, if I go over here and Xerox the signed Ace Frehley things I have, yeah, they're just worthless. They're whatever. You can sell them for $2, I guess. An autograph has to be live ink. Cheap Trick actually signed that. Vinnie Vincent actually signed that. Tyler Childers actually signed that. It has to be from the hand of that person. Not a copy, not their secretary, not their auto pen. It has to be their hand doing the stroking. How much is BOC? Blue Oyster Cult, On Your Feet or On Your Knees, is EX $26.99. How much was Marshall Tucker? Marshall Tucker with Heard It in a Love Song, Carolina Dreams, VG $12.99. Let's go right into another crate. I'm about to end A, C, and D. Let's go right into another crate, okay? Because can't you see? Whoa, can't you see what that woman been doing to me? Can't you see? Whoa, let's do another check condition, okay? Let's do another check condition. BOC 15, Marshall 10, ZZ Top 7. I love it. Offers are coming in like we're selling cattle. Here 24. ZZ Top of the Marshall. All right, so BOC, Huxley Miller, sold for $15. Marshall Tucker, sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. I cannot do 7 on ZZ Top, though. Okay. We have Funkadelic, sold to Lonnie Jolly for $9. Danzig is sold to Rob Bobby for $20. Thank you on that. The Colt is sold to Joshua Struthers for $30. Thank you, Joshua Struthers. That was sold to you for $30. And it looks like we might be done on that B auction, the Sight Sound of Black Murda. First is going to be Rush Hemispheres. And Rush Hemispheres is a no condition notes vinyl VG Plus jacket. Nice OG copy, no poster. Very tough poster to get that came with that one. But listen to this. Rush is just a $1 start in A, Hemispheres. Rush Hemispheres. ZZ Top was marked $25, so I think we might be just a little bit too far apart on that one. Next is Danzig 2. Danzig 2 is sealed. Excuse me, Danzig 3, How the Gods Kill. Danzig is a $20 start. That is sealed. Rush opens at $1. Rush opens at $1. And next over here is the Beatles, which is going to be another $1 start. And the Beatles is an Apple pressing. No condition notes on the vinyl. No condition notes on the vinyl. Very clean and very nice. Wally Mastering. WLY in the dead wax. Wally Mastering does have one little paper pull there, but the awesome double LP compilation, the Beatles, a $1 start. Danzig 20. Black Murda is sold to Danae DeLeo for $31. Sold to Danae DeLeo for $31. Thank you, Danae. Of course, Marion is the first bidder on both $1 auctions. Marion watches all night, and Marion said, Chad, it does not matter what you put down. I promise you, I will bid at least $1. It can be any object in your building. If you're willing to put it up for $1, I will pay $1 for anything in your building. We even had Marion one night bidding on some chapstick, used chapstick. Rob Zombie, Hillbilly Deluxe. Make that Hellbilly. Hillbilly was Dwight Yoakam. This is Hellbilly. A 2018 US. This has Dragula on it. Burn through the witches and drag through the ditches of my Dragula. That's near mint for a $25 start. Rob Zombie. All right, kind of a spooky cover there. Let's do some check condition stuff here. There's your new auction lineup. We're chipping away the moments that make up a dull day. The fritter away, it's all pass away. Oh, sitting in town with a piece of crown in your hometown. Looking for someone or something to show you the way. Time and telling in the sunshine, never seemed to find the time. You were young and I was on incidents of yesterday. Then one day is gone. 10 years have gone behind. There's no one's and then you run. You missed the starting gun. Home, home again. I like to be here when I can. When I come home cold and tired, like to warm my bones beside the fire. And on you hear and on you cry, tolling of the iron bell calls the faithful to their knees. Almonds, magic spell. Don't. Right into, here we go, right into the great gig. Whoa, 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 wow, ah, ah, ooh, wah, wah, ooh, ah, ah, ah. Ah! Okay, that was Pink Floyd. A small snippet of their upcoming album, Dark Side of the Moon. The kids are going to love it. The kids are going to love it. One more time. Okay, so Rush is at 18. Rob Zombie is at 30. Danzig's at 20. And the Beatles is just at $8. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Love Me Do, Hard Day's Night, Help, Drive My Car, We Can Work It Out, Try to See It My Way, Norwegian Wood, Eleanor Rigby, Paperback Writer. Holy moly. Okay, let's do this. Buy it now, best offer. And are we ready? Chad, will you please do the wall next? Oh, man. Down, 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 down. Okay, we have Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, EX, $12.99. This is a new check condition crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, VG Plus, $9.99. Greg Allman Band, I'm No Angel, VG Plus, $17.99. Greg Allman, Laid Back, EX, $22.99. A and C are done. Rush Hemispheres is sold to Aliens Among Us. This is sold to Aliens Among Us for $18. And Danzig 3 is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $20. Thank you on that, and it is sold. We have Rob Zombie at 31, and Alani Jolly has the Beatles at 14. We are doing new auctions right now. I just brought over a whole new crate of new stuff. We got through those 2 crates. This is OG Queensryche Rage for Order. OG Queensryche Rage for Order is a beautiful near mint minus copy. It has the original inner sleeve. It is the black ring. $45 start on Queensryche. That album is not in print at the moment. Power Man 5000. Power Man 5000 is called Copies, Clones, and Replicants. Power Man 5000's on gold vinyl. A $20 start on Power Man 5000. Greg Allman is sold to Margaret Gerhold for $15. Thank you, Margaret. And we have John Lennon, Walls and Bridges. This is VG, $12.99. Whatever gets you through the night, it's all right. Has this really cool, what they call gimmick cover. A gimmick cover is something that is kind of interactive that would entice people to buy the record, like John Lennon's Walls and Bridges. Whatever gets you through the night. VG, $12.99. Also, Walt Disney's Happiest Songs. And if you'll give me the next 30 minutes, I will sing everything in here. First, we'll start off with the bare necessities from the Jungle Book. Here we go. A 1, a 2, a 1. This is VG, $9.99. We have David Bowie Live, VG, $19.99. That is the original label. And over here, we have the best of Merle Haggard. That is VG Plus, $9.99. Walt Disney is sold to Danae DeLeo for $9.99. And Elvis Costello Trust, VG, $12.99. Power Man 5000's at $22. Rob Zombie's at $40. No one has bid on Queensryche. It is a $45 start, going once, going twice. I am swapping out crates. Boy, we've already sold a lot of vinyl tonight. Shout out to the Rolling Stones. That filled up 2 full crates. We're already starting crate number 7. We still got 2 more crates of new vintage stuff to go through. Dozens and dozens of auctions. Here we go. Merle Haggard, who was first? Stephen Douglas was first at $7. So did Stephen Douglas. Huxley, you were second. The Doobie Brothers, Captain and Me, is sold to Vinylly Warped for $8. Thank you on that one. And Jim Croce, you don't mess around with Jim. Uh-oh. VG Plus, $9.99. Operator, won't you help me place this call? You see the number on the matchbook is old and faded. She's living in L.A. with my best old ex-friend, Ray. VG Plus, $9.99. Oh, don't get me started on Jim Croce. Holy moly. A grail would be to find one of those autographed. Nearly impossible. The Best of Spirit is VG Plus, $14.99. And Iron Butterfly, In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, VG Plus, $14.99. B and C are done. Rob Zombie is sold to Michael Hamburger for $40. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $40. Thank you on that. And Queens Rock is a no bid. That is a buy it now for $45. A steal. An absolute, if you buy this for $40, John Kaiser, I'm going to have you arrested, okay? He's agreed to buy it. I am issuing a warrant. I'm getting a hold of the judge and commissioner right now. You are now under arrest. This is sold to John Kaiser for $40. Thank you on that one. Beatles is at 18. Power Man's at 26. And then somebody was going to pay full price. Boy, I wish I could have encouraged y'all to bid. That's highly unfortunate for all of us. That's highly unfortunate for all of us. All right, I was like, man, no one's going to bid on this. This is shocking. Next is Etta James, second time around. Etta James is a 2025 limited edition orange vinyl. Check this out. All analog Kevin Gray. Really cool on colored vinyl too. We've got an MoFi sleeve. It's in like new condition. Etta James is a $30 start. And then this is an iconic movie, an iconic soundtrack, Pulp Fiction on yellow vinyl, an official release, near mint, $25. Iron Butterfly is sold to Rhino Rand for $10. Thank you on that. The Beatles 62 to 66 is sold to Devious John for $18. Thank you, Devious John. Appreciate that. Awesome comp there. One of my favorite bands. You got Zeppelin. You got the Beatles. You got Yes. You got Rush. You got Metallica. And you got Prince. This is Prince. This is a Volume 1, Volume 2. We're going to put these together. This is 4 LPs total. This is the NPG Show Christmas, Volume 1, Volume 2. They go together, both of them together, a $35 start. I think those were tagged, maybe even to be sold individually, $35 individually. But there's your chance, okay? There's your chance. We got Johnny Tahoe offered C30. If you're trying to bid on Pulp Fiction, make sure you put exclamation mark C, okay? Make sure you put exclamation mark C. Next is Rare Earth Ecology. Rare Earth is VG plus $14.99. Also, we have George Thorogood Live, VG plus $14.99. George Thorogood Live. And David Bowie Lodger, VG plus $19.99. I actually have 2 other pre-owned crates over here that are not John crates that I forgot about. It's got stuff like Sam Cooke, Nazareth, Greg Allman, Taylor Swift, Minor Threat. I'm going to be going through those next, actually. So don't let me forget about those either, okay? We got a ton of great stuff still to be shown. Leslie Gore, California Nights. She was known for her song, It's My Party, I'll cry if I want to, cry if I want to, cry if I want to. We have, whoa, He Likes to Go Dancing. VG Condition, a UK copy, 14. Gordon Jenkins and his orchestra with a pinup girl cover there, $14.99 on that one. REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. They were known for their song, It's Time for Me to Fly. They were known for a lot of stuff. VG, $9.99. Leslie Gore was VG plus $9.99. Boston, Third Stage, VG $14.99. Arms Arilla Tribe, thank you on Power Man. That's sold to you for $27. The Etta James minimum bid is $30. $30. Pulp Fiction's at $31, and Prince is at $40. Let's put up another auction in A. Let's put up another auction in A. This is Motown Collected. Oh, man. I could sing this all night long. I could sing this one all night long. Motown Collected, are you kidding me? A double LP white vinyl, 10 tracks, 9 tracks, 7 tracks, 7 tracks. That's a lot of tracks. Oh, man. And it's on white vinyl. It's numbered. It's a $35 start, Motown Collected. It even gets into the 70s with Super Freak and DeBarge, but it has all the early stuff that I love, like How Sweet It Is to Be in Love with You, by you, something like that. Okay, next thing is this. Leslie Gore. I will say Leslie Gore for $7. Sold to Mr. MFT for $7. Boston 10, Boston 12, Boston 9. Huxley, it's yours, but it will be $12. If you pass, it's sold to Stephen Douglas. Next is Rick James, Street Songs. Give It To Me, Baby, and Super Freak. Speaking of Rick James, two of his biggest hits on that album, $9.99. These prints, both of them together, sold to Lonnie Jolly for $40. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. That's sold to you for $40. And Johnny Cash, the OG Holy Land album, one of his many gospel spiritual albums. It's on the original label and the original lenticular cover. $12.99 on that one. Huxley Miller said sold on Boston for $12. Thank you, Huxley. Stephen Stills, VG Plus $14.99 with his great hit song, Love the One You're With. Jimi Hendrix plays guitar on one of these tracks. Eric Clapton plays guitar on one of those tracks. And we have a no bid on Etta James for $30. Second time around, all analog, Kevin Gray, $30 on Etta James. Let's put that right over there. Those were recently in print. A couple of those got discontinued, though. I don't know if that was one of them, but a couple of those did get discontinued, okay? There's only a few things in the no bids, actually. Just a couple. Just a couple. Johnny Tahoe about to get Pulp Fiction. Etta 20. How about Etta 25? How about Etta 25? Starting bid on Motown is a $35 start. $35 start. Next auction is this right here. This is Three Doors Down, The Better Life. This has their hit song Kryptonite on it. Near mint. It's a 2017 double LP. $20 on Three Doors Down. $20 on that one. 23 and then 25. Well, you've got dibs, but it will be 25. If not, I'll sell it to Douglas Phelan. Kevin Dews, Rick James, sold to Kevin Dews for $7 on that one. And the Kinks Sleepwalker. The Kinks is VG Plus $9.99. And Coal Miner's Daughter, that's the soundtrack. Now, Loretta Lynn does not sing on this. The songs are actually done by Sissy Spacek. Okay, look at this. Recorded at Bradley's Barn, Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Folks, that's right down the road from us. That's just like right over there. Coal Miner's Daughter, Bradley's Barn, just right over there. Next auction is going to go over here in slot number D. That is going to go up for bid in D, Fear Factory. Fear Factory is a 2025 double LP silver vinyl sealed. Aggression Continuum on Fear Factory, $25 start. Motown Collected is a $35 start, and it is the white vinyl. The black is still available. If someone said, Chad, order me the new Motown Collected black vinyl, they're like $49 or $54. Double LP music on vinyl, not cheap. This is white numbered 35, 20, and Johnny Tahoe. You bought from us already, right? You get Pulp Fiction for $35. Thank you on that. Fear Factory is sealed, a $25 start on that. And let's put up another auction in C. And that's going to happen right now. And that is going to be this. This is Drain. Drain is a 2025 US. It's called Drain Is Your Friend. A $1 start on that. $1 start. Chris Riddings on Dancing. That is sold to Chris Riddings for $10. That is, he likes to go dancing. Sold for $10. Next is Jeff Beck Flash, VG, $9.99. VG, $9.99. $1 start on Drain. George Thorogood, Better Than the Rest. It's got a, is that always on there? That up there? Is that a sticker? No, I guess that's always on there. George Thorogood, VG, $9.99. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. VG Plus, $9.99. Jeff Beck 5. Jeff Beck 8. Jeff Beck 8. Think about it this way. That's 20% off. And John Lennon Mind Games, VG Plus. Talking about those mind games. Apple will be the OG. This is the OG label. VG Plus, $17.99. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Etta James. So Divinely Warped for $25. Douglas, you were second in line on that one. So Divinely Warped for $25. Next is Waylon Jennings, Only Daddy That'll Walk the Line. Waylon is VG $9.99. Huxley Miller gets Jeff Beck for $8. Sold. George Thorogood sold to Doug Wants for $6. And Mark Stanley is about to bid on Drain. There we go. Charlie Daniels Full Moon. Charlie Daniels VG $12. Don't forget about Fear Factory over here. It is sealed on silver vinyl for a $25 start. They're still bidding on Motown, and they're still bidding on Three Doors Down. Next over here is Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments. VG $9.99. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. Round, down. I'm in the mood. Waylon is sold to Dennis Cole. That's Dennis over on Twitch. Thank you. That's sold to you for $9.99. Johnny, you were second in line asking about it. Charlie Daniels is sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. And ELO's Greatest Hits, VG, $9.99. Hello? Nobody's answering. Can you let it ring a little longer? Whoa, oh, oh, he. I'm so him. My telephone, oh. Hey, the time answering. Wow, what a great song. Telephone line. Is there lyrics in here for this? Oh, darn. Well, that's not the original inner sleeve. Is that the original inner sleeve for this? No way. No, that's the inner sleeve for Nazareth. Not the original inner sleeve. Let me make sure that's the right disc. Yes, the right disc. Uh-oh. There it is. There's the original inner sleeve. Okay, that's weird. It's in a Nazareth inner sleeve, I think, or something. There's the inner sleeve. There we go. Oh. Wow, what a great song. Okay. So no one's answering. Well, can you just let it ring along? Whoa, whoa. Okay, moving on. Sorry, I got out of my zone there. Eagles Live, a double LP VG Plus, $24.99. Ted Nugent Free for All VG Plus, $9.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash Daylight Again, VG Plus, $14.99. When You See the Southern Cross for the First Time, VG Plus, $14.99 on that one, okay? We got Drain, sold to Mark Stanley for $10. Fear Factory's a no bid, $25. $25. Did that Nazareth go to mine? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. These records all come from different places and all different walks of the world. Is any of them in this crate? I'll check right quick, though. I think they're in the previous crate, though. Yeah, that was in a previous crate, I think. Okay. All right, over here, Fear Factory is sold to Hoopy for $25. $25, right? That's sold to Hoopy for $25. And we need 4 new auctions, okay? Danae DeLeo got Motown Collected. That's sold to Danae for $40 on that one. And then Three Doors Down. This is The Better Life, and that's sold to Devious John for $26. All right, appreciate that. And now we're ready for all new auctions. Here we go. When you see that Southern Cross for the first time, you understand why you came this way. All right. Here's some cool stuff. First, Slipknot. The end so far, this is the 2022 clear vinyl double LP. Slipknot is sealed for just a $20 start. Fear Factory, 2018, near mint, a $25 start. Another Fear Factory, another $25 start. And then Johnny Smith, Have You Heard, a 58 US mono, very interesting. Johnny Smith, Have You Heard, a 58 US mono, VG Plus, $40 start. Interesting. Very cool there. Ted Nugent 5, Ted Nugent 7. Ted Nugent 7. Also over here, I have, wait a minute. Hold the fort. I need another crate of auctions. I have going up in slot number D, a 40th anniversary remaster of Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. That is a $20 start. Next is the best of Procol Harum. VG, $12.99. Triple I Fandango. Turn cartwheels across the floor. I was feeling kind of seasick, but the crowd called out for more. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, Volume 2. VG Plus, $14.99. Cheap Trick One-on-One, VG $9.99. And Emmylou Harris, Roses in the Snow. Emmylou Harris, VG Plus, $9.99. Starting bids, 20, 25, and 40. 20, 25, and 40. And Motley Crue has a bid in D with Mortgage Guy Rob for $20. Right? Let's go through another crate. This next crate's going to have quite a bit of variety in it, probably as far as years and genres. And it's not a John crate. It's a different pre-owned crate that's been marked. Let's go through that right now. Anybody else on this check condition crate? I'm heavily due for a bottle of water and hydration packet. But first, I got Emmylou Harris. I've got Cheap Trick. I got Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Procol Harum, Ted Nugent, Michael Jacobs, 7 on that if you want it. Crosby, Stills and Nash, The Eagles, ELO, Robert Plant, John Lennon, Doobie Brothers, Coal Miner's Daughter soundtrack. Cheap Trick sold for $7 to Huxley Miller. Thank you on that one. The Kinks, Stephen Stills, Johnny Cash, REO, David Bowie still in there. Lodger too. George Thorogood, Rare Earth, Spirit, Jim Croce still in there. Shockingly. Elvis Costello, David Bowie, John Lennon, Greg Allman, and the Doobie Brothers. Okay, let's go over there. Motley Crue is sealed. A 40th anniversary remaster. A sealed 40th anniversary remaster. Okay, so no one's answering. Chad, can you get a little bottle of water? Whoa. Oh. I'm feeling. Hey. No one's answering. Ooh. I just explain. Get up. Get down. All right. Stephen Stills is VG Plus $14.99. You know I'm full of sin. Let me in. I need a kiss. Call me. All right, A's a no bid for 20, B's a no bid for 25, and C's a no bid for 40. Sorry, I'm mixing me up a drink right now. I am mixing me up a hydration packet. You can now make offers or claim the no bids. There's a liquid IV for you, popsicle flavor. The only thing I've had to eat in the last 24 hours is a few pieces of beef jerky. I didn't even get to drink any chocolate milk. Let me go get some that stuff right up here right now. Oh, man. Love. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, sorry for my timeout. Please forgive me. Y'all don't want me to pass out, right? Or have to go to the hospital for dehydration. We'll be selling a new kiss tonight. Highly unlikely. Whoa, Otis. Get that ball out of here. Whoa. Slipknot, I'll pass. It was actually tagged for a $25 start. It was actually tagged for 25. So I need something pretty dang close to 20 on that one. Fair Factory 25. It was actually tagged for 35. So those are already kind of reduced. I'm going to go ahead and sell Johnny Smith though. This is sold to Danae DeLeo. Johnny Smith for $30. Thank you on that one. Mortgage Guy Rob is out. So Marion Corbetti gets Motley Crue for $23. That's sold to Marion Corbetti for $23. And there's that. Let me mix up this bottle of water. And here we go. Let's go through this other crate I was talking about. Trying to get through all these new vintage stuff tonight as fast as I can before everybody falls asleep or goes to bed on me. I don't want anybody to fall asleep or go to bed on me. So here we go. Oh, and let's go through this crate buy it now best offer. Let me make sure all the auctions have been pulled out of here. Let's see, $30 start, 35, 60. Okay, those were tagged for auction. Straight price, let's see. Auction, straight price. We'll do all these buy it now or best offer. Rest of these look straight priced. Yep. All right, here we go. REO 7. All right, let me go get that as well. And Kevin W. Kevin W. on YouTube, not Kevin R. Kevin W. sold on Fear Factory for $25. Thank you on that one. And then let's jump over here and find that REO Speedwagon high infidelity. So there's like 2 crates like this I'm about to go through. And then we have, well, what happened to REO? You sure somebody didn't already buy it? Oh, right there it is. Then we still got another vintage John crate too. Okay. We have Huxley Miller. And this is sold to Huxley Miller for $7. The Odyssey. I'm going to try to go see that Sunday night if I can. In IMAX. Okay. All right. 3 new auctions. Back to normal pace. Here we go. We got Buck Cherry. Buck Cherry 15 is the 2025 Deluxe Clear Smoke Edition. $60 on Buck Cherry. Motley Crue's Greatest Hits. Double LP. Black Vinyl, a $25 start. Thunder, The Greatest Hits. Thunder, 2019, 3LP. 3LP on Thunder, and this one is a $30 start. And then Jimmy Page is called Special Early Works. Jimmy Page Special Early Works is a VG copy, and Jimmy Page is in D for a $10 start. Okay? There's some new auctions for you. There you have it. Next thing over here is this. And here we go. Chad, you ever see a point where you need a co-host to avoid burnout time for vacations? I don't really get burned out. Very hard to get me burned out. We have the AI automated thing that can do quite a bit when I'm not here. But, and maybe Patrick sometimes, but other than that, I'm fine. Just night after night. It's almost like a bodily function at this point. Bad Company, 10 from 6. Bad Company is $24.99. 2023, $24.99 for Bad Company. $24.99, Bad Company, 10 from 6. Also, we have Footloose soundtrack. Footloose is on lavender colored vinyl. $24.99. Footloose, that is on colored vinyl. Leonard Skinner, second helping, live from Jacksonville State Theater. Or excuse me, live from Jacksonville at the Florida Theater, $24.99. These are buy it now best offer. We have Buck Cherry, a $60 start. We have Motley Crue is near mint, a $25 start. Thunder, The Greatest Hits is a $30 start, and Jimmy Page is at $30 with Robbie Scriver. Everything in this crate is buy it now best offer. Only for the Masters. Masters, concerts. I do take time off. There's 365 days of the year. I'm probably here 350 of them. Probably more. Yeah. Well, it just depends. Football season, Masters, a few concerts, and maybe a couple family trips. I've got a couple of those things coming up. I won't be here end of July. I won't be here multiple times in August and October and September. We have Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. This is sealed for $29.99. A 2022 U.S. Aerosmith, $29.99, Greatest Hits. Iggy Pop, Zombie Birdhouse. Iggy Pop was a 2012 sealed, $24.99. And this was an auction. I was about to say, that's definitely not a buy it now. Let me set that right over there. We'll put that up in just a second. And then Chuck Berry, Concerto in Be Good. This is $34.99. Concerto in Be Good. Chuck Berry, a 2024, 2021, $34.99. Okay. Next thing over here is this. D and B and Huxley Miller on Aerosmith for $25. That's sold to Huxley Miller for $25. A and C are done. Buck Cherry's a buy it now for $60, and Thunder's a buy it now for $30. Okay. Motley Crue's at $25, and Huxley Miller also has Jimmy Page for $35. Can you run months $6.99 and $9.99 when you're gone? Maybe. I think one of the reasons they did a lot of higher stuff last time is because it takes just the amount of time for one of our employees. So it takes just the same amount of time for one of our employees to key in a $7 record as it does a $100 record. So I think the last AI sale, they put a lot of $50, $60, $70 stuff in there. because of just the time it takes. So it really doesn't make sense the nights I'm gone for the AI chat to be doing $5 and $7 records. It really doesn't make sense for me to be doing them, but we have to just to move merchandise sometimes. But usually the AI sales are geared to $30, $50+ records. We have a 1986 Japanese pressing of Wasp. This is IF Like a Beast Animal. This is near mint, and this is going to go up for a $40 start. $40 start on that one. Next over here is Chris Reddings on Thunder. This is sold to Chris Reddings for $25. Fred Carnell got Iggy Pop. That's sold to Fred Carnell for $90. Fred Carnell got Buck Cherry for $50. And we have Dead Kennedys did come in. Yes. Slipknot, the end so far on clear vinyl. It was at 25. I said I would do it for 20. Fred Carnell also got Motley Crue Greatest Hits. Sold to Fred Carnell for $25. Okay. Jimmy Page is now at 38. Wasp is a $40 start. Okay. It actually supposed to go like this, but whichever way that looks pretty cool actually. $40 start on that one. Next is Larry Coryell at the Village Gate. Larry Coryell is a 2021 blue vinyl, sealed for $34.99. Okay. Slipknot is sold to MG Sanchez for $20. Starting bid on number C is a $40 start, Angela. Next auction is Nina First America. Nina is going to go up in slot number B. Nina is in shrink with insert and Obi, and that is going to go up for a $1 start. $1 start on Nina. Next is Buck Cherry Volume 10. $24.99 for Buck Cherry. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Sammy Hagar and the Circle, a limited edition anniversary for the heavy metal soundtrack. $24.99 on that one. Iggy was 19 for Fred Carnell. Yes, not 90. 19. It was definitely 19 on that one. Next auction is going to go up in slot number A. This is Skid Row. This is the newest remaster reissue, single LP black vinyl. Skid Row is a $25 start. Next is Minor Threat, Out of Step. Minor Threat is sealed for $34.99. Also, we have Taylor Swift Evermore. That's on green vinyl. Taylor Swift is $39.99. And Basement Jaxx, Where's My Head? Basement Jaxx and 1000 Gex. Limited to 500, $39.99 on that one. Very quickly, tonight's no bids are as follows. Gil Scott-Heron, Pieces of Man, a 74 repress EX, $90. Does have a little bit of writing right there on the cover. $90 on Gil Scott-Heron. Taylor Swift is $280. $280 on Folklore, $280. Betty Davis was the red vinyl Light in the Attic, $75 on Betty Davis. And that's called They Say I'm Different. That's it. There's only 3 no bids tonight. $90, $280, and $75. A couple pricey ones, but that is it, okay? First thing over here is this. Nina has a bid for $1. Nina has a bid for $2. This is a final chance to bid on Wasp. It is a $40 start, and Red Eye is getting Jimmy Page right now. This is sold to Red Eye for $38. Jimmy Page is sold. I'll put up another auction there in just a second. Buck Cherry is sold to Fred Carnell for $19. Thank you, Fred Carnell. That is sold to you, okay? Taylor Swift is $280. $280 on Taylor Swift. Next over there in D is going to go up for bid right now. This is Meatloaf, Midnight at the Lost and Found, which is a music on vinyl, numbered and colored vinyl. Numbered and colored vinyl on Meatloaf. That is near mint, a $15 start. Basement Jaxx, Fred Carnell. I will sell this to you for $30. $30. That one's marked 39. Also 100 Gex. That is the 2023 gold vinyl. It includes an alternate press magazine, $44.99. Swift in the crate. Oh, that's what triggered my thought process. My bad. Taylor Swift is sold a vinylly warped for $28. Sorry. That's why I wanted to go through the no bids. I saw the Taylor Swift there. I was like, man, we need to do that. Okay, sorry. All right, we're good to go now. Wasp is a single. If you ever see that cover, that is a single. Next is, looks like Sabrina Carpenter. Short and Sweet Deluxe Edition. That is on White Opaque. Sabrina Carpenter is $39.99. Also, the Greg Almond Tour. Greg Almond is a double OP. That's a new 180 gram. It is open and near mint. That is $24.99. And we have the Deer Hunter Hymns with the Devil and Confessional. That's on blue vinyl for $39.99. Devious John got Sabrina Carpenter. That is sold for $39.99. And we're going to make Wasp a buy it now for $40. Somebody bid $30. I deleted it. 3 more people's asked about it. And now it's a buy it now for $40. Wasp is an 86 Japanese near mint with Obi. 40 on that one. I'm going to put it right in here, okay? That's a $40. That's not going to be around for long. Greg Almond is sold for $20 to Stephen Douglas. Wasp is sold to Chad Sauls for $35. Thank you on that one. Told you it wouldn't be around for long. A and B are done. Skid Row is sold to Randy Willis for $25. And Nina is sold to Chad Snyder for $5. Thank you on that one. Japanese Nina for $5. Wow. That one had 99 red balloons on it too. What a bargain there. Those slip through sometimes. Thank you. Those are done. Probably the cheapest that's ever sold in the history of Earth. 60 for Gex and Jax. So over here, Gex and Jax, 40 and 45 is $95. Fred, you're still a little light. Those add up for sticker, 95. I told you I'd do 30 on this one. 45 is what that one's marked. I'll do 40. I'll do 70. I'll do 70. That's 40 and 30. $70, okay? $70 on those. Mark Gerster, second on Wasp. Freddie Richards, third on Watts. Third on Wasp. And Minor Threat is sold to Sean Bailey for $22. Thank you, Sean. That is sold to you. Next is the Dead Daisies, Make Some Noise. That's on red vinyl, $54.99 on Dead Daisies, okay? Mark Gerster said he would do 75. Fred, it's $70. If you pass, it's Mark Gerster's for $70. He's already trying to offer more. You better get on that thing like stank on a monkey. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And hold on. Hold the fort. Hold the fort, folks. Don't talk. Don't even look at me, okay? Don't do a thing right now. I've got this right here. I've got this right here. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. This is System of a Down self-titled. System of a Down self-titled. That is a $20 start. Next thing over here is 100 Gex sold to Fred Cardinal for $40. 100 Jacks sold to Fred Cardinal for $30. That will equal 70. Next is the Best of Casey and the Sunshine Band. That is on yellow vinyl. Get down, get down, get down tonight, babe. $29.99 yellow vinyl. Meatloaf did not get a bid, just $15 on Meatloaf. Music on vinyl, limited numbered colored vinyl. System of a Down is now up for bid in A. That's a $20 start on that. Our next auction, some people have asked for it. Some people are looking for it. Some people have said, Chad, I know you've got it. Go ahead and put it up. We want to see it. Do it right now. I know you got it. Let's go ahead. Whip it out. Let's see it. This is it. Hold on a second. Wait 1 minute. Hold on a second. Here it is. It's Johnny and the Moondogs, which is the Beatles. This is a vintage unofficial. It is Beatles tracks from Stockholm, Sweden, different live stuff, etc., etc. It is going to go up in B for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Next is Christina Curtis gets Meatloaf. That is sold to Christina Curtis for $15. $15. The Son Phillips Years. This is a compilation. Sonny Burgess's, Johnny Cash, Carl Perkins, Roy Orbison. That is sealed for a $15 start. $15 start. The Son Phillips Years. The what, Chad? The Son Phillips Years. And then somebody just said, Chad, we know you have it. We know it's over there. We want to see it. Go ahead. Go ahead. We know you've got it. Go ahead and show it to us. Hurricane Over the Edge. This is actually from the Deckelman Metal Collection. This is actually from the Deckelman Metal Collection. It's a beautiful copy of Hurricane Over the Edge in Shrink with Hype. It is pristine for a $45 start Hurricane. Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. Whitesnake. This is called North Winds, a 2024 Rocktober, $29.99 for Whitesnake. That was originally a David Coverdale a solo album. Over here, I have Mother's Finest live at the print shop. Mother's Finest is on gold vinyl for $49.99. How unusual. Didn't expect to see that in here tonight. Hold on one second. Let me get logged in right here. Modern Day Warrior. These are Buy It Now or Best Offer. The entire crate is Buy It Now or Best Offer. All right, we have Mother's Finest live at the print shop. Go vinyl. That is $49.99. Also free all right now, baby. It's a 2009 UK comp, $29.99 on that one. Back over here, we got System of a Down sealed for $20, Beatles for $25. Huxley has Sam Phillips for $15, and John Kaiser has Hurricane for $45. Okay, first thing is 10 on KC. How about 25? How about Whitesnake Me Again? Whitesnake, Mark Gerster, is a 2024 Black Ice colored vinyl. It is colored vinyl. It's a Rocktober, $29.99. And then somebody's already offered 20. You got first dibs. It's $29.99. Nazareth. Nazareth is on green vinyl. It's the 2019 reissue of their self-titled debut, $29.99 on that one. Whitesnake is sold to Mark Gerster for $25. Which Hurricane is up for bid? Over the Edge, a near mint minus OG and Shrink with a Hype sticker. Beautiful copy. Kaiser has it for $45. Next is Nazareth again, live from the Classic T stage. Is that how you're supposed to read that? 2020, 2 LP, $24.99 on Nazareth. And then Sam Cooke, Portrait of a Legend. Sam Cooke, Portrait of a Legend is a 2014 US. That's a double LP, $39.99 on Sam Cooke. Sam Cooke on there. System of a Down. System of a Down is a no bid, and let's make that a Buy It Now for $20. That is a Buy It Now sealed for $20 on that. There's already an offer on it, and we have the Fabulous Thunderbirds Struck Down. Fabulous Thunderbirds is a 2024. That is $24.99. Let's go ahead and sell that to Shakedown then for $16. Thank you, Shakedown. Somebody offered $15. Johnny and the Moondogs. I think that was supposed to be a $25 start, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and sell it to Devious John for $20. That's sold to Devious John for $20. Johnny and the Moondogs. And we have over here Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds. This is supposed to be a auction, okay? The cheapest for sale right now is $82. This is a 2015 Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds and Country Music. That's going to go up an A for a $50 start. $50 start on that. That's going to go up for bid in A. And B is Disturbed. This is the Believe, the picture disc. Disturbed Believe is the 2019 unopened limited edition picture disc, $25 start on that. John Kaiser gets Hurricane for $45. Thank you, John Kaiser. That's so to you. Next over here is True Genius, Ray Charles. That's opaque orange vinyl, $24.99. KC and the Sunshine Band, so to Chad Snyder for $15. Thank you on that one. Sam Cooke, Joshua Struthers, I will do that for $35. $35 on that one. Prices on both NAS. Self-titled green, $29.99. Live from the Classic stage, $24.99. Okay, Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid on Sam Phillips, by the way. Next is going to go over here in D. Get up. Everybody's going to leave their seat. Get down. Don't da 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 da. Roo doo 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 doo. Bump ba da da dee dee. Doo 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 doo. Bump bump. Da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da bump 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 bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bump Okay, this is the Motley Crue. This is the Motley Crue 2008, which is mastered from the original tape. Somebody kept most of the hype sticker. Here's part of it right here. See if I can salvage it. I can't. I'll show it to you though. This is the that's the hype sticker. This is the one that's cut from the original analog master tape. That's a very desirable pressing of this because the new remasters are not analog. Those 40th anniversaries, the new ones that are in print, this is the last time it's cut from the master tape. Near mint, very nice. That is Too Fast for Love, a $45 start on that one, okay? 40 for both Nazareth. Huxley Miller gets both Nazareth for $40. All right, that fills up a crate. Let me stop there for a second and swap out. All right. And here comes crate number 8. And we got a question on free. Free is $29.99. The Flying Burrito Brothers, that was a 2011 sealed, $29.99. And the Byrds, The Ballad of Easy Rider, sealed Friday Music audio file, $39.99. Okay, A and B are done. Sturgill Simpson's a $50 buy it now, 2015. 2015, okay? And this particular pressing, they started $80-something. So for some reason, this one is a pretty desirable press. $50 on that. Disturbed is sold to Kevin Dews for $26. Huxley's back in on Sam Phillips. Year on Motley Crue, it should come back a... what year does this come back? Uh, 2008 maybe? Yeah, oh yeah, 2008 with that hype sticker. I think. Don't hold me to that though. Joshua Struthers got Sam Cooke for $32, but I know it is the fair design. I had a couple of these, quote, in the media collection, and I have a really hard time finding them every time I go to look them up. It's a very unique Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, kind of a deluxe box set, okay? Very nice. It comes in this super cool textured. I feel like I marked one like $50 or $60, maybe even more, straight priced. It's somewhere up front in the showcase. But I just did find another one last night over here just going through some tubs. I was like, wow, that's a pretty dang good Guns N' Roses box. Or it's like a textured deal. It's numbered on the side, 1101, 1101 of 2000. Guns N' Roses, a $25 start. $25 start. Sturgill's on black vinyl. Mothers for $38. Let's sell that to Lonnie Jolly for $38. Vinyl, if you don't want Sturgill Simpson, ST does. That was a great crate. Let's go through that again. Guns N' Roses is already about to get a bid, it looks like. No surprise there. Next auction is a Jason Isbell. This is a 2015. It is a USOG double LP indie exclusive, something more than free. And that is going to go up an A for a $20 start. Jason Isbell. Guns N' Roses is CD. Yeah. The catalog number, if you want to try it on Discogs, this is the catalog number. Pro-CD 4244. Yep. All right. Sturgill Simpson is sold for $50 to ST. Wow, look at the bids coming in on Guns N' Roses. Whoa. Holy, wait a minute, I don't think that's right. Chad got a little too excited. Let me back one of those out. There we go. All right. Here's what's left in here quickly. Bad Company is like a greatest hits album, 10 from 6. $24.99 on that. Footloose is on purple vinyl, $24.99. Leonard Skinner is $24.99. Also, Chuck Berry, Concerto Be Good. Chuck Berry is sealed for $34.99. Larry Coryell, Village Vanguard. That is 24, or the Live at the Village Gate, excuse me, $34.99. Stephen Douglas gets Bad Company for $20. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. Sammy Hagar, $24.99. That was the picture disc. The Deer Hunter, Act 5 Hymns with the Devil in Confessional. Blue vinyl on that one, $39.99. Let's go ahead and sell C and D. Sam Phillips has sold a Huxley Miller for $23. And Motley Crue is $45 if anybody wants that. Jason Isbell doesn't have a bid. Guns N' Roses is at $75. You know where you're at? You know where you are? You're in the jungle, baby. Da da. Dun, 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 dun. All right, still got some cool sealed stuff over here. Some of these are from Kiss Home Collection. You know it? Some of these records are from Kiss Home Collection. He had some other sealed stuff he used to sell. And here's one right here. I need to check the Discogs on this, though. Isn't this pretty pricey? This is a bootleg. Oh, yeah. Foo Fighters. This is the bootleg. This is Foo Fighters medium rare. And I think the officials are high on these, aren't they? Hold on one second. Medium rare, see all versions. Yeah, 2011 record store day. The median's 125. Yeah. So this is a bootleg of Foo Fighters medium rarities. This is an unofficial. It's a bootleg. It's an unofficial of the record store day that sells for well over 100. This is sealed, a $25 start. Motorhead Bad Magic. Motorhead Bad Magic. Let me scan it in. I'm going to get this old price tag that says $30 off of it off here. And let me scan it in. I know regardless, it's going to be a $20 start. So let me figure that out. Motorhead, give me 1 second. This has a CD and an LP. And Motorhead is sealed, and that is called Bad Magic. It's a 2015, and that is going to be a $20 start, and it's unopened. Now, the first question is Motley Crue 35, 35, 35. John Kaiser was first. Motley Crue is sold to John Kaiser for $35. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Okay. Motley Crue Too Fast for Love. Sold to John Kaiser for $35. Adam Bernardi second. Freddie Richards third. Stephen Douglas got free. I hadn't got to it yet in the recap. Stephen Douglas got free for $22. The catalog number again. The catalog number on this is Pro, P-R-O, CD-4244. Pro-CD-4244. All right. And Jason Isbell color, black vinyl, a 2015 $20 start. Foo Fighters is a $25 start. Motorhead's a $20 start. Next, we have the Dead Daisies, Make Some Noise. Dead Daisies on red vinyl for $54.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Struck Down, 2024, that's $24.99. Ray Charles is $24.99. That's on orange vinyl, Pure Genius. And we have the Flying Burrito Brothers. That one was sealed for $29.99. And the Ballad of Easy Rider, the Birds, $39.99. I have another crate like this to go through. Okay, that was a slobber knocker of a crate. Slobber knocker. All right, nobody bid on Jason Isbell. That's a $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now on Jason Isbell. Kristen Stark says he'll take Ray Charles. Sold to Kristen for $24.99. Right? Fabulous Thunderbird sold to Stephen Douglas for $20. Thank you. Jason Isbell sold to Vonley Wart for $15. Thank you. Anybody else? Great crate. I think there's another really good loaded one like that right here next to me. Let me make sure all the auctions have been pulled out. Let's see. Straight price, straight price, straight price. If there is an auction in here, I'll pull it out and we'll auction it like that right there. There's an auction, a Japanese press. And here's some great more stuff. There's another auction. I need auctions. I need auctions. And oh yeah, there's great titles in here too. Let's get started. Oh, there's some auctions too. Hold on a second. That's an auction, 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 straight price, auction, straight price. Okay. All right. There we go. There we go. So the Guns N' Roses deal is at $125. Foo Fighters is a sealed unofficial $25. Look at that nice steak right there. And then Motorhead's at $26 with Billy Savage. It's called Bad Magic. Bad Magic on that. All right, first thing is going to go up for bid right now. This is a vintage Beatles unofficial. It's called LS Bumblebee. It's a vintage Beatles bootleg. LS Bumblebee, a well-known vintage Beatles bootleg. This is in VG Plus condition, just a solid blank label. And that is going to go up for a $35 start in A. $35 start on A. What was the Dead Daisies in the last crate? Okay, and then Dead Daisies info. Let's find that right now. Dead Daisies. Where are Dead Daisy? There you go, Dead Daisy. There you go. The Dead Daisies, make some noise. It's a 2016 red vinyl with CD, $54.99. Beef jerky. Can't believe no one's been on the Foo Fighters. Hydration packs. The cheapest is Amazon, but my mother has been buying them at Sam's Club. My mother is an avid Sam's Club shopper. She loves her some Sam's Club. So she goes and picks those up at Sam's Club. Whew. All right. Here we go. Let's get started on this crate. Tim McGraw, standing room only. Double LP clear vinyl. Tim McGraw is $19.99. Yakel Incomono. Mankunu Ku Quartet. A 2022 repress, Black Smoke vinyl, a Vinyl Me Please exclusive, $49.99. Okay, C and D are done. Foo Fighters is a no bid for $25. Motorhead is sold to Fred Cardinal for $27. And the Beatles is a final call for $35 to Kristen Start. Fred, the Dead Daisies is available if you're interested. All right. Next auction is called Bo Diddley's Beach Party. Bo Diddley's Beach Party is a 63 mono, first live recording at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, 1963, VG condition. Bo Diddley, a $25 start. $25 start. Next is Methods of Mayhem, including Tommy Lee from Motley Crue. This is a Music on Vinyl press. There's the Music on Vinyl sticker. Tommy Lee and Tito. It is near mint, and that's a $20 start. Moving on. We got Smith and Myers, a 2020 US 2LP, $39.99. Smith and Myers. Little Richard, God's Beautiful City. Little Richard is a 1982 US Little Richard's Testimony on side number 2, spoken word, $14.99. And Def Leppard, Songs from the Sparkle Lounge. And that's a 2021, $24.99. Okay? New bid on A, new bid on B. C doesn't have a bid yet, keyword, yet. And then Chris Frazier first on Methods of Mayhem for $20. Dead Daisies is sold to Fred Cardinal for $45. Thank you, Fred. Halloween Ends, the original motion picture soundtrack, Halloween Ends is $34.99. Also, stand by. I've got Morcheeba Blaze Away. Morcheeba is a 2018, $69.99. Morcheeba again, Big Calm. Morcheeba is a 2021 electronic trip hop, $44.99 on Morcheeba. And we have Morcheeba Blackest Blue, the remixes. That's a record store day, $19.99. Tricky Maxinquay. That's a 2018, another electronic, $39.99. Methods of Mayhem. It does have the song Get Naked. Yes, it's on there. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and make Bo Diddley a buy now for $25. Like I said, a very cool early checker record there. It is VG for $25. All right, MG Sanchez, make sure you put an exclamation mark when bidding, okay? Make sure you put an exclamation mark. All right, what else do we have over here? I've got, going up in slot number C, a Japanese pressing of Wham. Wake Me Up Before You Go. Careless Whisper also on this one. This is a pristine, near mint minus Japanese pressing. Okay. And we're going to put this up for a $25 start. $25 start. There is the disc. There's the book. There's George Michael. Cover, shrink, Obi, hop sticker, near mint, $25. We have offers on Bo. Hold on a second. Wow, hold on a second. Bo Diddley 20, Bo Diddley 20, Bo Diddley 15. Kristen Stark gets Bo Diddley for $20. Billy Savage second. Mr. Steve, you were third. Tricky has two offers. Tricky has an offer for 30 and 25. I better go ahead and do the 30. This is sold to Mark Gerster for $30. Okay. Def for $20. JCB gets Def Leppard for $20. $120 for the three Morcheebas. Three Morcheebas sold to Nate DeLeo for $120. What was Smith & Myers? Smith & Myers is called Volumes 1 and 2. It's a 2020 double LP, $39.99. The Beatles is sold to Kristen Stark for $40. Thank you. That was LS Bumblebee. Next auction in A is another vintage Beatles bootleg. And this is the Beatles Come Back. The Beatles Come Back. A 1969 unofficial. We're also going to put this up for a $25 start. Orange Label, Come Back, the World's Greatest. Very crude vintage Beatles bootleg, $25 on that. Next is Smith Myers. Who asked about Smith Myers? Vinely Warped asked about it. Somebody's already made an offer. Okay, Methods of Mayhem's at 40. Guns N' Roses is at 190. I don't know. Wow, nothing on the spine. TV Girl, French Exit. TV Girl, French Exit, a 2023, $29.99. Quantic DJ Kicks. Quantic, a 2025 electronic funk soul, $39.99. Electronic remixes, 89 remixes and 92 remixes, $39.99. Oh, ooh, sorry, neck adjustment. Miles Davis Turnaround, rare Miles Davis from the Complete On the Corner sessions, Blue Vinyl Record Store Day, $39.99. All right. B has a new bid. D has a new bid. Danae DeLeo offered 28 for Quantric. I'm thinking 38. Mark Gerster offered 28 for electronic. I'm thinking 38. B has a new bid. Nobody bid on Wham. This is a $25 buy it now on Wham. $25 buy it now on Wham. Make it big. Final chance to bid on the Beatles at 25. Hey, Chad, can you get personalized autographs by order to signature only? He will personalize a name. Yes, no long messages. Don't expect him to write a book on there, but if it's just a name or best luck, he will do that, yes. All right. Electronic, 28. Quantric, 28. You got to make sure you leave that in the descriptions, though. TV Girl. Fred Cardinale, I'll do that for $25. Okay, Bradley Smith. Yeah, let me go ahead and tag you for Smith. I lost the other person. That is sold to Bradley Smith for $35. Okay. Chad Sauls is out on the Guns N' Roses. Wham is sold to Mark Gerster for $22. Sold to Mark Gerster for $22. Charlie Crockett sings The Valley. $24.99 on Charlie Crockett. Evanescence. $49.99 for The Bitter Truth. Next auction. At home, drawing pictures. Pearl Jam 10. Sheets of empty canvas under sheets of clay. This is Pearl Jam 10 redo. One album is remastered. One album is remixed. $25 start. TV Girl. TV Girl is sold to Fred Cardinale for $25. Sasquatch Maneuvers. Sasquatch is $34.99. Paramore, All We Know Is Fallen. Paramore is $29.99. Two Who albums in one. Magic Bus and The Who Sings My Generation. $14.99. And Grandmaster Flash, Ba Doop Boom Bang, an 87 US, $14.99. Preston Rose sold on Charlie Crockett for $20. The Beatles is a no bid. Come Back, $25. EX on the vinyl. The Beatles. Guns N' Roses sold to Travis Woods for $215. Very, very nice. Sold to Travis for $215. Appreciate it, and see you later, GNR. Another amazing item from the media collection. Next thing over here is Chris Gardner. Got Grandmaster Flash. That's sold to Chris Gardner for $14.99. Kristen, I'll do an even 20 spot on the Beatles. And MG Sanchez gets Methods of Madness. Methods of Madness for $44. Thank you, MG Sanchez. Now, there was a question about Bill Ward. So I can get one from my friend who's a drummer and loves Black Sabbath. Yes. Yes, so the Bill Ward autographs, every stroke of the pen is $155. So there was somebody earlier, they're doing 2 send-ins, and I just checked it a while ago. I knew he was going to do this. He told me he was. He's sending in 2 albums he's already had signed by Geezer, and he is sending in 2 other, or he's buying 2 others. I think he's sending in a Master of Reality already signed by Geezer and a Paranoid already signed by Geezer. And he's pre-ordering a Bill Ward self-titled and a Bill Ward Paranoid. Okay, so he's already bought 4. So he's going to get 4 different things signed by Bill Ward. It's $155 a piece. Okay. Over here, we have the Beatles. It's sold to Chris and Start for $20. Thank you, Chris and Start. That's sold to you for $20. Sasquatch Maneuvers is sold to Goofy Foot for $34.99. And let me remind myself on Pearl Jam, I think I said 25. Yeah, $25 start on the Pearl Jam remaster. Okay. Next over here is Guitar Technique of Van Halen. What? I've never seen this before. I didn't realize what this was until right now. Holy crap, what do we have here? The Guitar Technic. It actually looks like Technic. Guitar Technic. Guitar Technic of Van Halen. It's kind of like that Richie Blackmore we had earlier. It's a compilation with I'm the One, Atomic Punk, You Really Got Me, Feel Your Love Tonight, Little Dreamer, and Eruption, which is all from their first album. Interesting. The Obi is torn. The Obi is completely torn at the top. The vinyl is your typical near mint minus and pristine Japanese. The Guitar Technic of Van Halen. Interesting. I don't really know what this is, but this is a $25 start as well. First thing is Devious John offered $25 for Paramore. So did Devious John for $25. I will be forever triggered when you say the media collection. Now, why is that? Chris Gardner, did anything become of my Behemoth claims? I have still not done those metal crates yet. I still have not done those metal crates yet. Did the electronic remixes sell? Electronic remixes are still available. $39.99. $39.99. If we get Paranoid signed, does it come with the vinyl too or just the cover? All of the vinyl, all the options you see on the website come with an LP. The 4 albums come with a disc. That is not just a cover. It is a brand spanking new album. Electronic didn't sell. All for 28. He said 38. B has a bid already for 50. Okay. There's electronic. So for example, over here, shop.collectco.com. There's our website. We're live right now. You can watch. You click signing. Okay. Bill Ward. All 4 of these albums are 2012 remasters. Those are the most recent in print. Those are the most recent in print Bill Ward or Black Sabbath catalog albums. I've sold hundreds of them. Thank goodness you can order them at any time. They always have them in stock. I'm going to go ahead and order a bunch of them right now so we have them for the signing. So for example, when you click on Paranoid, you go down here and you can pick your color. You can have Paranoid signed in purple. That's going to look pretty dang sweet. Okay? You can have Paranoid signed in yellow. That's really going to stand out. That's going to look really cool. You pick the color, we'll get it signed. Okay? There's red. Kind of matches, but it also looks pretty dang cool. Okay? Next over here is this. I might send you my Ozzy signed Black Sabbath self-titled. Will you personally be taking care of the already signed copies? Yes, they will be coming to Collectco. We will be handling them and storing them for you. Yes, it's in good hands with us. Any kind of signed memorabilia or highly sentimental item you're mailing in, it will be stored here at Collectco. We'll be receiving them and storing them until the signing. And then I'll take them to California and get them signed, and then I'll take them and get them back. So would I need to send in a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath? Yeah. I can possibly post those, I guess. I wanted to keep it pretty limited edition, though. I didn't want to post every album he ever played on. You know, I could do Sabotage, and I guess you could even do Heaven and Hell and Mob Rules, but yeah. Or between now and October, if we auction one and y'all buy it, you know, you can keep it here with us and then just fill out the form. Okay? All right, let's go through this crate here again. We'll be there second half. Sort of. We got 4 more crates of vinyl to go through. Okay? He's not on mob rules. Thank you for the correction. Thank you for the correction. All right, let's go ahead and end these two. Eddie Van Halen to Soda Travis for $50. Pearl Jam's a $25 buy it now. I'm getting a snack in. I'm low energy Chad right now. Well, I really don't want to order those. Those are a lot more expensive. I'm making a lot less on the signed albums because I got to pay for the albums. They're not cheap wholesale. The new Heaven and Hells are really not cheap. They're like, the cost on a Heaven and Hell wholesale is like $33, which is nearly twice as much as those other remasters. So, will he sign a Kiss album? Then the next thing we'll do is try to get Geezer. We'll do the same thing with Geezer. And then the hardest guy to get is going to be Tony Iommi. Hardest thing to do is going to be Tony Iommi. One, he doesn't live in America. Geezer and Bill Ward live here in the United States. Tony still lives in the UK. And he's full-time over there living. He don't hardly come here too often. Guitar Technica Van Halen is sold to Travis Woods for $50. And Mark Gerster gets Pearl Jam for $20. Nice pickup there. All right, let's get back into selling. I still got another vintage crate that has not been gone through from John. Let's go back up here to the top. And I can't do 8 on the Who, but I'll do it for 12. I have no Sabbath self if I want to discharge anything, you happen to see go somewhere. There you go. Will we sign a Mac Davis? Probably. He's getting paid to sign stuff. Next thing is Tim McGraw, standing room only. Tim McGraw is $19.99. Yakal Nkoyomo, Makunku Quartet. That is $49.99. Little Richard, $14.99. Halloween End soundtrack, sealed, $34.99. Quantic DJ Kicks, $39.99. Miles Davis Turnaround. Miles Davis, $39.99. Evanescence, $49.99. The Who is sold to Huxley Miller for $12. And Remixes Electronic, $39.99. I'm listening to offers on those two that we didn't do deals on if y'all want to submit it. I'm here to do deals. Okay, I have a low-grade Def Leppard. Unfortunately, it's a pretty heavy check condition. I would say VG minus. Def Leppard, though, just a $1 start. $1 start. Yeah, just finding a Tony Iommi and Ozzy is really difficult right now because Ozzy's deceased and Tony never has really signed that much. It's just like finding a signed David Gilmour. I mean, Gilmour is much more expensive, but Roger Waters signs stuff all the time. I mean, I just seen him. I seen a video of Roger Waters last night or 2 nights ago in New York, because I think he went up there to do the podcast with whatchamacallit. And he signed at an airport for 15 minutes, just went down the whole line and signed at an airport. And he's still expensive. I mean, Roger Waters on an album jacket, still pretty pricey. But he doesn't mind signing. He's really good about it. Okay, this is called Guts' Finest Selection from his famous DJ sets. Straight from the decks. This is a French double LP compilation. 4th volume of Guts. $25 on that. $25 on that. Next is Macy. Macy is VG minus. Harlem World. That's a $20 start. So right now, Def Leppard has one bid for $1. Now it has a bid for $2. Now it has a bid for $3. Mom always told me slow money's better than no money. We can do this all night. $5, $6, $7, $8, $9. Mom always told me slow money's better than no money. Here's a new vintage crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. And these have not been gone through. Do you believe in magic? Hey, come along with me. It's like magic, and the rhythm is groovy. A dee 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 da 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 da. A do a do a da a da. A do 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 do. I'm 100% using that. Oh man. This is a VG minus copy of the New York Dolls, a $1 start. Can I see the Macy disc? All right, let's go through this crate. Here we go. Iron Butterfly, Sun and Steel. No Condition Notes, $19.99. Marshall Crenshaw, Field Day, $9.99. Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something, $9.99. Toby Bow. Toby Bow is $14.99. Air Supply's Greatest Hits, Sealed, $14.99. James Gang Thirds. James Gang, $19.99. Turn your pretty head and talk away. Def Leppard is a VG minus copy in A. A is a VG minus Def Leppard, whichever way you want to say it. It has a high bid right now of $8. B is some kind of DJ comp. It's $25. Macy is VG minus, a $20 start. And then we're also looking at D, a VG minus New York Dolls, which is at $9 right now. Okay, I got another crate of sealed stuff. About to get into some more $20 sealed stuff here in just a second. Okay. But first thing is this, Rare Earth One World, with their great hit song, I Just Want to Celebrate on it. $24.99 on that. Greg Raleigh, he was in Santana. Greg Raleigh was in Journey. Greg Raleigh is his solo album, $9.99. The Bellamy Brothers, When We Were Boys, the Bellamy Brothers is $9.99. And we have right here, Marshall Tucker Band's 10th, $14.99 for Marshall Tucker. Elegy by The Nice, $24.99 on that. That is a cover by the Hypnosis Company. Also, we have Jeff Beck and Yardbirds. Never seen that before. $24.99. It's some sort of German comp. Shapes of Things, Jeff's Blues, $24.99. Delbert McClinton, Honky Tonkin', I Done Me Some, $9.99 on that one. Stephen Douglas got Marshall Tucker. So does Stephen Douglas for 10. Let's go ahead and make this DJ comp a buy now for 25 bucks. It's called Straight from the Decks, Guts. Straight from the Decks. That's $25 double LP on that one. All right, Def Leppard's now at 10 with Huxley Miller. Let's jump back over here. We have Jeff Beck, also sold to Huxley Miller for $20. And next is Delbert McClinton, sold to Stephen Douglas for $7. Macy now has a bid for 20 and 21. Lonnie Jolly, you're out. Next is going to go up for bid right now, and that is an unofficial, this is kind of bizarre, an unofficial pressing of Joy Division Unknown Pleasures, and that will be on colored vinyl. It's a sealed, unofficial Joy Division, a $20 start on that one. Hello People, the Handsome Devils. Hello People is $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, $9.99. Orange Capitol label, nice. Linda Ronstadt, $9.99. George Thorogood, moving on over. George Thorogood, $19.99 on the original Rounder Records label. I'm about to sell A and D for $10 and $11, just FYI. Van Morrison Wavelength is $34.99. New Vintage Crate here at almost midnight, Friday night. And these have never been gone through before. They're buy it now or best offer. Quarter Flash is $14.99. And Eddie Money, Live for the Taken. Eddie Money, $9.99. Night Ranger 7 Wishes, $26.99 for Night Ranger. And Todd by Todd Rundgren. That's a double LP, $24.99. Def Leppard is sold to Huxley Miller for 10 bucks. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. Appreciate it. And then New York Dolls on Eric Van Leuven for 11. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven for 11. By the way, Huxley, I was going to tell you, thank you for paying that invoice earlier. So what they'll do, they'll probably get that shipped out with everything else you pay on Monday, okay? So you just paid that invoice. They'll probably bill you for everything you buy tonight and tomorrow, and then they'll probably ship it out by like next Wednesday. So anybody new, they're really fast on shipping. We do invoicing once a week on Monday. Usually by Wednesday and Thursday, you'll start getting tracking, okay? Because they've got to sort it all. They've got to yada, 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 yitty-dee-dee-dee. You get what I mean? Okay, so here we go. This is an interesting deal here. This is from the band The Untouchables. Look at this die-cut picture disc. And the name of the song is Lebanon. And the flip is Something Yourself. But a really cool die-cut shaped picture disc from The Untouchables. It is obviously been yellowed, but really cool there with the gun. Looks like a big Dirty Harry. Looks like a Smith & Wesson. Looks like a Clint Eastwood special there, doesn't it? That's from 1984, $10 start. $10 start. Joy Division is an unofficial. Joy Division is unofficial, okay? It's on colored vinyl. I don't know what color. By this sticker, it makes me think pink or red. For pink or red, okay? And Macy's at 26. Next question. Chad, will Jet Safe give a card or a letter with those Bill Ward signatures? All of the Bill Ward is going to be witnessed. So everything is going to get a JSA witness sticker. Now, if something already has a certification, for you to get it re-updated with Bill Ward, you got to pay for the letter. So that's something we can do, actually. If you want to send in something already signed by Ozzy and you're adding Bill Ward, you can pay to get that letter revised, okay? But it will be, but we can submit that there for you so you don't have to later, okay? Because JSA will be there. But if you already have something signed by Ozzy with a letter, the letter on the Ozzy will still be good, and Bill Ward is witnessed. And that's part of the $155, okay? So, yeah. Moving on. So basically, like if you had something already authenticated with a letter by Ozzy, and then you add a Bill Ward, well, you have the letter, that certifies Ozzy. The sticker certifies Bill Ward, but if you're kind of OCD and you want your letter, you'll have to pay to have the letter updated. But you want to make sure you let me know that while we're there with JSA, because the guy that will be there with me, he can submit for a new letter, and then I can bill you for it. Okay? Macy is sold to Mark Weiss for $26. Thank you. This is sold to Mark Weiss for $26. All right, let's get that off the table. And sorry, got distracted there. They're still bidding on Joy Division. I got some other sealed stuff coming up. I got other auctions coming up. Price on signatures. Cheap Trick is $350, Vinnie Vincent's $150, and Tyler Childers is $575. And I feel like it's not going to be there by the end of the week. Tyler's probably going to be gone soon. All right, let's keep rolling with some of these Motley Crue remasters. This is a 40th anniversary remaster of Theater of Pain, sealed for a $20 start. And the Foo Fighters, but here we are, sealed on white vinyl. Foo Fighters is a $10 start. $10 start on that one, okay? Moving on. And this is a buy it now best offer crate. The Doobie Brothers Stampede. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. Excuse me. The Modern Jazz Quartet. This is Plastic Letters, or excuse me, Plastic Dreams, a white label promo. $24.99. $24.99. Dave Brubeck Quartet, $24.99 for Time In. That's a Columbia 2i in shrink in the original baggie. $24.99 on that. Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind, $14.99. Inside Ronnie Millsap, sealed for $14.99. Modern Jazz Quartet sold to Adam Bernardi for $17. The Modern Jazz Quartet again, Blues on Bach, $19.99. Okay. Are we done on the Joy Division? I'm going to go ahead and make the Untouchables picture disc a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on that one. I mean, if I sell in Bill Ward. Bill Ward is $155 plus return shipping. So $155, and of course, you pay for shipping because we're going to have to ship it back to you. $155. $155. That also means if you're interested, you can go to shopcollectco.com. The link's on our Facebook page. We're pretty dang easy to find. Brand new and improved website, okay? It's pretty dang cool. Joy Division is sold to Goofy Foot for $35. And then Motley Crue is sealed for $25. And Plastic Marshall Tucker sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. What was the shit? I think Jake's got it calculated, actually. I think he's, because we're using Stripe, and we had to keep this separate from like our live streams here every night. And the reason we have to do that is because when all this stuff comes back, when we get back from California, the whole shipping department is just going to get all this stuff out, pack it up and get it out. And we didn't want to get it confused and start trying to wait on people to pay for orders and has so-and-so paid, oh, let's put it in his box, blah, blah, blah. We're going to come back from California. Everything's already going to be paid for and ready to ship. And that next day, the shipping crew is going to be here, and we're going to get all this stuff out to everybody. We have Ozzy Patient Number 9. This is a double LP on clear vinyl, a $25 start. Next thing over here is Ronnie Millsap. One More Try for Love. Ronnie Millsap is sealed. There he is, folks. $14.99. Which pressing of Theater of Pain? A 40th anniversary remaster. Ozzy is sealed, a $25 start. Foo Fighters is sold to Tony Ortego for $12. Thank you, Tony, that's sold. 45 Untouchable, $7. Chris Redding said, Chad, is there any way possible you could give me a small discount on this and I'll buy it? That's sold to Chris Reddings for $7. Black Oak, Arkansas, Ranch and Roll Live on quad. Quad pressing, $29.99. Conway Tweedy, Georgia keeps pulling on my ring. $9. Folks, there he is. $9.99. There he is, folks. Kenny Rogers, $9.99 for Kenny. There they are, folks. Uriah Heep, Fallen Angel. Uriah Heep is $19.99. The Moody Blues, to our children's children. The Moody Blues is 14 doll hairs and 99 cents. Our next auction is Def Leppard Mirror Ball, the 3 LP sealed. Def Leppard is a $20 start. Okay? Next thing over here is Highwayman on that Ronnie Millsap. No. Conway for $6. Doug Wants gets Conway for $6. Next is the Bellamy Brothers Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99. Ted Nugent Double Live Gonzo, really clean cover, no ring wear, $24.99 on Ted Nugent. Steven, you've been outbid on Crew. Just FYI, that's Motley Crue. Next is another Foo Fighters for D, Medicine at Midnight. And this is sealed Foo Fighters for a $10 start. Sealed Foo Fighters. Marshall Tucker Together Forever, $14.99. Whiskey Todd got Ted Nugent. That is sold to Whiskey Todd for $20. And Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. Neil Diamond is a double LP, $14.99. Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. We also have Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes. Love is a Sacrifice, $9.99. Stephen Douglas got Marshall Tucker for $10. Sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. Next is Rod Stewart, A Shot of Rhythm and Blues, $14.99. And Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes. Rainbow is $29.99. Also, Joe Perry, I've got the Rock and Rolls again. Joe Perry, $19.99. Southside Johnny, 5. Southside Johnny, 8. Next over here is Alvin Lee and Company in Flight, $29.99. And we have Joe Perry, Once a Rocker, Always a Rocker. More Joe Perry from Aerosmith, $19.99. NY for $12. NY. What was NY? All right, A, B, C are done. Def Leppard Sealed 3 LP, $20 on Mirror Ball. Ozzy's an OB at $25. Motley Crue is sold to Adam Bernardi for $25. Thank you on that. Foo Fighters is now at 12 with Stephen Parton. Our next auction is this, Jazz Sabbath, Volume 2. This is Black Sabbath music being played to the tone of some jazz. This is a $25 start. That's in slot number C. Neil Diamond, you put Neil Young. Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $12. I thought that's what you meant, though. Southside Johnny is sold to Huxley Miller for $7. And we have Lonnie Jolly on RS for $10. And RS for $10 was for Rod Stewart. Sold to Lonnie Jolly for $10. There's Jazz Sabbath Volume 2 on natural colored vinyl. Steve Parton gets Foo Fighters for $12. Okay? Jazz Sabbath is now up for a $25 start. We got Jack White Lazzarato. Special cut with no run-out etchings or stamps. Special cut with no run-out etchings or stamps. That's also a $25 start. Adam Bernardi would like to cancel Neil Diamond. He says, I cannot stand Neil Diamond. I thought that was Neil Young. No, that's Neil Diamond. That's Neil Diamond. He said, dang, I can't stand Neil Diamond. I'll have to put that one back. Okay, next thing over here is this. Rod Stewart Footloose and Fancy Free. $14.99 on Rod Stewart Footloose and Fancy Free. Firefall Luna C. Firefall is $9.99. And I have, hold the fort, hold it. I have Rod Stewart Never a Dull Moment. That is $24.99. The Bellamy Brothers is sold for $8 to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton. That is sold to you. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Oh my, it's a 1975. 1975. Physical Graffiti. EX Plus on side A and B. And check this out. Near Mint Minus on disc 2. This is an OG 75 Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. That's on Led Zeppelin 4. How about this one? Da 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 da. OG, really nice copy. A $40 start in slot number A. In my time of dying, we just joined hands. I received a letter from my brother across the water. He said, da-da-da-da-da. The Wonton song. Next, Delbert McClinton, Keeper of the Flame. Delbert McClinton is $9.99. And I have Night Ranger Big Life. Night Ranger is $26.99. So what's a First Kiss album worth played once in mint condition? I cannot determine the value from that statement. You got to have a lot more information than that. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Debut Kiss albums can sell anywhere from $1,000 to $1. From $1 to $1,000. Heck, I guess if they're signed, they can sell for a lot more than that. I received a message from my brother across the water. Final chance on Jack White and Jazz Sabbath. Stephen Douglas gets Delbert McClinton for $7. Thank you on that. Oh, come on now, meet me in the morning. Won't you meet me in the middle of the night? Oh. Night Flight. I received. Christopher Allen has Zeppelin at 40. Anybody else need anything in here? I've got Night Ranger, Rod Stewart, Firefall, Rod Stewart, Neil Diamond, Joe Perry, Alvin Lee, Joe Perry, Rainbow, Moody Blues, Uriah Heep, Kenny Rogers, Black Oak, Arkansas, Ronnie Millsap, Modern Jazz Quartet, Ronnie Millsap, Dave Brubeck, Doobie Brothers, Todd Rundgren, Night Ranger, Eddie Money, Quarter, Flash, Van Morrison, George Thorogood, Linda Ronstadt, Hello People, Elegy the Nice, the Bellamy Brothers, Greg Raleigh, Rare Earth, James Gang, Air Supply, Toby Bow, Henry Gross, Marshall Crenshaw, and Iron Butterfly. B and C were no bids. Jack White's a $25 buy it now, and Jazz Sabbath is a $25 buy it now. Those are going right over here. That means Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $41. I will sell Stephen Parton, Jazz Sabbath for $20. And Danae was second, Jared Inc. third. Al, I'll sell you Jack White for $20. I'll say Jack White for $20. Next auction is LA Guns, Live in Boston, 89. This is an official LA Guns live album. It is on red vinyl, and it's going to go up for a $20 start. LA Guns, Boston, 89. $20 start on that. Danae, you've been outbid on Led Zeppelin. Next auction is Dirty Honey. This is sealed Dirty Honey. It's going to go up in C for a $20 start as well. That's right, sealed Dirty Honey. And over here I have, let's see what kind of grade we're talking on the Rush here. I have a price, but I don't have a grade. This is a VG minus copy of Rush 2112. An 81 US reissue, VG minus, a $1 start. I know it's most unusual to come before you so, but I found an ancient miracle I thought that you should know. Listen to my music and hear what it can do. There's something here as strong as life. I know that it will reach you. What can this strange device be? When I touch it, it gives forth a sound. It's got wires that vibrate and give music. I can't believe you're saying these things just be true. Wow, what a song. Holy crap. Takes me, that speaks to me. Oh man, that's different. That takes me to a different place. Whew. Takes me to the discovery. Wow, what a song. Jack White is sold to Al for $18. Thank you on that. Okay, and Christopher Allen gets Led Zeppelin for $45. Thank you. Talking about something that speaks to me. Whew. Holy moly, right here, man. Golly, what an album. Solid price for an OG in that kind of condition. Hoopy is about to get LA Guns, and Dirty Honey has a bid, and Rush is at $3. Dirty Honey is not signed. Nope. I can't believe you're saying these things, they can't be true. See how it sings. Notes that fall gently like rain. Wow. I cannot wait to see them. November can't get here soon enough. Atlanta. I hope that it just happens. I hope it doesn't, they don't have to cancel like they did in Texas. November is a long ways away for as many shows as they're playing, so I hope Getty holds up and Alex and, man, I got to go see them. All right, LA Guns is sold to Hoopy for $20. Dirty Honey has a new bid. Weight loss, going great. Going great. I'm staying on top of it. No junk food, no sweets. My shorts are literally pulled up to my shorts are pulled up to my belly button right now. Okay? My clothes don't fit me anymore. I've got my shorts up above my belly button. So I've losing 61 pounds, or I'm at 64 right now, not counting this week. So yeah, that's been diminishing on my clothes. Ringo bootlegs? No, not really. Okay, here's what I'm going to do for the rest of the night. Going to be very vinyl oriented. There was a video this morning that I still hadn't tagged. I'm probably going to do that. We probably need to do like one half-off crate. We need to do one half-off crate, and then I'm going to tag that metal video. So let's do some vintage half-off, and then probably I'll end the show tagging that metal crate and looking at everybody's offers. Def Leppard is sold to Lee for $15. Thank you. We have already filled up 8 full crates tonight. Christina Curtis gets Dirty Honey. This is sold to Christina Curtis for $22. So we're about to start filling up crate number 9 tonight, which is amazing. Let's do at least one, maybe 2 half off. Any Miss Lot magazines? Probably, Faith. You know the answer. The answer is yes. Every night, am I going to show magazines? The answer is yes. And then will I? That's the question. I said I was going to stop at 1 a.m. so I can do the videos and go straight home. Okay? Are we done on Rush? Okay? That was a new arrival bin. Let me go stack that over here. Let's pick out at least one vintage half-off crate. Vintage. We love vintage, folks. Play it. It gives forth a sound. It's got wires that vibrate and make music. All right, here we go. Will I do any Kiss stuff tonight? Yes. My answer is always yes. Because I do not have this show planned out. I don't plan. We don't do plans here. We don't do plans. Like, I had no idea I was about to do this next. I did that on the fly, making a decision. Stephen Douglas gets Rush for $15. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. Okay. We had one of these on Metal Night last night. Motorhead Death in Wacken, which is a limited edition picture disc. $75 start. Sebastian Bach, Forever Wild. Let me get this nasty sleeve off of it. And these sticky notes. Sebastian Bach is sealed, a $20 start. Sly and the Family Stone, Dance to the Music. Not easy to get. A lot of this starting bid will depend on this condition. Sly and the Family Stone is actually really nice. That is unusual. The cover has a little bit of wear, but that's a 68 Sly and the Family Stone, Dance to the Music. A $20 start on that as well. And then we have Howard Tate. Howard Tate is a 72 US funk soul album. Currently none available for sale on Discogs. I guess of this particular prep, maybe of any of them, I'm not for sure. The vinyl is VG Plus. That's also a $20 start. Okay? All right, this crate is going to be vintage, half off, no more, no less. Vintage, half off, no more, no less. Faith wants to know, do you have any Elvis records? Faith has also asked, is there any chance you could show some magazines with Elvis on them? And then Faith also asked, could you please just go ahead and put up all the Elvis stuff right now in one big lot, I'll bid on it. Could you please put up some more Elvis 45s? Hold on, Faith has also asked for Elvis wigs. Do you have any Elvis wigs? Chad, what would you charge to dress up like Elvis and sing me a song? I will dress up like Elvis and sing you a song for $100,000. I'm not cheap to make public appearances. All right, here we go. American Graffiti, 41 original hits from the soundtrack, an amazing compilation, $12.50 on American Graffiti, $12.50, $12.50. Straub's, Grave New World, Straub's is $5. This crate's going to be pretty fun, and it's going to be pretty simple. Everything is half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. We have Ken Booth, an anthology of reggae collectors, Volume 2. Ken Booth is $10. Straub's is sold to Stephen Parton for $5. Christina Curtis gets American Graffiti for $12.50. Ken Booth is still there. Bob Seger, check this thing out. Sealed with hop sticker, $17.50. Wow. It is an old cutout, but man, how cool is that? A sealed Bob Seger. That is sold to Shakedown. Awesome. $17.50. Chris Reddings gets Ken Booth for $10. Sean Richter was second. John Kaiser second on Bob Seger. Nice. Rush Signals, $13.50. Nothing wrong with the vinyl, but there is tape around the cover. $13.50 on that. The Osborne Brothers, Golden Archive Series. The Osborne Brothers is a yellow label promo, $10 on the Osborne Brothers. Rush is sold to John Kaiser for $13.50. Styx, Paradise Theater. Styx is $10. That does have the laser etching. Too much time on my hands. Oh, my hands are so cold and feeble. We have Pablo Live, Joe Poss. This is in shrink wrap. Joe Poss is $10. $10. And Neil Diamond, Love at the Greek Theater. That's not Neil Young. Neil Diamond, $7.50. Elton John, Too Low for Zero. VG cover, nice vinyl, $7.50. I'm Still Standing. Chris Reddings gets Joe Poss for $10. And we have Mark Allman too. Mark Allman is $7.50. All right, all these auctions are done. So Sebastian Bach is sold to Wade Lucas for $24. Slime the Family Stone is sold to Eric Van Leuven. Dance to the music, yeah. And then we have Danae DeLeo getting Howard Tate for $20. Okay. Change Rush from John Kaiser to Huxley Miller. Sell this instead to Huxley Miller for $13.50. Okay. Next is Stephen Parton got Elton John. That's sold to Stephen for $7.50. And Huxley Miller got Styx for $10. Motorhead is a no-bid unofficial picture disc, $75. The no-bids are Motorhead, Ozzy, Guts, Foo Fighters, Betty Davis, Taylor Swift, Gil Scott-Heron. Not many tonight, folks. Not many tonight. All right. What else do I have? I've got Perry Ubu, Quincy Jones, Rick Springfield, and let's see what's up with this dub. Something dub. Still got more auctions over here to run. I've got Perry Ubu, a 2021 UK blue opaque vinyl, UK, that's called St. Arkansas. That is going to go up for a $15 start. Quincy Jones is the Money soundtrack, a 2022 green vinyl. Quincy Jones, a $15 start. This is Rick Springfield, his classic Working Class Dog as a 40th anniversary special edition. That's also a $15 start. And then I've got Studio One Space Age Dub Special, Intergalactic Dub from 13 Brittonford Road. That's near Mint, a $25 start. Okay. Next thing over here is this. I have, stand by. 1 second. I have the Aussie no bid was patient number 9, purple vinyl, sealed, $25. And Gil Scott Heron is Pieces of a Man. That is EX, a 74 repress, $90. There's some writing right there. All right, moving on. Back to the half off. Paul McCartney, live Chopa CCP, $10. Live in the USSR. Best of Alan Sherman, $5 on Alan Sherman. $5 on Alan Sherman. One second, please. All right, Jeremy Todd got Aussie. That's sold to Jeremy Todd for $25. Doug Wants gets McCartney, sold for $10. Rick Springfield is near mint. Joe Poss, live at Long Beach City College. Joe Poss is $10. Creedence Clearwater Revival Chronicle. This is in shrink wrap. Their 20 greatest hits, $17.50. Sold to Stephen Parton for $17.50. High bids, looking for 15. Final call for 15. D is 25. Next is Jared Inc. on Joe Poss for $10. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. A really nice copy with inner sleeve, $10. Keep on Loving You. Adam Bernardi, you were second on Joe Poss. You were second on Joe Poss. Rainbow, this is some kind of 4-track EP, $12.50. The Leroy Brothers, check this action. The Leroy Brothers is $10. Joan Jett, the cover is odd. It's faded or sun-bleached maybe. $17.50. I Love Rock and Roll. Rainbow is sold to John Kaiser for $12.50. That's sold to John Kaiser. And Out of Our Heads, the Rolling Stones, $12.50. This is no condition notes on the vinyl, but the cover does have some tape around it. That's a classic from the Stones. B, C, and D are done. Rick Springfield is sold to Marion Corbetti for $15. That's sold to Marion Corbetti for $15. Quincy Jones is a buy it now for $15. Mint green vinyl. And then Studio One Dub Space Dub Special, Space Age Dub Special, near mint, $25 on that. Huxley Miller got the Rolling Stones for $12.50. Thank you on that one. Next over here is CCR Pendulum, just $15 on Pendulum. Beautiful, super nice copy on CCR. Okay. Perry Ubu's at $25. That's going once, going twice. I've still got a few more auctions, including a test pressing. This is a test pressing of Robin Ford, Talk to Your Daughter. Music on Vinyl, 2022 test pressing. Now, we had it tagged at $50. I'm going to go ahead and start it for $25. Robin Ford, Music on Vinyl test pressing, near mint, $25. Dub Space is sold to Adam Bernardi for $17. John Kaiser got CCR Pendulum for $15. Limo, this is a Warner Brothers sampler, aka compilation. That's a double LP, $10 on that one. Perry Ubu is sold to Preston Rose for $25. Thank you on that. The Robin Ford test pressing is a $25 start. That is in B. That is in B, just FYI. I think I was on the wrong camera there for a second. Limo was what I just showed. That's one of those Warner Brothers lost leaders. This is called the Cadillac 3 Bury Me in My Boots. It is a 2016 OG. It's near mint, a $20 start on the Cadillac 3. $25 on Robin Ford. And we're going to put this up here. And I think if you check the stats on this, you'll find out it's a pretty pricey record. A 68 USOG. A 68 USOG of Samba 68 by Marcos Valle, or Valle, V-A-L-L-E. A 68 USOG promo in mono. That one is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. And then over here in D is Richard Sotar Episodes. Don't know a lot about this, but it's a 2024, and that's also a $15 start. Whiskey Todd gets REO Speedwagon. That is sold for $10. What pressing is Joan? Joan's cover, there's something off about it. I think it's been like sun bleached. It looks like something like probably another album jacket laid on top of it right here. Probably like that. So if you can imagine, something laid on it probably for years. Years probably, where the sun was hitting it, and it caused that discoloration. So it looks a little off. It is $17.50. That's the back cover. You see how bold and clean and nice it is. So the cover's just been sun bleached. The vinyl is beautiful. It's OG. It's near mint minus. And the cover is still in shrink, but that didn't help protect it from the sun. The sun is nasty when it comes to album covers. You got to keep stuff out of the sun. I'm about to put up new curtains in my house right now. I have a fortune tied up in a poster collection, and I'm about to hang more stuff in a part of my house where no sun can come in. I've been to people's houses where they've had the spines to their record collections, like the spines where the sun has hit them every day for years, and it just ruins them. It ruins the spines. It makes them look really weird. So be careful where you store your records. Fred Goodwin had stuff like that. Fred Goodwin had movie posters hanging in his house where the sun hit them every day for 30, 40 years. And it's just like there was hardly anything left of them. So, yep, be careful of your collectibles around the sun. The sun is dangerous, okay? It's not just hot. It is brutally sensitive to bright colors. Zappa, you can't do that on stage anymore. $20 on Zappa. $20 on Zappa. Paul Young, Between Two Fires. Paul Young is $10. Between Two Fires. Savoy Brown, Greatest Hits. That's a double LP, $17.50. James Taylor and the Flying Machine. That is $10. James Taylor and the original Flying Machine. $10 on that. And the best of Willie Nelson. By the way, these were shown exactly 1 week ago tonight. And now they're half off, no more, no less. So a lot of nonsense in here. Willie, just $17.50. A, B, C, and D are all done, okay? The Cadillac 3 is sold to Tim Graham for $25. Robin Ford test pressing of Talk to Your Daughter, $25. I had that half of what the starting bid was. Samba 68 is sold to Danae for $15. And then Richard Sotar Episodes, $15 on that. I have no idea what kind of music that is. I'm assuming jazz, perhaps. Robin Ford is sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Okay, moving on. Next is Mountain, Go For Your Life. Mountain is $10. And Elvis, this is good. This is the Sun Sessions. They compiled it on RCA and released it. There is a more desirable mono copy on a tan label. That's the black. $15 on Elvis, the Sun Sessions. Over here we have Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly, with that original octagon cover. This is $17.50. Sean Richter, this is a half off crate, no more, no less. So Zappa was actually $40 originally. So everything in here is one price, sold or pass. Zappa's $20. Richard Sotar Episodes, a 2014 limited edition, $15 on that one. All right, I've got to scan this one in. I've got two here I actually need to scan in. These are both from, I told y'all, Bill Kissholm collection. He had some other stuff that wasn't, some of these sealed records, that's where I've been getting them from. I have never seen this Black Keys before, so I was thinking about waiting and tagging them tomorrow during like regular auctions for our hot pitchers and having Kyle and Patrick research it. But you know what? Let's scan it in right now. I've never seen this. This is the Black Keys Let's Rock. And the Black Keys is a 2LP Record Store Day 180-gram holographic gatefold. See, I think I have seen that not in this black baggie. This is in a black baggie, kind of like how Pink Floyd did Dark Side, or did Wish You Were Here. So this is a 2LP. It comes back as a 2020 Record Store Day. And I'm assuming it is, well, we're going to assume that it's near mint, okay? And, I mean, I don't know. Could have been open, possibly. That's still very adhesive, I'll tell you that. $30 start on the Black Keys. $30 start on the Black Keys. And then, I know this is a good record. This was the first time this was ever on vinyl. This was Collective Soul, hence Allegations. And this is the red vinyl. So Black Keys is in slot number B. B for Black Keys. And then C for Collective Soul. See what I did there? B for Black Keys. And yeah, so this is the Record Store Day 2018. And this is opened, and it's red vinyl. Red vinyl. And that was the very first time this huge album from back in the 90s had ever been pressed to vinyl. So makes it pretty collectible just in that. And I'll put this up for a $55 start. $55 start. That's the Collective Soul red vinyl. Huxley Miller got the Rolling Stones for $17.50. Susie Breedlove wants the Elvis. She said she'll take the Elvis for $15, but please send it to Regina. Well, guess what? We don't even have to send it to her. She picks up her stuff locally. So thank you, and that is so to Susie. But charge Susie, but then give it to Regina, okay? Next auction in A. Next auction in A is Chubby Checker Dancing Party. Chubby Checker Dancing Party is a 2020 22-track compilation sealed, a $15 start. Sean Richter said he will do $20 on the Zappa. Thank you. That's so to Sean Richter for $20. And our next auction is this. I'm going to double check this price before I put it up. It's a pricey record. I don't know what it is, though. It's a test pressing. All right, I'll just go by Patrick's judgment. This is Legends of the Desert, Volume 1, Pale Horse, Pale Rider, Lord Buffalo. A numbered test pressing, numbered 16 of 25, near mint for $100. It's a 2020 test pressing, Legends of the Desert, Volume 1, Pale Horse, Pale Rider, Lord Buffalo. $100 on that one. Okay, back to the half off. Back to the half off. First thing I have is Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. Johnny Winter is $10. Nothing But the Blues. No condition notes on that. Chicago Transit Authority, their debut. It looks like it's a bar-coded early 80s pressing. Chicago is $17.50. I love Chicago. I love Chicago. Nina Hagen, 10-inch here, $10. It's a 4-track. Nina Hagen is $10. Adam Minardi got Johnny Winter. That's sold to Adam Minardi for $10. And The Who's Greatest Hits, nice, $10. I was born in a Soho doorway. The policeman knew my name. He said, so. We have Wham, Make It Big, $17.50 on Wham, Make It Big. What number is Black Keys? Is it supposed to be numbered? If it's numbered, it's on the jacket. I don't want to take it out of the baggie because honestly, I don't think it's ever been opened. Most of Bill's stuff was sealed that I got. So I can't confirm the number. Okay. Danae got Wham for $17.50. Thank you, Danae. And we have Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Angel Station, $5 on that. Christopher Allen on The Who for $10. So we'll make sure he does. Okay, he did bid on Black Keys. And late night auction, man, unadvertised Collective Soul, red vinyl. Kaiser has it for $55, and he's about to get it. Just saying. This is what happens when I start putting up stuff like this at 1 a.m., right? Holy crap. All right, so she wanted The Who, not Wham. So let's do a couple corrections. Let's delete the last couple deals. Danae DeLo gets The Who, sold to Danae for $10. That means Huxley Miller gets Wham, sold to Huxley Miller for $17.50. Christopher Allen, you were second. B has a new bid. Adam Bernardi got Man for Man for $5. Nina Hagen is sold to Pam Murray for $10. And Van Halen, Diver Down, $22.50. Oh, pretty woman walking down the street, pretty woman, the kind I'd like to meet, Waylon Jennings, is $12.50. $12.50 for Waylon Jennings. And Savoy Brown, we don't get that one as often. Skin and Bone, Savoy Brown is $10. All right, Kaiser got a deal. Yeah, these don't even start. I mean, these are pricey. That's sold to John Kaiser for $55. Sold, and let's put it away. I gave it all the time I could. I tried. At that point, I was almost begging somebody. Boy, do I have an Elvis record over here Faith would like to see. It's in my personal collection, though, Faith. I might sell it maybe later this year. I've got a lead on maybe another one, or maybe a collection of them, so I've waited before I sold this one, but boy, do I have an Elvis record over here. Oh, my gosh. All right, that's sold to John Kaiser. Next over here, they're still bidding on the Black Keys. Goofy Foot, you have been outbid. Danae DeLeo got Savoy Brown for $10. Stephen Douglas was second. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Hank Williams Jr., Born to Boogie. Hank Williams Jr. is $12.50. Man for Man Again, Somewhere in Africa. That is $5. And Elton John, Honky Chateau. I'm a rocket man, burning down this fuse half as long. Well, I have the ultimate Elvis record here. I've got Good Rockin' Tonight. I Don't Care If the Sun Don't Shine. Milk Cow Boogie Blues, or excuse me, Milk Cow Blues Boogie, and You're a Heartbreaker. VG Plus on Milk Cow. Good Rockin' Tonight is also VG Plus. All right. Adam Bernardi got another Man for Man, sold for $5. Jeremy Todd got Hank Williams Jr. for $12.50. Huxley Miller second on Man. We have Katie Lang, Angel Valeria for $10. Chubby Checker is a no bid for $15. And Legends of the Desert, Pale Horse, Pale Rider, Lord Buffalo, $100. Okay, I'm listening to offers. We're about to sell the Black Keys for $38. Janis Joplin Pearl is a VG copy for $7.50. And we have the Who Sellout. That's a weird price, $48. $24 on the Who Sellout. $24 on the Who Sellout. Lord Buffalo sold to Stephen Parton for $60. Chubby Checker sold to Doug Wants for $10. That was easy. Now we have all those sold. Now the Black Keys still getting bids. And now we're getting right back over here. First thing I have is Morcheeba. Morcheeba, Escape the Chaos, is a 2025 red vinyl near mint. A $20 start on Morcheeba. $20 start on Morcheeba. Over here, we have Black Keys at $40. You know, the Elvis didn't come in company sleeves. Yes, John, every time we find something like that, he'll put it in a sun sleeve, but I have got to inform him on that. Yeah, he actually tracked down those sun sleeves forever, but that's true. When Elvis was in the stores, if you were lucky enough to be alive in 1956 out record shopping, golly, is that anybody here? Did anybody go in a store in 1956 and buy Elvis's Sun records when they were on the shelf? I've never met anybody that's done that. That would be amazing. They would have to be, man. So let's say you were, okay, you'd been a teen, right? You'd been a teen or a young adult in 56, I guess. Holy moly. Wow. Okay, over here, this is Empire of the Sun, Ask That God. Empire of the Sun is sealed, a $55. Empire of the Sun sealed, $55. That's actually tagged a little higher. All right, let's move on to the half off. Frank Sinatra, VG plus 5. Now, I've always said this. If right now I could open this wall and that was a portal to Memphis in 1954, okay, actually more like 53, 54, right? You could open this. I guarantee it would probably be hard to find those Elvis records in 1954 in Memphis. I bet that'd be hard to find, finding those Sun records. If you could just walk into a time portal, poof, you're transported. I bet they were hard to find then. Eagles, their greatest hits. VG, $7.50. That is in shrink wrap, $7.50. Head East, getting lucky. Head East is VG for $5. Montrose, VG plus $6.50. Willie Nelson Stardust, VG $5. And the Tubes, the completion backwards principle, VG plus $9. Wow, we got somebody watching that was born in 2007. Wow, I'm no longer the youngest person here anymore. I am no longer the youngest person when Faith is watching. Wow. I'm always the youngest person here, Faith. Not anymore. Not anymore. All right, let's put this up right here. I have some Japanese jazz, and Danae just lost her mind. This is Ryu Fukui in New York. Let's make a TV show. Let's do a Netflix thing. It's like time traveler. You got 48 hours to track down an Elvis Sun record in Memphis in 1955. Kind of reminds me of that 11/22/63, the Stephen King thing. All right, over here we got 2020 Switzerland, limited edition, Ryu Fukui in New York, and that is sealed for a $55 start. Okay? Morchiba is sold at an AD Leo for $20, and the Black Keys is sold to Goofy Foot for $45. All right, I still got some half-off stuff here to tag. First thing I'm going to tag is we got Huxley Miller on the Eagles, right? Not yet. Huxley Miller got the Eagles for $7.50. Huxley Miller got Montrose for $6.50. Stephen Douglas second on Montrose. Huxley Miller got the Tubes for $9. Pam Murray got Head East for $5. Doug Wantz got Willie Nelson for $5. Okay? Empire of the Sun did not get a bid. This is a $55 buy it now. A 2024 USOG Orange Swirl, $55 on that one. And then Ryu Fukui, and this is $55 on that one. $55 on that one. Empire of the Sun. Let me check on this one. Let me check on this one. Empire of the Sun. Open $75. Open new $25. $50. $45. They start at $70. I will sell this to you right now, Danae. This is sold to Danae for $40. Moving on. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. I still got some pricey stuff in here. Holy moly. All right, let's see what this is. I don't know what this is, and they're like $100 start records. Golly. All right, here's where we go. Nick Saranjenko said, I was 1 year old in 56. However, the first record I ever bought for myself was an Elvis record. Elvis for Everyone. Wow. There we go. Oh, gosh. Breathe. Breathe in the air. Okay. Not who? Not Runner Thunderbird. Not Runner, whoa, gosh, it's getting late. Not Runner Thunderbird, 2018, near mint, $100. AIM, Means of Production, the singles. VG Plus, a 2003 UK, $70. Wax Taylor, Tales of Forgotten Melodies, EX, $100. Ryu Fukui is sealed, $55 buy it now. And then in D, we have Travis, The Man Who. Travis is a 2019. That is Craft, a $25 start. Next is Paul Young, The Secret of Association, VG, $5. And O. Waylon, Waylon Jennings is $6.50, a VG copy. All right, let's do a speed run on those again. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. The Osmond Brothers is $10. Neil Diamond, Love at the Greek is $7.50. Mark Almond 2 is $7.50. I knew you wouldn't stop at 1. Man, y'all won't let me. Y'all were savages, dude. If I even hint that I'm exhausted and I've only slept for like a few hours or something, y'all will hound me and y'all will keep buying stuff just so y'all know I won't end the feed. Like we're going on 10 crates tonight. And that's just because y'all know I said I'll stand by stuff. And they're like, no. You think that, Chad. We're not letting you go anywhere, buddy. We'll just keep buying stuff and requesting stuff and buying stuff and requesting stuff. You won't be able to ever go to bed. You'll be here till 6 a.m. The Best of Alan Sherman, $5. Leroy Brothers was $10. Limo was $10, one of those Warner Brothers comps. Joan Jett was $17.50. Paul Young was $10 between two fires. Savoy Brown, $17.50. Greatest hits, live in concert. James Taylor and the Original Fly Machine, $10. The Best of Willie Nelson, $7.50. The Best. Also over here we have Mountain. Mountain is $10. Chicago Transit Authority, $17.50. We have Van Halen, Diver Down, $22.50. Waylon Jennings, Greatest Hits, $12.50. Chris Bryant put the letter H. H was for, we're about to find out. Kevin R. got The Best of Willie, sold for $7.50. Stephen Douglas was second. H is No Claim. Wow, nobody going to get Rocket Man? That's Elton John, $10 on that. Katie Lang and the Reclines is $10. You know what else I got? Janis Joplin, Pearl. Janis Joplin is VG, $7.50. You know what else I got? I got The Who Sellout for $24. You know what else I got? Frank Sinatra, VG plus $5. I also have O. Waylon. Waylon is VG, $6.50. And I've got Paul Young, VG, $5. I have not pulled those yet. You want Slayer, South of Heaven, and Exhumed. Can you tell me the name of the Exhumed album again? Kevin R. gets Sinatra, sold for $5. Huxley Miller got Janis Joplin, sold for $7.50. And Stephen Douglas got Waylon Jennings, VG, $6.50. The Best of Waylon is still in there. All these are no bids. 100, 100, no, 170, 125. I really don't know what they are or what genre, but I'll listen to offers. Night Runner, sold to Stephen Parton for $60. Does anybody want to make an offer on AIM? AIM is VG plus $70. Wax Taylor was EX $100. And then Travis over here was sealed for $25. We got one of them done. Thank you, Stephen Parton. All right. Boy, we've emptied those crates. Here we go. I've got Gary Moore. How Blue Can You Get? It's on blue vinyl. Gary Moore is sealed. That is a $10 start, sealed. Colin Butler gets Travis for $15. Thank you, Colin Butler. That's so to you. And our next is right here. This is Marcus King Band. Marcus King Band is called No Room for Blue. Record Store Day, $20 on that. It's sealed. Gary Moore is sealed, $10 on that. Ryu is sold to Adam Bernardi for $40. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. That's so to you. And then over here, we have a Japanese pressing. This is something I've never put up before. This is called the legendary Scott LaFaro. Let me make sure that's not in my note. This is actually something we got from Japan. And let me search here, find a note. Scott. Yeah, this is a 78 Japanese, $65 start. $65 start on Scott LaFaro. 68 Japanese. Looks like he's playing. Is he playing an upright bass or a cello? That is an upright bass he's playing. Okay. There for a minute, I thought he had, but that's a little big for a cello, isn't it? Next auction is going to go up right now. I have G Love and Special Sauce. This is some kind of 10-inch. It looks like an old 78 UK, 78 RPM, but it's a 1995 limited edition promo from G Love and Special Sauce. That is a $15 start. Okay, A has a new bid, B has a new bid. Elf J got Mark Almond, and that is sold to Elf J for $7.50. All right, and then Scott LaFaro is a 78 Japanese, 65 on that. Okay, let's try to sell these in a bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The other Waylon. This is Waylon Jennings. This is in shrink 1250. Signed Purgatory is $575. $575 for Signed Purgatory. If I can message him tonight and we do a deal, that might not be there tomorrow. I also have a signed live on Red Barn, but I'm keeping that one for myself. We actually got 4 of those in one deal. I think Seth kept 2 of them, and I'm keeping 1, and I got 1 for sale. All right, I'm going to make sure Stephen or whoever asked about Waylon. Let me go ahead and count the rest of the bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 records in here, and the bundle price is $60. Wow. That includes Paul Young, The Who, Katie Lang, Elton John, Van Halen, Chicago, Mountain, James Taylor, Savoy Brown, Paul Young, Joan Jett, Limo, Leroy, Alan Sherman, Neil Diamond, and Osborne Brothers. And Huxley Miller says he'll take him. Yeah, that got those down to $3.75 each. What a price for some of the titles still left in there. Awesome. Let's get him tagged, and I'm going to put stickies around those, and let's figure out what we need to do next. I need to pull those metal records for that for John Bonham right quick. We got a buyer on here that has the same name as the legendary drummer of Led Zeppelin. So the bundle was sold to Huxley Miller for $60. Thank you on that. Rafe was second. And then lastly is Kevin R. gets Waylon Jennings for $12.50. Okay? And we're about to sell A, we're about to sell B, we're about to make C a buy it now, and D is now at 20 with Goofy Foot. What do y'all think? Another half-off vintage crate? Huh. I wonder who would say no to a half-off vintage crate. You'd have to be on crack, right? I said that the other night, something about, what are y'all on crack? And somebody's like, is that still a thing? I think so. I've emptied a lot of crates tonight. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. And then we got to tag some metal. I still got to do that before we sign off. Otherwise, people's going to be wanting to know what they got and what they did not get. Snot running down his nose. Greasy fingers smearing shabby clothes. Hey, Aqualung. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Sitting on the park bench. Da-da. Da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. crying in the cold sun, watching as those pretty panthers run. Hey, Aqualung, feeling alone. The one man on the bugger, warms his feet. Feeling alone, the one son down the daughter. Oh yeah! All right. Here we go. Gary Moore sold to Stephen Douglas for 15. Marcus King sold to Jared Ing for 23. Scott LaFaro, buy it now for 65. And G Love sold to Goofy Foot for 20. Let's get that Scott LaFaro in a sleeve. All right, Slayer and Exhumed. I better do that right now. Okay, because these could get lost easily. All right, first of all, I don't think they were in this crate, but I'm going to check here first. They were, in fact, not in this crate, okay? They're not in that crate. Let me move these empty crates over here. This is going to be worth the wait, but I've got to find a few things. Let me get these out of the way. Let me get this out of the way. Okay. Got them. Just that fast. All right. Jonathan Bonham gets Exhumed Gore Metal. That's sold to Jonathan Bonham for $33.99. Jonathan Bonham gets Slayer South of Heaven for $33.99. And I better tag this right now, Tommy. Let me go through our notes here. This is sold, David Gilmour sold to Tommy Ralph for $200. Thank you, Tommy Ralph. That's officially in the system, okay? TSO Houston. Let's not mess that one up. We're good to go. Let's do some more half-off stuff. Let's do some more half-off stuff and some other auctions, okay? I have Jadis Oy Pink Martini, a 2016 US. That is a $25 start. Jadis Oy Pink Martini. Right. This is a white label promo of Neil Young Life, Japanese. Excuse me, not a white label, but a promo copy. There's the Japanese symbols for promo. It has the insert. There's the promo sticker. 35 on Neil Young. 25, 35. I have a... Here we go. 2 price reductions here. 2 Japanese. The Sting soundtrack, Near Mint with Obi, $15 start. And the Eagles Live double LP, $25 start. There's some for you to think about. Let's knock out this crate. David Gates, Never Let Her Go. David Gates was in a band called Bread. $5 on David Gates. Also, we have Misa Barara. What did I just say? It is Arion. It's a 74 French prog album. Misa, B-A-R-B-A-R-A. Alfredo D. Roberts, Humberto Canto. There you go. Sounds very... if you're familiar with that album, you've got a deep appreciation for obscure prog. The Nightlighters, Different Strokes. The Nightlighters is a 72 funk album, sealed, now just $25. That was $50. The Best of the Doors, the quad pressing, was $50, now just $25. How much was Misa? I must have not said the price. $10. $10. My bad. I didn't say the price. $10. Chris asked, Colin asked, Adam asked, Huxley asked. Who is Rate Drawer 1411? Okay. If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. Next is Rush 2112. $25. Beautiful copy. A 79 PRC press. 79 PRC press. Over here we have Misa. This was first asked by Chris Reddings. He gets it for 10. Sorry I didn't say the price fast enough. Rate is a first-time buyer. Okay, what I need you to do is right now go to shopcollectco.com, do the contact us, and submit your information. And when you have that done, just please let me know when you have that submitted, okay? Just let me know when you have that submitted. Thank you for joining us here late tonight. I appreciate it. And let me just go verify your YouTube account right quick. And welcome to CollectCo, okay? All right, so this is sold to you for $25. The Doors is sold to Rate Drawer. And make sure you know that invoicing is done on Mondays, $8 in limited shipping. Okay, so we still got David Gates. Colin Butler gets the Nightlighters for $25. We still have David Gates and Rush. Song album. That was a 1970 promo. This one's just $25. Song album is a yellow MGM promo. Not for sure of the genre. I'm not for sure of the genre. I'm going to get some sort of rock. The Kinks Preservation Society. Original orange label, just $15 on the Kinks. And we have Chick Corea, Inner Space. Chick Corea, just $12.50. Diana Ross and the Supremes, Reflections, $7.50. Reflections of my mind. Reflections of the things that used to be. We have Colin Butler on Chick Corea. That is sold for $12.50. Adam Bernardi was second. We have Hammersmith for just $10. Diana Ross and Supremes sold to Adam Bernardi. Reflections for $7.50. Nice. The Joshua Tree, just $25. A 1987, an 87 OG retail copy of the Joshua Tree. And I still have not found. A tribute to James Dean, music from Giant. That is sealed for $15. Sealed for $15. Stephen Parton gets U2 for $25. Wow, a lot of half-off $50 records in here. Where's Jim B at? Gemini Suite by John Lord, $15. That's John Lord, Tony Ashton, Roger Glover, Ian P. Essentially Deep Purple. Gemini Suite, $15. And 60 Greatest Hits of Dion and the Belmonts, $10 on that. All right, let's go ahead and close all these auctions. J'ai de Missoy by Pink Martini is $25. The Neil Young Life Japanese promo is $35. $35 on that. Let me put that in a new sleeve. The Sting is only $15, and the Eagles was reduced to $25. And I think the last time I had that up, I had it at $45, and this was at $35. So $15 and $25. They were $35 and $45. Just saying. So you can get those at bargains now, especially if some fair offers come in, because I'm probably going to definitely be considering it, eh? Definitely be considering it. First thing is this. I'm going to do Adam Bernardi, the Neil Young, for $25. Thank you on that one. John Kaiser gets the Eagles for $20. Thank you on that one. Dion is sold for $10 to Doug Wants. Christina Curtis gets James Dean for $15. Thank you on that one. Adam Bernardi gets Gemini for $15. Thank you on that one. And Stephen Barton gets the Sting for $14. Man, you owe me $1, okay? You owe me $1. Stephen Parton gets Sting for $14. The Modern Jazz Quartet, this is $20. $20. $20 on Modern Jazz Quartet. Now Adam Bernardi's playing games on me. He said, oh, man, I thought that was Neil Diamond. Oh, buddy. He's just joking. For the taggers watching this tomorrow, he's just joking, okay? He's joking. 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 This is a joke, okay? This is a big joke, okay? This is a joke. Next thing, John Kaiser gets Rush. I was waiting for somebody to pull the trigger on that. So did John Kaiser for $25. The Kai Winding Trombones, $7.50. The Kai Winding Trombones, $7.50. Next is Tony Bennett, The Good Things in Life. Tony Bennett is sealed for $7.50. And David Gates, Falling in Love Again. David Gates is $5. The Atlantic Rhythm Blues Volume 6. This one's got great songs on it. Dock of the Bay, Otis Redding, Sam and Dave. $12.50 on that one. Adam Bernardi gets Kai Winding. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $7.50. I'm trying to find some more auctions. You wouldn't think that would be a challenge for me around here, but let's see. Man, we've gone through so much with that. Golly, maybe this crate, I bet this crate right here has stuff, doesn't it? Yeah, this crate right here. Of course, I'm okay just focusing on the half-off crate. We've done plenty of auctions tonight. John, I think, gave this to me. He said it was a little rough. Let me take a look at it. It's not too bad. It hadn't been cleaned or anything. It's a vintage Jimi Hendrix bootleg. Look at this. It's on. Maybe it's missing. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's missing a disc. I'm not for sure, though. You might have to do the research on it. But, man, what a cool cover. Look at this vintage Jimi Hendrix bootleg. Jimi Hendrix live at the Forum. If it is 2 discs, I've only got 1 disc. It's in VG condition. It has not been cleaned. Very cool, though. As is, $15 start. You need to jump on this Atlantic comp. This is great soul comp here from Atlantic Records. $12.50 on that. The Fifth Dimension Greatest Hits in Shrink has the original Sears price tag. Up and Away. Aquarius, $7.50. Edwin Starr and Blinky. Should be a big discount on that. $15 off. Edwin Starr and Blinky on Gordy Motown. Just $15 on that. Hendrix is a $15 start. And Madonna, Like a Virgin. Madonna, $17.50. We've got Hard Promises for $17.50. The Waiting is the hardest part. $15 on that. Don't do me like that. Do me like that. Oh, baby. Don't do me like that. We have Adam Bernardi on Edwin Starr. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Stephen picks up Tom Petty for $17.50. And Mirth is a 69 sealed copy. Listen to this. Now just $20. Mirth, $20 on that. Butler Twins, live in Detroit. Butler Twins is $12.50. And we have Jimmy Cleveland, 1956. And Jimmy Cleveland is sealed for $10. Sealed for $10 on Jimmy Cleveland. Jefferson Starship Red Octopus is $6.50. And Don Williams, New Horizons, $5. Jimmy's a 2LP. That may be what's up with it. But man, that'd still be a pricey bootleg if that's complete. That's a really cool cover. $15 start. Final call. Final call. What do I got over here? I got Japanese CCR. This is some stuff that I can start a little bit lesser. Japanese Frank Sinatra. Some cool stuff here. Let's pull these and run them for auction. Make sure everybody is still paying attention. Okay, first thing I have over here is this. We got Adam Minardi on Jimmy. Jimmy Cleveland sold Adam Minardi for $10. Stephen Douglas got Don Williams, sold to Stephen Douglas for $5. And Fred Wesley and the Horny Horns, 1977 sealed. It is an old cutout record, but wow, $50. That's $50 off. Wow. $50 on Fred Wesley. And Grand Funky Palubras Funk should be a big discount on this one too. Yep. $25 on the original die-cut shape foil coin cover. Okay. Hendrix, if anybody wants half of a concert, $15. Okay, here's something. These actually, I don't think, well, I mean, obviously they're Japanese pressings, but we just got them in collections. This is Creedence Gold. Yep, beautiful Japanese vinyl. A 2LP Creedence compilation. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on that. And then Frank Sinatra, the hitmaker. This looks interesting. It's a double LP, mono and stereo, gatefold Frank Sinatra compilation. Looks like a lot of tracks. Double LP, $25 start on that. Now, tomorrow we will have a ton of Japanese. There is already 2 whole crates back here behind me. Just FYI, okay? Hendrix 5, Hendrix 10. I'll do the 10. Al, you have dibs. If not, it's so to Cameron Davis. Bruce Hornsby in the range. That's just the way it is. Bruce Hornsby is $12.50. Classic. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. Stephen Parton gets Bruce Hornsby for $12.50. Thank you on that one. Canned Heat. Just self-titled. $10 on that. Excuse me, $15 on that. 15. What disc does it have? It has disc 1. It has disc 1, which is Message to Love, Easy Rider, Machine Gun, and Room Full of Mirrors, which is a 20-minute, 22-second. Needs a deep cleaning, and you'll have a pretty decent bootleg, half of a bootleg there. Adam Minardi got Canned Heat. That's $15. So to Adam Minardi. CCR does have a bid for $25. No bid yet on Sinatra. $25 start on that. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees. That is $12.50 on Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees. And Country Magic. Country Magic. This is a CBS sampler or a compilation. $7.50. Johnny Cash, Don Williams, John Conley, Marty Robbins, Mickey Gilley, $7.50 on that. Also, we have Eagles, the long run. Eagles is $10. In the city, ha-ha. That's OG, has all the right dead wax, original inner sleeve, $10 on the Eagles. We have Captain Beyond. Wow, big discount there. Captain Beyond, just $20. Okay. So, Cameron Davis, you do get Jimi Hendrix for $10, okay? Awesome. One of my favorites. Someone said the other day, it's one of those deals, the most not overrated, which guitarist doesn't give the respect that it deserves? And somebody said Jimi Hendrix. And someone, the comments were like, dude, Jimi Hendrix has been voted for like the last 50 years as the most important guitarist of all time. He doesn't get the credit he deserves. Stephen Douglas on the Eagles. Stephen Douglas gets Eagles for $10. Thank you on that one. And Triumph, Never Surrender. Triumph is $10. Great half off crate here, no more, no less. And John Hyde overcoats. John Hyde is $7.50. All right, let's go ahead and sell B and C. CCR is sold to Chad Snyder for $25. Thank you on that. Let's get that put away. And then Sinatra, the hit maker, a double LP, $25 on that. $25 on that, okay? That's a 2 LP, beautiful, pristine Japanese press, and that'll be framed. Yeah, that's a cool cover, man. That's what I was about to say. That's an awesome cover. You know, that picture is the gatefold. So that's the gatefold to Electric Ladyland, the UK edition, not the US. And then they use that for the photo of the in-print Ultimate Hendrix, Experience Hendrix. So, yeah, that's that really cool, iconic photo from the inside of Electric Ladyland. But, yeah, that's just an awesome piece there. It looks almost like a concert poster. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like a concert poster. Stephen Douglas got Triumph. That sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. Adam Minardi got John Hyatt for $7.50. Faith gets Sinatra for $17. Adam Minardi, you were second. Next is Van Halen. Nice. A German copy. No condition notes. $25. A German press of Van Halen. Also, Bob Seger 9 Tonight. $12.50. REO Speedwagon 9 Lives is $10. John Kaiser on Van Halen sold for $25. Marshall Tucker is $7.50. And the Tubes, Young and Rich, $7.50 on the Tubes, Young and Rich. What I got over here in my autograph rack? I got autographs over here that I didn't get authenticated. I passed. It's some pretty good stuff, but it's just stuff that wasn't really worth me having certified. And like the other night, some of those Charlie Crockett's are over here, and they end up selling for pretty big money. Let me grab a stack of this. Could be some late night budget graphs. Budget graphs? What? All right, let's go over here. First is Adam Minardi. Adam Minardi got Bob Seger for $12.50 sold. Stephen Douglas gets Marshall Tucker, sold to Stephen Douglas for $7.50. Huxley Miller got the Tubes, sold to Huxley for $12.50. A great Pure Prairie League busting out. That has Amy on it, $12.50. And REO Speedwagon, this time we mean it, $10 on that one. Whoops. I've already dropped one. Let's see here. Actually, I didn't have that one checked. Let's see here. What do we got here? I got, here we go. Gary Puckett. The Gary Puckett album. To Joe, the best, Gary Puckett. It does have some cover damage up here. That's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start on that. And then we have Pat Cooper. He was in a Seinfeld episode. Our hero, Pat Cooper. That is a $10 start featuring an Italian wedding. $10 start on the signed Pat Cooper. Here's a good one. The Osmond Brothers, signed by Sonny Osborne. Sonny, or that's his name, isn't it? Hold on a second. His name is Sonny Osborne, yeah. Nice right there on his banjo. $15 start on that one. So those are all signed, and let's do one more. This one's actually pretty cool. This is the Jaggers. That's a pretty good record by itself. The Jaggers, and it's got multiple signatures on the back. That's a pretty cool one there, the Jaggers. Not Mick, okay? Not Mick Jagger. $15 start on that. REO Speedwagon has already sold. REO Speedwagon has already sold. Stephen Douglas gets Marshall Tucker's already sold. REO Speedwagon is sold for $10. The Tubes are $7.50. The Tubes is $12.50. If you don't want it, let me know. Huxley, I think you've misheard a couple prices tonight. Rare Bird, somebody's watching. Rare Bird is $15. Pure Prairie League is $12.50. The Brothers Johnson, right on time. The Brothers Johnson is $7.50. REO Speedwagon is sold to Stephen Douglas. REO Speedwagon was sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. Pure Prairie League is sold to Stephen Parton for $12.50. Amadeus is $15. Also, we have Bruce Hornsby in the range, seen from the south side. Bruce Hornsby is $12.50. We have Georgia Gibbs swinging with her nibs, $5. Whistling in the Sunshine, the Earthquakers, $10. Madonna is $15. Pure Prairie League Firing Up is $7.50. And Blackfoot Tomcatting is $10. Final call on these auctions. Osborne Brothers, signed by Sonny Osborne, $15. Gary Puckett, $5. Pat Cooper, $10. The Jaggers, $15. Adam Bernardi got Georgia Gibbs. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $5. Stephen Douglas got Blackfoot, sold for $10. All right, let's run through these again. These are half off, no more, no less. Pretty simple. Okay. We have David Gates, Never Let Her Go. David Gates is $5. The song album is 1970 promo. Song album is $25. That is on this yellow MGM promo label. That is $25. We have the Kinks Preservation Act 1. The Kinks is $15. Hammersmith is $10. Also, the Modern Jazz Quartet at Music Inn, guest artist Jimmy Giffrey. 62 Motto, $20. The Good Things in Life, Tony Bennett, sealed for $7.50. David Gates, Falling in Love Again, $5. Atlantic Rhythm and Blues Volume 6 is $12.50. The Fifth Dimension, Greatest Hits on Earth, $7.50. Madonna Like a Virgin, $17.50. Mirth is sealed, a 69, $20 on that. Butler Twins, Live in Detroit, $12.50. Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $6.50. Fred Wesley and the Horny Horns, featuring Maceo Parker. This is a 1977 OG sealed cutout, $50 on that one. Adam Bernardi on Atlantic Rhythm and Blues. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $12.50. Grand Funk, E Pluber's Funk is $25. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees is $12.50. Country Magic is $7.50. Captain Beyond was $20. Chris Riddings wants Fred Wesley, sold to Chris Riddings for $50. REO Speedwagon 9 Lives is $10. The Tubes Young and Rich is $12.50. Rare Bird is $15. Somebody's watching. The Brothers Johnson is $7.50. Amadeus is $15. Bruce Hornsby is $12.50. Scenes from the South Side, Whistling in the Sunshine is $10. Madonna is $15. And Pure Prairie League is $7.50. All right, these are bottonelles for $15, $5, $10, and $15 if anybody wants them, okay? The Hammer C Peak picking up E Pluberous Funk. Nice. That's so to you for $25. E Pluberous Funk. Renegades of Funk. How much was the Butler Twins? Butler Twins Live in Detroit was $12.50. $6 for Pat Cooper. $8 for Pat Cooper. Come on, it's Pat Cooper. He was in Seinfeld. The disc is clean too. I got to deal with Pat Cooper. That was at the, that restaurant. Lonnie Jolly got Madonna. Do you want self-titled or do you want Like a Virgin? Your pick, Lonnie Jolly. Come on, Nick. Serenjenko. Come on, buddy. $2. Help out a friend here. Come on. Bucks. $2. Come on. $2. Two more. $8. Self-titled Madonna. Sold to Lonnie Jolly for $15. How about $7? Oh, gosh. A crushing blow. Oh, Gosh, I'll never be able to recover from this. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. I'll never be able to recover from this. Pat Cooper sold a Nick Serenjenko for $7. Thank you. Boom, 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 boom. What was the country compilation album? That was Country Magic. Tammy Wynette, Charlie Rich, Johnny Paycheck, Johnny Cash, Don Williams, John Conley, Tanya Tucker, Marty Robbins, Janie Freaky. A GoFundMe for me, thank you. I wonder when the last time Warren Buffett negotiated over $1, or Elon Musk, or Bezos. But hey, man, $1 can make or break a deal, right? I've seen it happen my whole life. Sometimes deals get broken over $1 billion. Sometimes deals get broken over $1. Dollars add up, though. Believe me. You know how many times I've shot myself in the foot here? I've took offers for 10 and then somebody's offered 15. Whew, thousands. Probably over the course I'll do this in my life, it'll probably cost me millions of dollars. All right, so here's what we need to do. Man, there's still some good stuff. I don't know. We can try to bundle this. There's some good titles in here, though, man. Golly, Captain Beyond and the Madonna. Let's try to bundle it, though, okay? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. All right, 23. I'm going to do these at this price per record. 23 records, $115. 115 divided by 23, that's 5. Wow, that's actually 5 each on the button. 5 each on the button. You got to buy everything in here to get them that cheap. That gets everything in here $5 per record, $115 bundle deal. Gary Puckett for $4. Gary Puckett, so did Doug Wants for $4. Let's do it. It's a lot of cash. Another $1. I know it. They're getting me over these dollars. Oh, boy. Whew. Huxley says he'll take everything that's left. All right, what another clean out. These are the rest of this crate is sold to Huxley Miller for $115. Wow. Done. And look, Huxley, you got that Tubes record even cheaper now. Think about it that way. You just got that Tubes record even cheaper. I think there is a certain point where a lot of money is a very big headache. I just know from running a bit, just trying to manage a little bit of money is a headache. Golly. It drive you crazy sometimes. Whew, my gosh. It's a lot faster to watch it evaporate sometimes than it is to make it, for sure. Oh my gosh. Whew. Especially if you got it tied up in the market. Okay. So it's now 1:40. It's almost a quarter after 7. Let me pull up this group. Chad, I got that Jerome Richardson in the mail today. That's the cleanest 67-year-old record I've ever seen. I'm a very satisfied customer. Wow, 67 years old. Thank you. Okay, this other post I need to do. Let me read through these comments. Carnivore, 1999. Death Angel, 29. From Ashes, 23. Death Angel, 34. Coal Chamber, 27. Exodus, Triumph, Behemoth, Aeon, Cold, Judas Priest, Kerry King, Death Angel, Deicide, Coal Chamber, Overkill, Coal Chamber, Undeath, Faster Pussycat, Madball, Happy Friday, Hardline. Okay. All right, I've got one of my last order of businesses tonight. I got some crates that were posted this morning, and those crates I posted this morning, I'm going to tag those right now so people know what they got, and it will be on tonight's sales, and we'll do that. So this is normally something I would do at the beginning of the show, but we did the no bids, and then we had tons of new vinyl tonight. But also, let me show y'all one more thing. Somebody gets off and says, oh, no, this is not what I want to see. Well, before you do that, I got one more thing I want to show you. And that's some of the, well, I'll show it to you one second. Am I going to be posting 17 more flip videos? No. I'll be posting some, though. All right, let's first go over tonight's no bids, okay? Let's thin out this stuff a little bit more. First, Sonny Osborne. This is a really good bluegrass compilation, the Osborne Brothers. It's a double LP, and it's signed by Sonny. $15 on that. And then the Jaggers, introducing the Jaggers. Probably a VG disc, but it's signed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times on the back. $15 on the Jaggers. JD Moy, Pink Martini, Seal, the 2016, $25. This was Scott LaFaro, Japanese, $65. Wax Taylor, Tales of the Forgotten Melodies, EX, $100. AIM, Means of Production, a 2003 UK VG Plus, $70. Richard Sotar, near mint, $20 for episodes. Quincy Jones, the Money soundtrack on mint-colored Money vinyl, $15 on Quincy Jones. That's also with Little Richard, Roberta Flack, Doug Kershaw, Don Elliott Vokes. Gil Scott Heron, Pieces of a Man. The vinyl's EX, $90, okay? Which is actually the median on this record. They start right now on Discogs at $125. Gil Scott Heron, $90 on that. Chris Riddings on the Jaggers for $10. All right? This is sold to Chris Riddings for $10. Thank you on that. Now we're done to Sonny Osborne. Okay, and then we have Motorhead, which is Death and Wacken. It's a picture disc, an unofficial, and Motorhead is $75. We actually sold one of those on Metal Night. And don't hesitate to make offers on anything. If we're too far apart, that's okay. If we do a deal, that'll be good for both of us. Motorhead 75. Guts' finest selection from his famous DJ sets, straight from the decks. $30 on that. This is Foo Fighters, medium rare, an unofficial for $25. That's probably the biggest surprise. Betty Davis is the Light in the Attic, $75. It's on red vinyl. It is the 2020 Light in the Attic. Actually, it was tagged for $80, but I don't like that starting bid, so I said $75. That's Light in the Attic, Betty Davis. And the last one's a big one. Taylor Swift, Folklore, $280. It is the, what version do they call this one? Purple Betty's Garden. And it has the confetti, which just fell out. Oh my gosh. That's not good. It's got the confetti and the postcard. And don't let all that spill out. $200 on, excuse me, $280 on Taylor Swift. These start at $330 on Discogs. If you're looking for that, it's a great price. Goofy Foot got Foo Fighters for $25. The Hammer CP was next. All right, thank you on that. Now, other than Tesla's new album, this is the biggest release of the week for us. You ever heard of this band? This is the Rolling Stones. This is their new album, Foreign Tongues, on green vinyl. Rolling Stones, Foreign Tongues. I have 3 standard green vinyl indie exclusive left. There's also a box set that's $120. So if you want the new Stones album, I've got them. They're right there. And that is $54.99. Foreign Tongues. We're down to 3. I am at 35 on Scott LaFaro. Okay, give me 1 second to check that one. Grog. I want to sell it. I'll do $40. $40. Okay, let's see what we got in here. Let me read through some of these comments again. Carnivore, Death Angel, Ashes to New, Death Angel, Cold Chamber, Exodus, Triumph, Crazy Licks, Behemoth, Aeon, Defeated Sanity, Deicide, Cold, Judas Priest, Kerry King, Death Angel, Deicide, Cold Chamber, Overkill, Nukem, Cold Chamber, Undeath, Faster Pussycat, Madball, Hardline, and Exciter. Jazz Grog gets Scott LaFaro for $40. Okay, thank you on that. And let me start one more new crate to wrap this up here. Jake's still over here coding? Golly. I think Jake's still over here coding. Trying to get this website ready for new Coletco merch. It's going to be our next thing. Any Mars Volta John Frusciante? No. I have really bad luck with Mars Volta, so I only order those basically on request. All right, we got Doomsday, Never Known Peace. Doomsday is $44.99. $44.99 on Doomsday. Upon Stone, Dead Mother Moon. Upon Stone is $29. Newcomb. Now, Newcomb did see a claim. Newcomb was sold to Brett Mawelin. This is sold to Brett Mawelin for $29.99. Quincy Jones is sold to Greg Otime for $10. Thank you on that. Behemoth live at the BBC. Now, here's the problem with the Behemoths. Chris Gardner put Behemoth 30 and Behemoth 28. But I think there's like 5 Behemoths in here. So I'm just going to skip over his comments. I have no idea which ones he was after. But no one else did comment Behemoth. So maybe we can figure it out based on the sticker prices coming up later. High Command, Eclipse of the Dual Moons. That is on purple vinyl, $39.99. Kata Avasia. This is Sacrilege Testament, $34.99. And Jazz Grog, why I have you on here? So you know we had all those boxes full of jazz CDs in the back. Well, we've really got to get rid of them. I don't know. We're running out of space. They've been back there now for 3 years untouched, except for the few boxes I brought up here last year. So I think I'm out to either sell them by the box, mystery box, or I'm going to just put them out in our store for a couple bucks and let people dig through them. Now, I know obviously you can't come to the store, but I'm thinking about just doing like a box, a mystery box of jazz CDs, where it makes sense for us to pay postage and ship them in with the price, like literally just like wrap up the box and ship it. But we'll see. I don't know how I want to do that. That could get messy. Stuff may not have disc in it. We'd have to check them. They're all from a jazz radio station though, so I'm like, I don't know what to do. Haggis, but we've got, so we tried to count them today. I think we have over 30,000 CDs in the back that's never been gone through before. Probably nearly 30,000 CDs that's never been gone through before. Haggis is $29.99. Haggis is $29.99. Beyond Creation, $34.99 for Beyond Creation. I also have Beyond Creation, the Aurora, $99.99 on that one. Massacre, Necrolution. Massacre is $49.99. This one was Binah, B-I-N-A-H. That one was $19.99. Behemoth, this one's $29.99. This might be one of the ones Chris Gardner wanted, maybe. Chris Gardner, Behemoth. Let's tag him for it. Sold to Chris Gardner for $28. I hope that's the one he wanted. Varied, The Skies Turn Black, $49.99 on Varied. Decapitated, Nihility. That's on green vinyl for $49.99. And this one was $29.99. That was Reign in Supreme Darkness, which I never could identify the artist, but I don't think anybody claimed it. And then over here we had Black Braid, Nocturnal Womb, and that was $39.99, a 10-inch. All right, I think I knocked out everything in there. Let me go grab that other crate. Hey, do you believe in magic? Me. Do you believe in jazz? Do you believe in jazz CDs? Come along with me. I've got thousands of jazz CDs in the back room. I will sell them to you. King Diamond, Abigail 2, $49.99 for King Diamond Abigail 2. Carrie King From Hell I Rise, $29.99. And this was sold to Aaron Civic. Sold to Aaron Civic for $29.99. Carrie King From Hell I Rise, again on gold red marbled, $34.99. Madball Set It Off. Madball is a music on vinyl press, $39.99. And that is sold to Scully Mac for $35. Sold to Scully Mac for $35. Stabbing, Eon of Obscenity. Stabbing is $44.99. This is Behemoth in Absentia, and we're going to sell this one to Chris Gardner for $30. Malignancy, discontinued, $34.99. Midnight Cult, Satanic Royalty on Royal Violet vinyl, $39.99 for Satanic Royalty, Midnight Cult. Harbinger, Mutilation Rights, white vinyl, $19.99. Exciter, Violence and Force. Now, who claimed that earlier tonight? Arms Arilla Tribe? Dang it, was it Arms Arilla Tribe? I wonder if they're still watching. I better wait on that. That's spoken for as well. We have Exhumer, Rising from the Sea. Exhumer is $54.99. Chad, you got... oh, buddy, I got them right here. I've got them right here behind me. Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. The Summer of 76 Rhino, 50th Anniversary, Splatter Vinyl. Sold to Grego Time for $36.99. Exhumer, again, this time Possessed by Fire. And this was a 2025 German, sealed for $44.99. Excel, Seeking Refuge. Excel is $34.99. And Exodus, Persona Non Grata, $44.99. And here's what happened on Exodus. Exodus, not Exhibit B, Persona Non Grata. Nope, this one's still available. $44.99 on that. Armelon Polite. I think that's Arms Arilla Tribe. Okay, they commented as well. Yeah, I think taggers will, whoever's watching this tomorrow, Hayden, Linda, Jill, Jack, Jake, Tanner, I think Arman Polite is Arms Arilla Tribe. So go ahead and tag that for them. $34.99. Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die. $44.99 on that one. Double LP marbled. Falling in Reverse is $34.99. $34.99 for Falling in Reverse. That is Popular Monster. $34.99. And there was no claim for that. No. Okay. Deftones Around the Fur. $29.99 for Deftones. Carnivore Retaliation. $29.99. There is an offer for $19.99. I better wait on that. And let me make sure there was nothing else. It's starting to get kind of blurry now. All the different names and titles. Okay, I'm going to pass on $19.99 for that one. I do have Faster Pussycat's Greatest Hits. That's on purple vinyl. $44.99. That's a Friday music pressing. Overkill WFO. This one's still available. A clear marble vinyl, $36.99. And then Taking Over. Taking Over, also by Overkill. And so which Overkill got claimed? I know at least one did. Overkill Wings of War. Nope, that's coming up. Right here. Overkill Wings of War is sold to Brett Mylin. And that is sold to Brett Mylin for $44.99. Exodus Bonded by Blood. That's on the Rust Alloy colored vinyl. $69.99 sealed. Exhumed Red Asphalt. Red vinyl, $34.99. Hardline Double Eclipse. This did get sold. Sold to Christina Curtis for $39.99. Coal Chamber. Okay, this one's got a lot of activity. This is self-titled, $34.99. So Joe Steele's offer 27. Joe Steele's offer 27. And then Tony Swanson claimed it at full price, and then Stephen Parton. Okay, so Tony Swanson gets Coal Chamber at $34.99. Exhumed is sold to Bradley Smith for $25. Falling in Reverse is $34.99. Black Vinyl 2024. Cameron, you're actually fourth in line on Coal Chamber. Now here is Coal Chamber music. This is Purple Vinyl, $34.99. And this one, Coal Chamber music, does not have a claim. It's available for $34.99. Jonathan Bonham was going to pay full price for Red Asphalt. Bradley Smith, you owe me $10, buddy. Dang it, I just shot myself in the foot over $10. Cold, a different kind of pain. Cold is on silver vinyl, and this is silver vinyl for $34.99. Sold to David Casares for $34.99. Falling in Reverse is sold to X-Wing 81 for $25. And Judas Priest, Ram It Down, is sold to Tom Byrne for $34.99. By the way, everybody, make sure you join our group, Whole Lot of Records, because this video was posted 18 hours ago, where you could have watched this and got in early claims. I usually pull these when the show starts, but I'm just now getting to it because we've had so much to do tonight. So here's what's left in here. Coal Chamber, Exodus, Overkill, Faster Pussycat, Carnivore, Deftones, SOD, Exodus, Excel, Exhumer, Harbinger, Midnight is the name of the band. Midnight, Satanic Royalty, Stephen Parton. I'll do that one for 32. 32 on that one. Malignancy, Stabbing, Kerry King, and King Diamond. And that was Abigail 2 on King Diamond. Okay, there's another one to go through. Let me go grab that right there. Midnight 30 and sold. Let me go ahead and tag it before I forget. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $30. All right. Obey your master. Life burns faster. Boom, boom, boom. Is it in print? You know, that's a good question. Give me a second. I'll check it out. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're not. That's a good question. I need to order some if they are. Give me one moment. We'll check. All right, Death Angel Human Side. So Death Angel Human Side is $34.99. And that is sold to Slammin' Alvin for $34.99. Vader De Profundis. Vader is $34.99. This is still available. Deicide Upon the Cross, $74.99. Okay. Now, Deicide is sold to Tony Swanson for $65. Sold to Tony Swanson for $65. Deicide again, Overtures of Blasphemy, is sold to Stephen Tinley for $39.99. Demue Bigor, Abra Hadabra, $39.99. Death Cold Armageddon by Demue Bigor. This one's also still available, $39.99. I missed something from the last crate. Faster Pussycat is sold for $38 to, this is sold for $38 to Scully Mack. Thank you, Scully Mack, on that one. Decapitated Cancer Culture, $24.99 on Decapitated. Decrepit Birth, Axis Mundi, blue vinyl for $29.99. Defeated Sanity. This is sold to Stephen Tinley for $99.99. $99.99 sold to Stephen Tinley. Death Angel, The Bastard Tracks, $29.99. This is sold to Slammin' Alvin for $29.99. Aeon is sold to Stephen Tinley for $29.99. Exodus, Exhibit B, Human Condition, sold to Dustin Riviera for $39.99. From Ashes to New is sold to Joe Steels. No, this is sold, great price, but it is sold to Joe Steels for $23. Behemoth, Years of Blasphemy, 30 Years of Blasphemy. That is $39.99. Benediction, Ravage of Empires. $29.99. Messiah, Choir of Horrors, $39.99. Undeath, It's Time to Rise from the Grave, $29.99. Tribulation, Sub Rosa in Aeternum, $29.99. Toxic, Dismorta, $29.99. You Oughta de Jin, $49.99. Triumph Allied Forces, definitely the outlier of the crate. That is sold to Scott Corcoran for $29.99. And Mayhem, Liturgy of Death. Mayhem, Liturgy of Death, $49.99. What happened? Oh, my mom liked his comment. Chad, he must have came and picked up his records, and my mom must have pulled those records for him. Let me ask my mom about that. All right. So, Aeon, Defeated Sanity, Deicide. Is there another Deicide somewhere that I skipped? Reign and Supreme, or is that an artist? Stephen Tinley, Deicide, Overtures of Blasphemy, Reign in Supreme Darkness. Undeath. I still think I'm looking for a couple things. First thing is Undeath. I remember that one. Let me look over here. So we got Cold Chamber, Exodus, Overkill, Overkill Carnivore, Deftones, SOD, Exodus, Excel, Exhumer, Harbinger, Not That Band, Not Stabbing, Not Kerry King, Not King Diamond. Okay. We got Mayhem, You Oughta, Toxic, Tribulation, Undeath. Yep, right here. Undeath is sold to Tim Floyd for $24. Then we had Benediction, Behemoth, Decrepit Birth, Decapitated, Mugor, and Vader. There must be a Deicide in that very first crate, but I don't think there was. Boy, I tell you what, though, we sold a lot of that stuff. I think I can get all that almost down into one crate. I wish somebody'd be like, Chad, you know what? I'm ready to expand my horizons. Go ahead and give me all that. Decapitated, Fareed, Massacre. No, there's no more Deicide. So there was something called Reign in Supreme Darkness. That's what he wanted. Yep, of course, it was something I couldn't read. Reign in Supreme Darkness is sold to Stephen Tinley for $29.99. All right. And that took care of that video. So, of course, Stephen, you were second on coal chamber. Let me look that up right now. My hands are on fire. I know. Second night in a row closing the show with this stuff. What was we going to look up? Coal chamber. Back order, back order, back order, back order. Yep. Those should be demanding more money than what they do on Discogs. They must have made a ton of them. They must have pressed a bunch. Let me check one more place. I don't know my password. I had to, to get on our new website, I had to like clear out my entire phone because it wasn't loading. And now I've reset all my passwords. I'll look, but I don't think if they're not in stock there, they're probably not. So, okay. Is anybody think they want to see tonight's new vinyl that came in? Because that's the last thing I'm going to show. Because as soon as I end this, I'm going to read through those same records again. I always hate ending with new vinyl. Literally, when I'm about to go video it a second time, I could almost video it here and then post it. But of course, people will be buying stuff. Okay, we got some participation. All right, good enough for me. All right, let's go through this crate here. We had a lot of great stuff. A lot of metal come in too. A ton of metal. So here is tonight's newest arrivals. We'll start with the stuff that's not so much metal. And I did check my wait list, honestly, for these. This was tough to get. I want to kind of scan these and see what they go for. I could be off, but this is called Evil Dead. They were very limited edition when they first came out. The Underworld, $33.99. So this is a 2026, yeah. Evil Dead, The Underworld. And we have Evil Dead, Annihilation of Civilization. Those are both $33.99. Gravedigger, The Last Supper on limited edition green for $29. This was Hey Hey, We're Bonda Owls, $34.99. Thor Recruits Wild in the Streets for $38. And then this was Left to Die in Tetum Mortis on red vinyl for $29.99. Here's the new Rolling Stones album, Foreign Tongues on green vinyl, $54.99. And here's the new Stones album as a deluxe. This is the yellow vinyl with slip mat, the 12-inch art print, Blu-ray, and the Dolby Atmos 5.1 surround sound. $119.99. So that's the two different editions for the Stones. Awesome pressing here. Billy Squier, Don't Say No, Intervention Records. 100% analog mastering from 100% analog mastering from Intervention Records. An amazing sounding record. Don't Say No, Billy Squier, $44.99. Stephen Parton said he will take a Rolling Stones on green. So does Stephen Parton for $54.99. CC Self on eBay, but seller's review's not good. There you go. Yes, that's one of those records where it sounds like it's not expensive, but it's hard to get. Echo and the Bunnymen, Ocean Rain, $29.99. Stereolab, Emperor Tomato Ketchup. Stereolab is $39.99. Jellyfish, Spilt Milk, 30th Anniversary, Jellyfish, $36.99. The Cramps, Songs the Lord Taught Us, $33 on the Cramps. Echo and the Bunnymen, Songs to Learn and Sing, $29.99. King's X, Dogman, double LP $49.99. Spin Doctor's Pocket Full of Kryptonite, 35th anniversary on green, $38.99. Boz Scaggs Silk Degrees, 50th anniversary green for $34.99. And Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, a MoFi pressing, $34.99. And Cramps Psychedelic Jungle, Goo Goo Muck, $33.99 on the Cramps. Okay, so Cramps, Cyndi Lauper, Boz Scaggs, and by the way, Spin Doctors is colored vinyl. That's colored vinyl. King's X, Echo and the Bunnymen, Cramps, Jellyfish, Stereolab, Echo and the Bunnymen, Billy Squier, Stones, Left to Die, Thor. I still don't know who. I guess they're called Banda Owl 9. Spin Doctors is limited and numbered, yeah. Gravedigger and then Evil Dead, okay? There's more where that came from, though. Stand by. It's crate number 1. We'll be ending tonight's show with these records, and we'll be starting tomorrow's show with these records. Bunnymen a pre-order. No, I think there is an Echo and the Bunnymen pre-order up, but not for those. Those are just random. Those are just random restocks. Let me search it right quick. Echo, ECHO. Yeah, there is a yellow vinyl coming out next week. So a bad time for us to order a random black copy, but we probably had that on back order and it just showed up. They probably pressed some on yellow and probably pressed some on black again. Spin Doctors is sold to Ron Dennard for $38.99. All right, here is big pre-orders. These are Rose Tattoo, and Rose Tattoo is the limited edition white and black swirl. And they're an Australian band, of course. And we sold out of one. We actually didn't even have enough for the pre-order. This one is self-titled. They're limited numbered, $34.99. And we have 4 of those, actually. And we have 3 of these, Assault and Battery. And that's on white and black swirl, $34. So 2 different Rose Tattoos. This is a really cool Alex Lomax blues recording. Blues in the Mississippi Night. Authentic field recordings from Alan Lomax from back in the 50s. Maybe even earlier than that. 1947. Yeah, wow. $29.99. Dead Kennedys Frankenchrist. Dead Kennedys is $38.99. Dio, The Last in Line, Rhino Reserve Hi-Fi, $38.99. All Them Witches, House of Mirrors on Casa Belli Chili, colored vinyl, $33.99. Halford, Made of Metal, white vinyl, $44. Flotsam and Jetsam, Iron Tears and Metal Shock, $44. Accept Metal Heart, music on vinyl, $38. Halloween Metal Jukebox, $34. Crocus Metal Rendezvous, $44. Plasmatics, $24.99. Metal Priestess. One second. Fear Factory Concrete. Fear Factory's $44. Metal Cross Soul Rippers, $29. Warrant, The Speed of Metal, $44.99. Stephen Parton gets All Them Witches for $33.99, sold. Dismember is $33.99, Death Metal. Sepultura, Tamborsa Bronx, Metal Veins, Alive Rock and Rio, 2 LP numbered and colored, Sepultura, $29. Metal Church, The Final Sermon, live in Japan, $33.99. Slayer, Rain in Blood, $36.99 for Slayer. Witchcraft Black Metal, Ultra LTD Edition, colored vinyl, $44.99. Metal Church Blessing in Disguise is $39.99. Slayer Seasons in the Abyss is $36. And Annihilator Metal 2, $44.99. Where'd you get those crates? We get these through a website, Milk Crates Direct. And if you're actually a customer of ours, you can email Ed at customer service, and he will give you a discount code. They're not cheap, but they're the perfect for stacking and storing records. They're perfect for stacking and storing records. We've got hundreds of them. Okay. I think there's one more crate like this. Anybody else? We got Annihilator, Slayer, Metal Church, Witchcraft, Slayer, Metal Church, Sepultura, Dismember, Warrant, Metal Cross, Fear Factory, Plasmatics, Crocus, Halloween, Accept, Flotsam, Jetsam, Halford, Dio, Dead Kennedys, the Blues Comp, the 2 different Rose Tattoos. Is the Rolling Stones box set the Rolling Stones 4 Tongues 102 Blu-ray box yellow vinyl? It is. It is, Mr. Goshard. Yep, it's the double LP. It's the yellow vinyl, and it comes with the Blu-ray and the, is it a turntable mat as well? I think it has a mat and an art print. Glad to see you on. Do you know about the Taylor Swift I have over here? I also have Taylor Swift over here, the Betty's Garden, $280 that has the confetti and the postcard. Right here, I've got it. I need to put the confetti back away before it gets lost. Guy Shard is a legend around here. He's truly a legend. He already has Taylor Swift. I figured. It's hard to find a Taylor Swift he doesn't have. I heard you were at the wedding. Is that true? Now, I can't say much about the confetti because I picked up confetti at a Paul McCartney concert and I picked up confetti at a Tool concert. So I can't say much about any Swiftie picking up confetti at a show. The Rolling Stones is sold to Guy Shard for $119.99. Thank you and welcome back. Okay. Appreciate that. Oops, let me put that back here. The red, I do have a Taylor Swift red ACM promo. He probably has that too. He probably already has that too. All right, that's done. All right, and then let's bring over, I think there's one more crate. Let me stack that over here. But you know what? I'm here to sell stuff. That's what I do. That's what I do. I sell stuff. All right. Destruction, Release from Agony. Destruction is $36.99. That's a picture disc. Napalm Death. Boy. Whoa, man. Hold on a minute, folks. Napalm Death, Utopia Banished, $38.99. Morbid Angel Heretic, $38.99. System of a Down Mesmerized, $29.99. Alice in Chains is $24. Exhorter, The Law, $39. Pain on gray vinyl for $38. Chevelle, Wonder What's Next for $29. Malevolence, Self Supremacy, natural vinyl for $36. Metallica, Ride the Lightning, $33. Dismember, Like an Ever-Flowing Stream. It does have a little bit of a crease right here on the jacket. $36.99 on that. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. For some reason, $54.99. I got to make sure that's right. It's a bizarre price on that. On there. And then Energizer Bunny. Bill Bajornholm, you're up late. Oh, I forget, though. It's like midnight out there, though, isn't it? No, what time is it? It's 1:30 out there. We're almost done. I was supposed to stop at 1 and go home and go to bed. My mom is texting me right now. She's like, I think it's time you call tonight, son. You said you were going to go home. You've only slept for 3 hours. And here I am still reading through new arrivals. Ton Lidisala Enslaved Hordon's Land. That's a picture disc, $44.99. Destruction Cracked Brain is $36. Halloween Walls of Jericho, $44. Alice in Chains Facelift, a classic, $38.99. Paradise Lost, Lost Paradise. Over here we have a little bit of a crease down here in the corner, $34.99 on that. Overkill Taking Over, a music on vinyl press, that's $39.99. Behemoth Santanica, $33. Muse Black Hose on Revelations, $33. Destruction Mad Butcher, that's $36. Conjure Unself is $38. Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance is $33. This is Of Mice and Men, Tether, $36.99 on that. Gravedigger, The Gravedigger, white vinyl, $29. Overkill, I Hear Black, $33. Hate Morphus is $34. Threshold Clone is $44. Crocus, Big Rocks is $44. Slipknot Self-Titled Yellow, $29. Destruction, $38. Deftones, $33. Motorhead, $39.99. Diamond Head, $44. Rob Zombie, $59. And Pantera, $33. Why is Number of the Beast so expensive? That's a good question. I got to look back on our invoice. I don't know if it's because it could be, I don't think it's colored vinyl. I don't think they have anything in print colored vinyl. Let me see if I can, I've already threw away our invoices. Let me look here and see if I can find it though. Let's see, Gravedigger, new vinyl. Let's see here. Stones. No, I don't have it. I have no idea. It shouldn't be that much. It should be about 30, 35 bucks. Taylor Swift Red. No, we are referring to the Taylor Swift ACM promo right here. We sold Billie Eilish, didn't we? Yeah, we sold the Billie Eilish. We're referring to the Taylor Swift Red ACM promo. I've had it since February, maybe January. We've been asking $3,000. Now it's pretty nice. It is the slipcase just has a couple imperfections. The slipcase has a tear right there, and it's got a ding here. I think it's mostly where I've took it out of a sleeve so much. Every time somebody wants to see it. So just a couple dings on that, but the rest of it is near mint. See, it's a promo. It's a promo with the barcode marked through it. It has a little bit of a crease right here. Has a little bit of a crease right there. And I hadn't comped this in a while. I mean, that's a price we've had on it, but it's the vinyl's near mint. I've been asking $3,000. I would grade this outer slipcase a VG. I would grade the jacket VG Plus, and the vinyl's near mint. A little bit of a tear there. So obviously on something this expensive, I want to show you all the bad stuff. I want to show you all the bad stuff. But this is, I did have the box set one time, and that's still one of the most expensive. Still one of the most expensive records I've ever sold was the box set. I had the ACM promo box set, so I've got that. It's available. I can entertain offers, or I can go double check. I can go look back up. Cheapest is $2,000, near mint $6,000. Yes, so three's about, that's probably about right. I had a feeling it wouldn't change. If anything, I probably wouldn't have been surprised if it had gone up, you know. I think if I slide it in that way, there won't be as much wear and tear on it. Probably the last time I'm going to pull it out for a while. Yeah, that sounds about right. So 3,000 is probably pretty dang close. I mean, the vinyl's near mint. the cover, and not all of them have the slipcase either. One of Nashville's finest exports, and she painted the world red for your AMCM consideration. This was still a lobbying thing for votes. She's probably not too concerned with that kind of stuff anymore. Any Randy Travis? No. Well, yes and no. If we have random country albums like Randy Travis, that will be shown in our bins throughout the night when we're doing, quote, vintage crates. Vintage crates are shown usually after 7, sometimes as late as 11 p.m. Central Time every night. So, yeah, Facebook did get cut off. Facebook is cut off, yeah. I forgot to give everybody a warning. My mom just texted me. She said, your Facebook ended. Yeah, the only thing we're live on right now is Facebook. Randy Travis. Randy doesn't have really much in stock or available, Joshua. His catalog's kind of weird. He has a greatest hits, but they've been sold out for a while. It's called Randy Travis Now Playing. I don't think I can get those anymore. And his other album is through Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. And that's done. So Facebook has ended. We're down to Twitch, YouTube, and X. And I'm at the end of the show. I was just waiting for somebody to say, Chad, I'll take Taylor Swift. That'd be a nice way to end the night. I tell you what, the show has come to an end. I'm going to open up final request. Looks like the, how much for Mississippi Blues? $29.99, Huxley. $29.99. All new vinyl with sticker price. But I will lay it on you. That's probably worth going through those crates. I sold a couple stones and a couple other things, so that's good. Every little bit helps. We end up doing 11 crates tonight. 11 crates packed full of vinyl. Mostly because we did do 2 bundles, and we did sell 2 full crates of nothing but Rolling Stones. We'll be live Saturday. I come back live tomorrow about 6 o'clock Central Time. Technically today, it's 2 a.m. right now in Middle Tennessee. Actually, it's 2:30 a.m. 2:30 a.m. in Middle Tennessee. I will be back 6 p.m. tonight. 6 p.m. tonight. I'm about to go grab a quick snack. I'm about to shoot these videos. And I am going to make sure Kyle and Patrick have auctions for tomorrow. I've already got 3 bonus crates from Seth. I've got 2 crates of Jap. I've already got 5 crates of auctions to run for tomorrow. And I think I'm going to get Patrick to mark straight price stuff. I think that'll be good for us. I'll have Patrick straight price. And I'll have John straight price, and I'll have Kyle do auctions. And we should have plenty of new vintage. If you're looking for country, we had a bunch of it tonight. That's when we do our vintage crates at night. All right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. What? One more sale. Hold on. Arms Arilla Tribe wants King's X. Hold on a minute. Hold the fort. Hold the phone. We got Arms Arilla Tribe on King's X Dogman. That's right here. This is sold to Arms Arilla Tribe. Sold to Arms Arilla Tribe. King's X Dogman, $49.99. One more cherry on top. And then we're about to sell Taylor Swift. That'd be awesome. Okay. And folks, that's where it comes to an end. Thank you. Sorry, bad connection. No problem. Hey, a sale's a sale. I'll take it. A sail is a sail. Okay. All right. I'm hitting the button. Thank y'all and good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll do this all over again for another 8 hours. Thank you and good night.